All right. So, headphones here. We got 3 viewers.
Hey!
That's pretty good.
3 viewers more than I thought we would have.
All right. Yep. Nope, I didn't hook your headphones up.
Cool.
Just mine.
I get to hear white noise.
Yeah.
The white noise in my brain.
Oh, man, didn't I used to have music playing?
Yeah.
I do not remember how to do that.
Oof. Thank you, everyone, for appreciating our exercise and patience.
Yeah.
This is part of the competition.
Sorry it took so long.
Yeah.
That was a nightmare setting this up. Of course, we waited till the day of to set everything up.
Yeah, well, when snow's coming and life happens, it's just part of the gig. So.
Oh, I think I found it.
Ooh. Fat jazz beats that we had first. I don't know if I can hold it for 8 hours.
Super loud, can no longer hear voices. Sorry, Liam. Is it still? Oh my God, it's so loud.
That's good. Fat beats.
We're gonna remove that.
Turn it down a little more.
I can't. I removed it.
Oh. Stream probably has to catch up.
Is it gone? Okay.
Oh
my God, that was so loud. You know what? I'm just gonna play something on my computer, and then we'll go from there. You're gonna hear a lot of chit chat and chatter in the background. Oh, I suppose we could turn our camera on. Let's pull that down here. That up there. All right. So it's not the best camera for us, but we're just the little ones down in the corner. So basically, Alex, that's your camera right there. So you're barely on camera. Both of us are barely on camera.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great. I'm really happy to be here.
It's just great.
It's just perfect.
Okay. So, yeah. So this is not one of the miniatures.
Wait, what?
Right off there.
That's odd.
All right. And now I'm going to play a little bit of music in the background. See if we can.
Well, welcome everyone to the Q1 2022 Dwarven Axe painting competition. So we're getting everything kind of set up and going, so I apologize for being a little later there, but we're trying to make this thing happen.
Yeah, I don't even know if you guys can hear the music.
Yeah.
We have a little bit of music playing in the background. Okay, yeah, so. Yeah,
let us know if it's too loud as well.
Okay. So, there was supposed to be another judge, but because of the extreme snowfall from yesterday in certain parts of the country, they were not able to make it. So, unfortunately, you guys are stuck with me.
Danny Holwerda was supposed to be making it down, and sadly, he was not able to. So it was a real bummer. We had talked at length about it, and decided he was going to play it safe and not hit the road, which was probably the best thing because he couldn't see 10 feet in front of him when he was leaving his house yesterday morning. So,
scoot that right there.
Okay,
does that still work for you?
No, that works just fine. I just want to make sure I can be heard. Can't we do an ASMR judging of this? This is not how it goes.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show. All right. Well, we got a lot of entries, folks.
We got a lot of entries. It's really awesome.
I can't believe how many people showed up last night. It was really, really cool. All right, so
we might want to update the description for the stream from 2 dudes 1 paint to the Dwarven Axe painting competition.
I don't know how to do
Ooh.
that.
We're professionals here.
Hey, Ivory Hawk. Is that Lexi? Maybe. Thank you very much. Thank you. Are you seeing chat at all?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got the stream up.
Okay. Okay. Well, let's
get the show on the road.
Yeah.
Huh?
Here we go. Okay, so what do you want to start with? You want to start with what category?
Well, let's just start with sci-fi mini, and we can go from there. So
Okay.
we're just to kind of let you guys know we're going to be setting out everything onto this this here turntable, and giving them a nice spin. But realistically, we're going to be just putting it on there for everyone to view, and then that way we can also turn it and let you guys see all angles of said models. We may pick them up and look at them from different angles and different sides just to get a better understanding of the model and kind of the the details that are on each one. But yeah, we will probably be taking a break around lunchtime, about noon, 1, something like that. I don't know. We'll see about it. So we're gonna start off with Kelsey because I know that she's out in the lobby area. Lobby? Play area?
Yeah, lobby.
Yeah.
Zoom in a little bit on that for her. So.
Hey, Lexi.
Oh, Lexi. Awesome. It is Lexi. Awesome.
Yeah.
And the sound sounds great. Good.
Yeah,
awesome.
there you go.
Thank you. Yeah. So here is Kelsey's model. I'll let you handle the Lazy Susan.
Yeah. So this is the Space Cat. I believe it's from the Nemesis game.
Expansion.
Yeah, expansion, which is just awesome.
It is so cool.
I don't know if this is an enemy, if it's an invader, if it's like the first person token, because you get a little first person token for it.
Yeah, I know it's part of like their, what is it, kittens or
Yeah,
something like that? Space
something like
kittens or
that.
something? It's
That's
cool.
awesome. She even got the toe beans. I
Yeah.
appreciate. They're super pink.
It's kind of cool because I took and placed everything in the cases, and when I put hers up there, I noticed that it's cool when people do this, but there's underneath, she has shading underneath, but it's something you wouldn't even notice until it's up high, and then you're like, oh, there it is. You got to take a closer look at it. Obviously.
I'm gonna take a closer look at it because she did put in shading. See, that's the number one thing is you always have to look at the model from underneath, because that's what a judge is going to do the first time that they look at it. So this is for Sci-Fi Mini. So this is a good start to Sci-Fi Mini here. I got no focus on it, so I apologize.
I can bring that camera down too.
I do really like the blending on the orange. There's some little spots on it that are a little bit more transparent. They're a little less blended, but like on the back here, that's nicely blended between the shading and the orange. Trying to make out what the collar is. Okay, so there could be like one extra layer of red on that collar, kind of the connection points, but man, the blue seams are excellent. Nicely blended, excellent colors.
Yeah.
There's transition between them. You can see where the shading is supposed to go. Same with the fur. The fur looks great too in that way, where it has the same kind of intricacies for the blending. She did a really good job with the eyes too. So here you can take a look and let us know what you're thinking. I kind of wish we
a little bit there for her.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm gonna pull the model away a little bit here. Yeah. That's super technical to get those toe beans in there, because it's not just pink. It's pink, light pink, and white.
Yeah.
The eyes look good too. Yeah, the line work on the jumper.
Mm-hmm.
That's not. I don't think that's textured in. That's painted on.
Mm-hmm.
That looks great. Little bit of it looks like spot washing in the cracks and crevices there.
Mm-hmm.
I would have really liked to see some non-metallic metal on there, Kelsey, on the helmet. That would have been cool.
No, true metals are okay.
I do like the grate is almost like it's lighting up the bottom of the space suit. You can kind of see It's kind of lighting up the bottom of the spacesuit tubing here.
Yeah, the tubing. Yeah.
That's really cool. The tail looks great. Yeah. Awesome mini. Very cool. A lot of love and passion went into that one.
Yeah. I really do enjoy it. It's a good mini. It has a lot of interesting things to look at, especially, and people could keep it very simple, but I like that Kelsey put in a lot of nice detail work on it. I am there is one thing that I'm catching, and I know that Kelsey's gonna be mad over that, is that there's no there. You know, when you're blending up on like this on the tubing in the back,
Yep.
it just kind of ends. So on one hand, it looks like it's supposed to be glowing up, which is I think what she was going for, but it also can feel, looking at the model, just generally it looks kind of like it was just mist in paint. Yeah. So having a nice, either making sure that it's cleaned up or having a nice transition between the tube and the glow effect is really
the other thing too. If you notice inside the tube, you didn't really paint into it, so it's just kind of this like stop of almost like that gray metallic look instead of like it's a hollowed out tube. Maybe it's supposed to be a cap on the end.
Maybe.
But I assumed it was an open tube, but I maybe I'm wrong.
Otherwise, one thing, I don't know if these are two separate pieces. I'm assuming they are, looking at it, but it's I'm wondering if they are two separate pieces. On the inside of the tube, there's no blue color in there for the, like, what would be considered the glow effect, especially on the outside of, like, out here. Sure. There is some blue for glow effect, so or reflection. So it could go either way, but it's just thinking about those points and really diving in to try and figure out, you know, where this is in space. Pun intended and pun not intended. But I really like this. It's a, hey, you know, it's a good model to start with, and I'm sure Kelsey would be happy to hear that we started with hers first.
Oh, she's out there watching right now.
I know. I'm scared. She's gonna bust in here and kick me in the butt. It's gonna be bad.
All right. Yeah, great model. Next one we're gonna move on to is, I think we got Daddy Trajan.
Daddy Trajan. All right.
It's Bobby's model.
You know what? Here, I'll do something here. Get the datas. I hope everyone's really excited about this. I know that we've been jazzed.
There's old Daddy Trajan.
Old Daddy Trajan. All right, I'm creating a filter on our. There we go. Okay, old Daddy Trajan from Bobby.
I'm gonna grab the rest of those.
Okay.
I'm also gonna open this up so people can see in here what we're doing.
Oh no! Behind the curtain, no. I can't be seen.
Plus, it's way easier for me to grab these bees.
That's fair. So right off the bat, some good metallic work. The blade is just awesome. I love that blade. I do like that the fur went for a more like a unique kind of tiger pattern, something that's a little more unique feeling than just like a brown with some tan work on it. So it's a really nice mini. It's an excellent sculpt too. GW did a really good job on this one. I'm gonna pick them up and take a look here. It might be. I don't think so. No, it's a fantasy model. That's library. Okay. So, sorry. The one thing that really pops out to me right away is kind of the golds need some extra little love for highlighting and maybe actually a little more shadow, because gold has a lot of nice highlighting capabilities as is. So having some shades to kind of counteract some of that shininess and some of the especially the silvers and the brightness that you get off the silvers, it would be really good. it adds a little extra to the model to help differentiate between lights and shadows, especially with metallics, because they just reflect all light. The feathers on his, big, I don't know, what do you want to call it, crest, also could use a little more details, especially on the backside. There's not a lot of paint on them on the backside. It's just looks like a single color and then some wash. But having just some highlight passes on it could really help exemplify that. Same with the cloak, having some cleaning up and tightening up the highlights and the metallics on the cloak itself would probably help it too, because it feels a little muddled right now. But that it comes with practice, comes with tightening that skill on
that's tough to do.
Brush control, yeah, that is tough to do. The purple is really cool. I like the purple.
Well, he should have came in with the purple. I say he should have came in. The idea is you come in after with your purple and clean up those lines.
Yep.
Clean up your dang lines, Bobby.
The work on this though is fantastic. Just having a nice model to work from is really good, and this is I would say this is a nice middle place to be from. There's a lot more that can be done, but
is he on cork there?
Yeah, he's on a cork base. Yeah. So and cork is always a fun material to work with, and it blends well with like the stone that he's sitting on.
Yeah.
I really like the blade. The blade is what really draws my eye in on the model. Especially just because it has a lot of character to it, and it feels nicely, has that loaded brush technique feel, it has that glow effect feel, and it's not overdone. Sometimes you can really overdo a glow effect. Speaking from experience, you can really like go all out and be like, oh, everybody's going to love this super glow. Yeah.
That's probably my favorite part about the model. Absolutely. Yeah. I love the tiger, or whatever the animal beast on his side. The one thing that I kind of look at him like if you look right on his chest plate area there, you kind of get lost in there with the bright silver and the bright gold.
Yep.
It would have been nice to see some contrast between those two pieces. I don't know if there's even a wash on there. There might be a little wash.
I don't know if you were on headset when I was saying that, but it was just adding some nice contrast because metallic paints have a lot of brightness to them.
Yeah.
They have a lot of shine.
Yeah.
So having highlights is good. And you definitely want to have highlights still, but you want to not avoid, and it's not even just adding a wash. It's even adding like if you want a nice, more yellow tint or a warm tint on it, adding some extra contrast with like a nice orange glaze, or work in some a nice red into some of the crevices to feel like light is diffusing into this model, into this metallic surface, but then it's also bouncing around and you get this nice hue. Yeah. So if you want to make it colder, you could add a blue.
Yep.
And if you want it warmer, you want to add like a yellowish color. You want to be on the warmer side.
Yeah. It's a great model, great job. But yeah, I would just tighten up some lines on the back for that. I mean, it's cool that you did that like hand-painted Aquila on the back. Is that hand-painted?
No, it's part of the sculpt. It is part of the sculpt, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was hand-painted. Sorry, I didn't get a look at it.
No, it's part of the sculpt.
So you got those lines a little bit tighter there, Bobby. That looks. I see what you're doing there. It looks good. A little messy on the Aquila. I would maybe a little bit more highlights on the back of the cape, just to kind of bring up those ridges.
And it's all experimenting with different styles and different techniques is what you want to do. You don't want to just stay in your lane and too often.
And you always want to clean up your base too, around the rim.
Oh yeah, I didn't even notice the rim. Yeah,
and maybe so there's a lot of stuff to nitpick on it, but overall it's good. You know what I mean? Like it's a good model, it's a good paint job.
Now, just so everyone knows, we're gonna nitpick on models because in this kind of competition, you're starting at 100. You're starting at a perfect score, and then we knock things off. Yeah. It's not us picking apart your model because we hate it. It's the concept of trying to find all the little things that make it not absolutely perfect, and no model is perfect. You can't.
He did get those eyes though.
He crushed them eyes. Yeah,
that's crazy.
He is on. He's on point for that. I love the hair too.
Yeah,
the hair is just so good. But yeah,
love the name too, Bobby.
When we're going through and we're looking at models, just know that we are if you're entering into the professional series, which all of these I believe are,
Yep.
you are starting at 100%, and then you are slowly getting chipped away with detail work, or this could be better, or that could be better. And the reason that we have multiple judges is to pick out different aspects, so it's not just one person going, well, I don't like how this looks.
Yeah.
You never want to have that. So it's less about what we think about the model, for like your skill level. It's like you're entering into a competition, and it's going to be
It's technical.
Yeah, it's technical. You gotta know that you're entering into the crucible. And so nothing against anyone's paint job. That's the
well, and I hope that you guys entered this too to get a little bit of guidance. A lot of you guys, some of you guys don't need it at all. Some want it. So
yep, absolutely.
Cool. Yeah, Bobby, great job, man.
Yeah, man, this is great. All right, next up, I added a nice filter on there too. So should be Abaddon from Rob Seeley.
Got him right here.
Number 17. So Rob stopped into the store, and I was chatting him up. He hasn't actually shown this model off. It hasn't come out and actually hit the table because he painted it like right at the beginning of COVID, and I've seen pictures of it, but I haven't been able to actually take a good look at it, and I love it. It's such
great.
A cool model.
The base is disgusting. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's so cool.
The snowish kind of looks like mold and like dark greens.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah, the cloak is really good. I'm loving that cloak, and
the blending is great.
Yeah, it's such an integral part of that model too, that you really need it to feel epic, because he's supposed to be going toe to toe with like Bobby G as a sculpt. So the eye on the shoulder is excellent. Can't get away from that. It's a nice amount of freehand.
The claws look super badass.
Yep, the non-metallic metal on the claws. And what I do like is that he didn't just do NMM on everything. No. He did the shoulder pads and all the trim in gold, and then he did a nice wash over top of it. I'll pick on him for
the blade looks awesome. I love that mint green.
Yeah, and that's definitely got, I want to say that it's silver, and then it has like a contrast paint over it. Yeah. Which I've really found that contrast paints are really good for nice tints, almost like a glaze. Yeah. If you use them less of one slapping one paint over an entire surface of bright, it really accentuates nicely.
Yesterday I was talking to a couple of people about contrast paints, and I feel like people think when I talk about them that I'm dogging on them. Absolutely not. Contrast paints are part of your arsenal. Mm-hmm. Like every paint should be part of your palette. Like use it how it should be, use it how it's not intended, break the mold. But like there's ways of like just dumping contrast paint over your whole model and being like, done. And then there's ways of like, oh, I'm going to use it correctly, or use it in a way that maybe nobody's ever known how to use it. Yep. And you make something beautiful.
Well, like for me, I use washes in weird ways. Like I'll use them to tint some paints.
I was just doing that the other day with flesh tones. I was doing like a light flesh tone, Reikland's, mixing them together and giving an awesome wet blend out from the bicep. Yeah,
and even like airbrushing with a with a wash adds like this nice matte tone where it tones everything down really nicely. Yeah. And you don't have to worry about overpowering a model. I'm gonna pick it up and take a look at it. All right, he drilled out the barrels. I'm happy to see that. I don't know if this is on camera. I hope it is. Oh, the face is just awesome. And Rob is really well known for his flesh tones and his skin tones for blending. So the face is awesome. The soft tones on like the marine skull up top is really good.
The cloak is so
the cloak is absolutely gorgeous. Though he has a seam line back there that needs to be.
Throw the model in the garbage.
Yeah, just
Is that a lot of wash on the back, or is it blended?
No, that's blended. So that Rob, I know this. I pick on Rob a lot because Rob and I are good friends. He does a nice like really cool stippling effect where he'll stab the model and have a nice like blend up using stippling.
Nice.
And his technique on that is awesome.
Yeah.
But man, the blending on that eye is just so cool. Actually, the claws are not non-metallic metal. They are metallic.
Oh, really?
With a slight sheen of looks like either wash or contrast on it. I'm really enjoying that. He should have added a little bit more color on the cloak where it connects to the shoulder pad.
So just to give everybody a heads up too, literally all of these entries came in yesterday. So this is Alex's first time seeing these models,
I haven't
and
seen them.
It's my first time inspecting them. I literally took them from people, put it in the case, and then look from afar. So if we're like speak a little too soon about something and then we get up close, it's like, oh, never mind, that's something different. That's the only intention.
I have zero. If anybody wants to fight me because I missed something in their model, I apologize.
I think
but
we should just fight
that's
just
great.
because.
I
think it'll be fun.
I'll back down. I don't want to hurt my hands.
I'm taking my shirt off.
Yeah. Really, there are some points on like the pipes where it could be more. It could carry on the highlighting because it doesn't carry that highlight nearly as much throughout the pipe. It kind of drops from being like a 3 colors blend sort of system to like a 1 color initial color, especially on the I think that's technically the right side of the model with on that pipe underneath his gun with his or the handgun.
Yeah.
Excellent model though. He could have.
Wait.
He could have. Huh?
You're like,
No.
wait.
He could have tightened up the lieutenant stripe on the front, especially being that this is going to be the first thing you see on the model is right at the base.
Sure.
So tightening that up would be a nice touch. It is part of the base, but a basing is like half the model. It really puts whatever the model is into the scene, and it helps kind of frame out what you want it to look like. The rest of the base is phenomenal. I love the effect, the snow, the mud.
Yeah.
It all works really well. There's like a spent casing in there, all the extra skulls that he put in, and then that mold line in the cloak, which can be really it can be difficult to fill in some of those lines. Recently, I've started to use milliput mixed with a little bit of isopropyl alcohol, and that it makes like this almost cream that you can paint into a crack, and it'll just fill it in nicely.
Oh, you mean what GW's liquid green stuff was supposed to be like?
I don't want to talk about it, okay? That was their solution to fine cast.
Yeah.
It's like,
this thing it's impressive. It's awesome.
no, I love it.
You can see the from on the armor itself, the awesome like layering all the way up to the cool shading effect coming down.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like the light's hitting it correctly. The fur on the top there looks awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He even got underneath the fur for the leather aspect of it.
Yeah.
Different skulls look great. His skin tones look awesome.
Yeah,
it's hard to pick it apart. You know,
yeah, I mean,
maybe some barreling, like some like coloration on the barreling to show like, you know, the metallic is like kind of burnt a little bit or something like that. But I mean, that's like hyper specific, like trying to find something. It's a good model.
Yeah, that also comes down to the difference between.
Oh, I see the stippling. Yeah, that's awesome.
It comes down to the techniques between like, is that the effect that you want to go for? Is that your style?
I love that he didn't use. He has a tuft on here, maybe 2, but a lot of it is static grass, like pushed into the mud and stuff. It looks like, yeah, and he gave like footprints and. You know, the base is lived in. There's you know, there was a battle on this base, and he's winning. You know.
Yeah. The interesting thing about the stippling on the cloak in the back is that the effect is similar to dry brushing, but using a little bit more thick paint, and you slowly build it up by stabbing the surface with the brush and like really building it in. You can use a small like a fine tip brush and like do small scratches and small dots, and then over time it is, but it makes the model look amazing.
So we got a guy, Alex, not you, different Alex. He's painting a Ciri bust from The Witcher, and every time he would come up to me yesterday, he'd come up and he's like, "Do you think I should do this?" I'm like, "How long is it going to take?" He's like, "It's going to take me an extra 2 hours." I'm like, "Do it."
Yeah.
Every single thing, and every single time he came back, there was a new aspect to that, like leather. I mean, he's on the stomach part of the bust. You know what I mean? Just a chunk, and it's all leather with like cool jewelry and stuff. And he's like, "Should I add this? Should I add this?" Yes, absolutely. And every time he came back, it was more and more beautiful. And I think that's how he, you know, painted his model.
Yep.
It's like, all right, should I do that? It's going to take me a long ass time.
Yep.
Yeah, do it.
Well, and that's the difference between like, okay, I have a single Marine that I have 10 of.
Yeah.
You know, it depends on how much time you want to spend on it, especially if is it a display model that you're going to put on a shelf and it's going to display, or you're going to have it in an army that you're going to drag around and it's supposed to look
You got
decent.
Sammy. Sammy's got all of his stuff in here.
It's Sammy's
and
stuff.
It's all Tyranid stuff, and he's using it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
He's playing that stuff, and it's painted.
Yep.
So.
Yep. You definitely want to have painted models for sure. It's the difference of like, how long is it going to take me? Is it going to wow people? Is that what I want?
Yep.
You know, and then for me, I know personally, I've shifted more towards I want to have a singular display model that looks really cool, that I can enjoy looking at. So
very hot custodies. Yeah.
Yeah, very hot custodies indeed.
The Daddy Trajan.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, awesome. That's a fantastic model.
Who we got next?
Next up is Ryan Nickel with his Librarian. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see the backside.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at that first.
Yeah, I've actually, Ryan runs or helps run the Chronicles event in Minnesota, which is like a narrative tournament.
Oh, cool.
I've known Ryan for a number of years, a great guy, and he knows his painting. He's definitely got a style that is classic, but it's well refined, and I love it. So I've gotten to play his army, and his entire army is like this style.
It looks great. The white looks really creamy.
Mm-hmm.
Looks nice. There's a lot of decals on it, which are cool. I'm not familiar with the decals on the backside. Is that that's the Chronicles thing you said?
No. It's just that's just
Is that just a regular decal that comes with the Librarian?
No. But there's like custom decals that he has, or it's
gotcha.
It's decals from different kits. So I think his shoulder pad has specifically either a custom decal or they're like Forge World decals. He's got nice freehand on his on the like scripts on his legs. He's got some excellent blends. It's like a two-tone cape where there's an inner part of a cape and then external part of a cape. The base is fantastic. It definitely feels snowy and icy.
I like the blue.
Yeah,
cool.
the blue is excellent.
Like marine color.
What I do like too is that it's matte.
Yeah.
It's matted, so it feels a little bit more like it's a wind-blown ice rather than like fresh cold. You know, it's more of a cold, frigid ice rather than it just being like newly put down or newly frozen.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of a weird transition on the cloak where I get the idea that he wanted it to be like wet, but it doesn't
go all the way up.
Yeah, it doesn't blend nicely, so it feels like there's like a line. And I get that he probably just stopped at a certain point because it was like this is where it would drag, which I get. But it's definitely the thing that I notice right away about it that I'm like, you know, it feels out of place in a way. The blending on the cloak is really good.
Yeah.
Especially like there's nice highlights on the ridge lines. And then, you know, a little bit of a deeper shadow. There's definitely a line of black to red that is not, you know, it's not blended. It's not meant to be blended. It's supposed to feel like it's two separate cloths put together, but it doesn't. There's not like a harsh line between them. If that makes sense. So it's a little bit softer, so it feels a little more natural. There's nice colors on the piping and the wiring.
The hard part about white is I'm gonna take a look at it.
Yeah.
The hard part about like white is getting the because it's hard to shade on that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like so example, I'm painting stormtroopers now for Star Wars Legion. How the hell do you paint on, you know, how do you give it? People are like, oh, apothecary white, you know, all these different versions, but it's like it's really hard to get that like shading, that gradient on white, because it's like, all right, well, it turns into like gray.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and you can build up white in a couple different ways. One, you know, doing it a cold way similar to this is like blues and grays.
He's got blues down in there. It looks really good.
And then the other way is to do like yellows. So you start with like a brown, and then you move to a cream, and then you move into a white, and you get a warm white out of that. What you
His badges look oh my god, what are those called? With the wax
seals. Purity seal.
Purity seals.
Yeah,
Those
the
purity
purity
seals
seals.
are gorgeous.
Yeah.
They have like writing on them. Like
The difficult thing.
gorgeous.
The difficult thing with doing white is that you need blending. You need shading. You need the ability to have color down on it. Otherwise, it just feels flat.
Yep.
Same with black. Black suffers from the same issues.
Yes.
Where it's like, oh, black, that's an easy color to paint until you paint it and you're like, this looks
I did Vader
so
too.
bad,
Yep.
you know. But black has a lot of blues and a lot of purples and a lot of greens and, you know, all
Even
these.
gray
even
is
gray,
a technique,
yeah.
but
You can even put like yellow into it to give it highlight and things. Same with white. You need to have contrast and color with white. Otherwise, it just looks flat. It doesn't look real. It looks just fake. So, yeah, the belt is awesome. He's got a book. The book is well highlighted.
the shoulder piece there with there's like parchment on there too. Looks awesome. The colors are great. The colors of the writing with the parchment paper looks so good.
Yep.
It's a great combo.
I love to use a micron pen for that too.
Oh, did he?
Yeah. Well,
Nice.
that's what I use, and
Yeah.
I suspect that that's what he used here. I really like using micron pens or pens
a
for
buddy
that.
of mine started Corey Alfred. Shout out to Corey. He was telling me how he uses it to basically kind of get down into crevices and stuff.
Yep.
And I was like, that's smart. That's super smart.
The Aquila is really good on the chest piece, and I really like that. Same with the head. I do wish that the red on the head, like the cords and things, were a little bit sharper. Same with some of the, when I get up close to it, I wish the piping, like the yellow is really good, it pops, but then the rest of the wiring and piping is kind of flat.
I know the one thing I saw when I got up close was on the broad side of the sword. The line for it gets kind of wavy.
It's kind of wavy, yeah, which can be really difficult.
Oh yeah.
As well, I kind of want it to have the little bit of highlight on the edges as well to add that extra sharpness to feel. So yeah, there's some extra little bits here that I could feel add to it. Same with the inner part of the leg. There is a little bit of a fatter highlight line that could be tightened up a bit more as well.
You know what? I'm gonna probably take this camera off of us and try and stretch it over so we can put it over.
Oh, I was actually gonna see if we could, when we go on break, maybe reorganize where you and I sit side by side, and then that way the we can cuddle up. The camera would be more on the mini while we're looking at it. So things we're learning, people.
Yeah,
It's a learning process. We apologize.
Let me get that.
Part of it. No, it's an excellent model.
There we go.
Like it. It's an excellent model. I'm not
gonna be able to get that in.
there's just small little details on it that I'm like, it's mostly detail work. It's a lot of just in basic detail work where I'm like, or I should say more advanced detail work where it just needs a little bit more in some areas.
Sure.
He got the eyes dead on. I mean, the eyes feel cool. The glow effect for the psychic powers feel cool. Ooh, the vents aren't done on the backpack. Flip it over and look at the vents on the underside.
Oh yeah.
Yep, they're just a flat white.
They're white.
Yeah. I mean, a metal there or some burn effect, even a black would be a nice transition for that. And
Flipping your model upside down.
It shows a lot. It shows a lot.
But yeah, so to kind of show everybody what I was talking about with the some of the stuff is the sword blade. I don't know if you can see that. Sword blade kind of has a little bit of waviness, but yeah, he's talking about the vents underneath. I mean, these are like nitpicky stuff, but
yeah, well, that's what it's there for. It's nitpicky. So, no, excellent model. I really love his stuff, and we're not done with Ryan's, Mr. Nickel, his stuff. So he's got a lot more in the mix. So,
which is cool. A lot of people had a lot of entries, which is awesome. Cool. All right, who's
man.
next?
Next up, we've got Phobos Librarian from Catlin. Oh, yeah. There we go. This model people made fun of it forever.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just the look of like the guy like holding on, saluting or looking for it far away. But I think it's a really
Reminds me of
dynamic
like a rogue.
pose. Yeah, it's a
like
really
he's, like, sniping in.
yeah. Got the mind powers.
I love the brown.
Yeah,
It's a cool color. For
it's a good brown. Just looking at it from where I'm at, I can definitely see that it needs some. It looks like a wash got slapped on it and put on it, and then
needs highlights.
It needs highlights. It needs some
dry
extra,
brushing.
a little more to it. All the blocked in colors are excellent though.
Yeah.
Definitely don't want to take away from that. And then there's a bit of like freehand on the shoulder pad. That allows for, that's a little bit difficult to get in, especially being that it is a cup, so it's Blood Angels.
Yeah.
So having that there to differentiate it helps. And that's not a decal. That's just a nice job on that. You could add a little bit more like gray to kind of give it some depth.
Sure.
Beyond just a black. I love the blood splatter on the blade. The blood splatter actually looks like blood splatter. It doesn't here. Oh yeah, you can't get it much closer.
Well, I can do this.
Oh, you could actually attach it to the hub.
I might have to restart.
Yeah, that's fine. See if we can get that. How's that look?
It's so loud.
Oh, it's flying. But yeah, like the blood effect on the blade is super good. There's freehand writing on the parchments, which is always good to see.
Yeah.
Same with the all the little bits and bobs on it. Like all the clasps are done with metal, which is an excellent little detail that people miss, but is definitely welcome on it. I like also that the mud effect on the base is carried up onto the cloak, so it feels as if the the model is carrying that mess of. Got an EOS webcam utility. There we go. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, overall, it's a great looking model. Here. Oh, there's a nice bit of freehand on the knee, but it's just one little layer there. Kind of wish it had a little bit more on the detail side. Like I said initially, the areas that are blocked in really nicely. It just needs another step up on it to really make it pop. The inside of the cape is kind of missing. It's kind of it is just the base color.
I'll be right back.
That's initially put down. So same with the metals, and the metals on the piping need a little bit extra to kind of pop out. So they could use another like a shadow and then a highlight to really accentuate them. Same with a lot of the details on it. I do really like this holster. It has a nice amount of texture, nice amount of work on that. That feels like it's got some highlights. It's got some shading, so it feels a little bit more akin to leather. And the difficult thing with having a model like this, where it has a ton of leather on it, especially like D&D models, or some fantasy models, they really have a ton of leather on it, and you're like, oh, that'll be really cool. It'll be really easy to work with. But when you put down a single layer of leather, you got to think of like, well, the gloves have to be different from the boots, which have to be different from the the coat, which has to be different from, the bags and whatever. And that can be difficult because you can't, how do I differentiate 4 different colors of leather? And sometimes it comes down to texturing. Sometimes it comes down to weathering or making one more gray, making one more green, making one a deeper brown, because there's all sorts of different colors of leather that you can work from and have. I'll put that back out there. Sorry. So, there's a lot of different things that you can do with leather. that can accentuate. But this is a nice, I'd say, a really good start to a model. It feels like it's kicking off into that initial, working stage.
Cameras back and forth, I guess.
Well,
you can see.
Like I said, we'll have to switch it up whenever we go on break.
Yeah. This is a great model. There's gloss on the blade, which looks cool. The splatter on there does look awesome.
Yeah, the splatter really, really sets it apart, I feel.
There's definitely some work that could be done with some of it, but I mean, other than that, it looks really good with a lot of the stuff. There could be just some more shading, and like you said, there's definitely some a wash thrown on there, which is great. But then you take your time and do some highlighting on the edges. Looks like you went back over some of the wash with your brown, which is a good idea. She did color in her vents. The vents are colored in.
The vents are colored in.
Yeah, I like the face. The face is cool. You don't need to do eyeballs. You don't need to do all that stuff. You can give them a nice dark brow, bring it down. It looks like a little bit of overlapping colors with some areas. I'm sure you mentioned probably most of this stuff anyway, but it still looks good. It looks good.
Well, and something I was mentioning
you see a couple more tones of colors in there.
Yeah, well, and with having multiple different leathers, that was the big thing that I was driving home was just having. Think of brown as a nice base tone, but add colors to it. Yeah. You can have a blue brown, a gray brown, a white brown. You can do more cream. You can do a more red, and differentiating those leathers. Is important. Yep. And that's beyond just like this model. That's like D&D and fantasy models.
Absolutely
have that issue.
And this model's great at table. Like you're 3 feet away, you're playing. It looks awesome. You get a little closer, some a little bit of technical stuff that you could probably work on, but looks great though. Looks great. All right. So I think our last one is Byron.
No, we got a couple more
for sci-fi.
Yeah, Zoanthrope, Morocco, I think Morocco, Zoanthrope, Sammy, number 30, and then we got Chaplains. For another one, and then Big Boy from Byron.
Okay, so we got who did Chaplain? Josh, yeah.
All right, is this Big Boy? All right, Big Boy.
Jeez Louise, Byron, I love this model.
Oh man, it's an honest pleasure to work with a nicely painted ultramarine. Decal work is awesome. At least from where I'm sitting, it's really smooth. It looks painted on. Same with the yellows really pop against the blue. That's what you get for having primary colors playing together. They pop. The edge highlighting is excellent too. There's a nice amount of blending. The metallic work's awesome. So yeah. I can't wait to get close to this model. Also, the blending looks, it's a technique that you used, I'm guessing, for like similar to a non-metallic metal where it's a sheen.
Yep, that's what
you build it up. Yep.
It looks so good.
It's so subtle and it's so good. It pairs really nicely with a soft edge highlight too.
It's like refreshing.
Yeah,
I see it and it's like, okay, it's not just your plain Jane Blueberry.
Yep.
It looks great.
Yeah, and if I were to do ultramarines, this would be actually the style that I'd want to do it in, is something similar to this.
It even like every curve blends into its like the next one. It looks so good.
What I like about that technique too is that it's very relaxing.
Yeah,
it's very forgiving because you're slow. It takes time, of course, but you're building up those tones, and there's so many layers. But man, is it relaxing to do. So Byron, just as an initial, this is just awesome. Yeah, the decal work is phenomenal. Well done. I pride myself on decals myself, so I love to give people props when I see good decal work. So just going around the model, there's some the blending on the back of the boot on this side is a little bit shaky, but the rest of the blending looks really good. There is some mold lines along the top that could have been cleaned up. They're difficult, especially on the on the little bulbs on the sides or whatever you want to call it, and then the hands. I think this is the easy build model actually, so it might have been kind of push fit together. I'm assuming that was built, but
he's got the barrel burn on there. It looks like too.
Yeah, the barrel burn looks awesome. Yeah, the one thing that I'm seeing a lot of is just initial mold lines. You want to clean up those mold lines. Man, the details on this thing are awesome. There's little like tabs on the legs that are painted with metals and then highlighted.
Yeah,
just awesome work on that.
Yeah, he was beaming last night. We brought that one in.
The yellow on the cable could use a little, like another layer on top of it.
I was gonna say a wash or something.
Well, it's got a wash on it.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, but it needs an extra little highlight, even just a brighter color to kind of make it pop out, because right now it just looks washed out. But like the blending on the armor is so cool.
Yeah.
Doing something a little more with the gold, I think would be the next thing that I'd point at as going.
I do like he used the two different colors gold, like
yeah,
for the tubing on the back, and then for
yeah. And there's definitely coppers in there too, differentiating between the armor and the like, you know, the copper bits. But for the armor and like the Aquila, it almost needs a shadow, a nice shadow on some of these bits, especially the little rivets on it. Needs something extra to it, and I can tell that there's a wash on there, but it doesn't look like it has enough. It needs a little bit more blending, a little bit more to it to make it pop, and that's really difficult with a gold as is. But yeah, most of what I'm gonna pick, I'm picking on this model is seeing the mold lines, and then just adding a little bit more of the gold. Like the face is so good too. Yeah, like the eyes are really, really well set into the model itself. The blending's solid.
Yeah.
There's not a lot. Like it needs a highlight in very minor areas, and that's really what I'm gonna.
I like the base too. The base is really cool.
I like the base.
It's a little different.
I like the base. I can't really complain much about the base. I like to see a little bit more, but it feels deserty, and I like that, it's like the rocky desert.
It's like that, or it's like right on the edge of like Lake Superior.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like all those like stones and pebbles.
Yep. Yeah, I think like seeing the bones as well on the belt. They need maybe a little bit more of a highlight because they look a little washed out, similar to the piping. But you know what you think here.
Thank you. Yeah, I had more cameras. I don't know what the heck happened to them all. Let's like this. There we go. Yeah. So, Byron, I was able to take a look at it last night. Very cool model. Yeah. I mean, everything about it. Your blends are so good. They're little, you get up close and you can see there's a little bit of like, lines from the blending, but that's, I mean, that's hard to, that's hard to beat. You know what I mean? That's hard to fix. There is other sections of it that are perfect.
Well, the lines from the blending, like specifically the back of the leg on one side there is a little bit rough, but the rest of it looks really well.
Yeah. I mean, you look
really well
when
done.
you're looking dead on to the back of his shoulder blades. This is beautiful. I mean, it's perfect. Like you look at it, it's like you get to look at this thing and you see all this detail work in there, and it's not boring. It's like, I'm looking. It's 90% of it's blue. You know what I mean? But I'm not bored by it. I'm not like washed out by the blue.
Yep.
It looks great, man. But yeah, the cables from the backside definitely need the yellow cables. I thought those are gold, but I think they're just yellow with a gloss.
Yeah, they're yellow with a gloss is what it feels like.
Those could definitely use a little bit of work on them. You got in the vents. The vac vents are there. The barrel burning looks amazing. I love that. You got the little bit of purplish red. Yeah, it looks good. The belt looks awesome. Yeah, the base getting closer to it. You probably could have used a little bit something in there to fill in some of the stuff?
Yeah, that's mostly what I'm seeing is like a grout filler or something similar, where you just have that fine powder that adds that extra little layer underneath that overlayer of rocks. Because I get the idea that it's either like Lake Superior or it's a desert where you could go with that, and
it's hard to argue too because it could be like a different planet.
Yeah,
You know
well, I
what
mean that is that, but it's like where do you put it? Yeah, but you can see the gray of the base through it, and that's mostly what I'm seeing. And that's not, that's not it's a detraction, sure, but it's an easy one to remedy if you're building in from the get go on that. And rock can be really difficult to work with in that way because you have to think of all the little crevices and cracks that you're building from.
It's great. It's a great model.
This is a great model. I love it.
Super fun to look at.
Yeah.
All right. So now we got Byron's done. Josh or Sammy?
Either one. Yeah.
So here's Josh. Josh is part of the Youngbloods.
Oh, okay.
So I think we only had a couple of those. I mean, we're still going to treat it as if it was it won't get, you know what I mean, the full bore, but it will still treat it as if it's a professional model.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you all the tips and stuff, everything that we can. So.
Well, with the Youngbloods too, and we had an amateur category. No one entered into it, but whatever. The amateur category and the Youngbloods is mostly, hey, here's some criticisms. Here's some things that you can work on. Here's some techniques that you could jump on and work with, rather than doing the, hey, we're at 100, you're at 100, and then bringing it back down from there. So Josh, this thing looks cool. You did a good job. Nice colors, nice blocking in colors too. It doesn't feel like you just slapped some initial paint down and then didn't care to clean up. You definitely took your time with it, and that's definitely noted.
There may have been some amateur.
Oh, you guys just didn't.
No.
Guys just slammed everyone into the category.
I think. Well, there's a couple that are there. We started out with P and A on the backside, and with me, Ryan, and Trent doing all the entering, and it was release day yesterday.
Yeah, don't worry
I think
about
it just got to the point where it was all right, pump them in.
Yeah, we're cleaning things up and learning for next time, guys. That's part of the process. Yeah, so like the initial thing that I can say looking at the model is just you've got a really good job tightening up your colors and blocking things in so that you're not having a bunch of bleed over. You don't have red on the black and black on the red. And,
red on you.
Yeah. But like adding in some extra colors for black.
That's my wife, Sam.
Color. It's almost worse at that point.
I know, right?
It's almost worse.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like adding some colors in for on the black, especially on the cloak, because the cloak is a big part of this model.
Yeah.
So having some differentiation, adding in some blue or purple for your on the cloak and like blending it in, and that blending it in is like a glaze. You want to add it in slowly and in small bits so that you don't lose that initial black, but you want to add to it.
It's nice. There's a lot of color variation.
Yeah, there is, and I do like that the copper plays nicely against the red, which plays nicely against the black. It doesn't feel like it's garish or all over the place. It's well thought out.
Is there a base on? Is there something on the base? Or is
no. It's just a flat. It's just flat black. But I'm assuming that it's used for play. Yeah, and it's that's exciting. You get a model that you're really proud of, and you throw it on the table. You feel damn proud of it.
Oh yeah,
that's how it goes.
Absolutely. It looks good.
It looks awesome.
You're definitely on the right track.
Yep.
You got some skills. You just got to keep honing them in. Keep painting.
Yep.
A little chalky on some areas. You can see that you tried to fix. I see some highlights on the outside of the cape, the helm piece. That looks awesome. You did the book. The book looks great. I like the leather bound look to it and then the pages, you did the white. You even got inside the vents in the back. God, now I can't not see that. Now you can't not see
it, yeah. I'm sorry, Ryan.
Poor Ryan. Yeah, this looks great. like Alex was saying, there's some, you want to do a little bit of variant with the black on the cloak a little bit. But that's hard. That's hard to do. And that's good that you picked a hard model to paint.
Yep.
This isn't an easy model to paint. You know?
Well, and especially when you're working from blacks and doing multiple blacks, like leathers, it's like you have to add different variations in. So, do you do a cold black on, and adding grays and purples and blues into it? Do you add a little bit of red to kind of brighten it up a bit from a different side? Do you have a glow effect going to differentiate some of that extra stuff? So there's a lot of different ways, but black is so difficult, like white, to make it work and work well.
Black is hard to do.
Yeah, black is very hard to do. So,
but yeah, good job, Josh.
Yeah,
this looks awesome.
Nice job, man. That's excellent start to your painting career.
Next up, we got Sammy here.
Oh, okay. Oh no, what's this? Shake me.
Take it. Give it a shake there, Alex.
Give it a little shaky shake. No, I'm not that brave. I'm
Do
not
it.
brazen.
There's a
rattle in there.
There's a Tyranid head inside the Tyranid.
Nice.
So if you didn't hear that,
that's
Sammy
apt. That's apt.
Intentionally added the Maraca effect to it.
That's because it'll either never die or it'll be the first thing to die. So
it says "shake me" on it. You're looking like, did I say "shoot me"? All right.
Yeah, I thought it said "shoot me." I was gonna be like, all right. If I see that in a tournament, that's exactly what I'm going to do. The first thing I do, I'm like, I don't even care what my objective is. Now it's just kill that thing.
You're going to get shot.
Yeah.
I love the colors. The colors are great. They're refreshing on Tyranids. It's not the fleshy pinks and purples.
What I do like is that it's several different greens, but it's not all the same green, and they all work together. It's not like they're all over the place or all the same, and then it's just washed out. I do like that the greens are universal between all the models, because this is not the only model that we're going to see from Sam.
Yeah, you're going to see some models here.
Yeah. But the greens are all different, so that's cool. Also, the basing, it definitely feels like cracked earth.
Yeah,
it's got a cool vibe to it. I appreciate cleaning up the base as well.
I like the thing in nature is it's hard to replicate nature, because every time you do, you create pattern.
Yeah. And
it looks like the way he added those tufts are cool, because it gives it like an incidental nature look. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of like a pattern, but you wouldn't see that pattern in nature, so it makes it look more realistic.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of tufts. I understand that they're applicable, but I like the way that Rob used his, where sparingly and then used some static grass. And Sammy, I know you got a ton of basing stuff, so it'd be nice to see a little bit more into the base with some static grass or something a little bit different than just tufts. And I know that's way easier said than done. Well, tufts are awesome.
Tufts are awesome. Tufts also make it a lot easier to slap down something or cut them apart and size them differently. Having a uniform sizing, I think, is what really trips up a lot of people for tufts, where they're like, I don't like tufts because they're universally sized. Cutting them up can help. Adding some things on top of them, like doing PVA glue and mixing in some like PVA glue or Elmer's glue, and then mixing in like a brighter color. You can add flowers, because you can just dab it on top with like a toothpick.
Slime,
something that you can kind of add to it. Especially in this kind of environment too, you'd see dust. If you get into using some weathering powders, you can add dust really easily on. But
if you do look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the 7 models have tufts on them.
Yep.
And they're all applied in a different way, but it does break your model apart, because immediately I noticed on the Abaddon that the tufts were sparingly, and then they used static grass. So just for future, that's that's maybe a tip to kind of break up the monotony of a lot of bases. It shows your model steps apart a little bit.
Yep.
But it's great.
Yeah, and I personally like to add some extra foliage. Like I love using leaves on my bases. I think it
what
adds
do you use
nice
for leaves? Do you use green stuff cutters?
So I got a container from Green Stuff World a long time ago that I've never run out of, and it's been on like 3 armies worth of stuff. So they last forever. But their little snippers are really good, especially if you can go out in the fall and grab a bunch of leaves. I've also, much to my wife's upsetment, I've grabbed leaves that I saw that were a great color, and I baked them so I could dry them out, and then I crushed them myself, and she hated it because it made the house smell like leaves for a day and a half. So she was not happy about that. I guess it's the suffering of living with someone that's an artist. But yeah, you can do a lot of different things with leaves, with foliage and with the ground, and just going outside and looking at the ground and being like, hey, how do I replicate that?
He did get down in the crevices of the brain material on the head part, and I think it looks really cool. It looks almost glowy, maybe unintentional glowy, but it does look a little bit, have that glow. I would like to have seen a little bit more detail in the
vents.
They're
vents
of whatever it is. That would have been a little nice to see. Maybe a little bit more highlighting on the armor plating. That would have been kind of nice. I see you did. And now remember, Sammy's got 3,000 points of Tyranids, and he plays them. So it's another situation where it's like Josh probably plays his models, and it's easier to get them when you got a batch paint. You got to get them done.
Well, and it's about like what is the minimum of getting them underway. Yeah. Same with like the details on the teeth. On the eyes, some extra little bits on the little vents.
There's some highlights on the claws, which are nice. That's cool. I do like how he covered in where the miniature meets the base. That's kind of nice with the mud there. I would have liked to see maybe some like crawling, from the tail action. I mean a little bit more of breakup because you can see the organic material within there. It's the same. It's a little monotonous. You know what I mean? It shows a little bit of, but like I said, he's batch painting 3,000 points of Tyranids.
Yeah. And that, it's all about time versus whatever. So this is a good example of like putting in a model that you play and wanting some good feedback on it and seeing how it goes. Yep. Because I mean that's the only way that you're going to really learn how you match up with the rest of everyone else is put it into a competition and see how it shakes out.
Yeah, literally. You and your puns. Yeah.
I'm on fire today. Yeah. But having that said, like it's a good model, especially seeing them on the table. A ton of nids, all with that same kind of vibe. Yeah. You get lost in the the organic waste of piles and piles of bodies. So, I mean, this is a great, again, similar to Josh. It has a great starting point where it's like, okay, you can go a million different ways from here. This is a great point where you want to be. No, you're not done, but you can
keep going.
You're not close to like, oh, it's just 3 colors and he slapped it on and then he threw it on the table.
There's some love in there.
There's a good amount of love on this, So, and a lot of learning too.
Yeah.
I know my Eldar have a lot of, Eldar was my first army. And so going through and looking back at those, it's like you can see my progress as an artist and a painter, like building up to a certain point. And then you go to a different army, and it's like, oh, you did this all at the same time. Yeah. And it's like my Eldar you can see as this organic growth. And that's very similar to like what the nids are. Yeah. Because you can see in Sammy's painting, like his early stuff, and then it slowly moving up into this, into a bettering of his skill. So, yeah, it's awesome.
It's going to make a lot more sense when we start seeing some of the bigger models.
Yeah, it is. It's awesome.
Very cool.
Well, that's it for Sci-Fi Minis. Okay. We'll take a small break here. How's that sound? We'll mute ourselves. We'll put on the. Let's be back soon.
Yeah, we'll put some of these on. Actually, we can just leave some of the minis, right?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say we should reorient the camera. We'll come back, guys, and we'll have a little bit better setup so that Rob and I can keep the models on screen more. We're just going to be a little bit closer in person. A little closer. So we'll be back, guys. We're now live. Hey.
We're back.
Welcome back, everyone.
We're back. All right, let's.
All right, folks. We're back in here for business. Cool beanie weenies.
So
Cool. Hey, we got a better setup now.
we did it.
Look at that. Hooray.
All right.
We're professionals.
All right, we're back. So let's. Oh my God, was that us?
Yeah, that was us. We're a little loud.
Freaking loud.
Yeah, well, they say it's better on the stream, so we're gonna stick with it. All right, everyone. Hopefully y'all are still here and still listening.
All right. So next up, we got. So just to give everybody a heads up, we are going to take another break at 1. I have my daughter's birthday party. I am going to that.
Am I pulling Tyler? Maybe.
You totally should.
I totally should as
Yeah.
a judge.
We got
Judge.
we got a super sneak judge coming in.
This guy looks good.
this guy, they'll give credentials to anyone these days.
Yeah, this is gonna take forever if we have to wait like an hour for me to come back.
We'll be fine.
Yeah.
All
You
right.
cool with that?
Next
You
up,
want to be a judge when I leave?
we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Next up is Kelsey.
Kelsey.
Yeah.
That's okay. Alex hasn't had pants on this whole time.
Yeah, it's weird. No one's questioned it though.
No.
Oh, that's way better. Look at that.
Look at that. See, I told you we should have did this from the beginning.
Yeah, you totally did. So we got Drogon.
Kelsey, I love it.
I love these models. They're so cool.
And your paint job did wonders for it, too.
I mean, it helped. Helped a little.
It's so pretty. It's such a pretty model.
It's such a pretty model. I love the blending on the wings, the choice to do all the scales. I can't believe you did all the scales.
That's that thing we were talking about where it's like, are you going to commit and just do a bunch of work?
Yeah.
And it pays off.
Because it really does. Doing the extra work on anything really pays off and it helps.
Did she add more to them?
Yeah, she did.
Nice.
So those, it looks like those are flat areas. So adding in some freehand that really blends well. Same with defining the lines on the wings on like the you can see right there the top of the wing, like right up here. There's like nice definition of where the bone structure would be and then where the skin kind of comes off of it.
I love how she painted on here the skin like taut.
Yeah.
It's like tight skin. Yeah. It looks great.
It helps with the overall feeling of the model too to really feel organic. So it's got a nice painterly kind of feel to it.
Yeah.
As well. All the shades are all of the color shades are like blocked in. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't feel like complete fantasy, and it's not realism either, but it's got like this cool cartoonish kind of vibe to it.
It looks like body art kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, you could even if she had done a lot of like black lining on all this, you would have a nice cell shade like comic book style.
Yeah.
But the chest plating is all really well blended.
The rock itself looks great.
Yeah, the rock is super well blended. I will pick this out. The base has that nice crack going along it there, and you can see over here, and that's just gap filling. Again, that's just blending in the gap fill. The paint job itself is really good, though. I really love it. The blood effect as well. In entering in kind of the overall feeling of the model into the environment that it's sitting in, having some blood on the dragon itself would help as well to kind of tie it into the environment that it sits in. So, but I really like how it looks and how it feels overall. Again, you got your tufts in there. You got your favorite aspect of all the things is tufts. Can't get away from them.
Oh, there's more tufts in there.
Yeah.
At least these have blood on them.
Yeah.
I love blood.
Blood for the blood god.
Yeah, absolutely.
So good.
And she even got inside the wings there.
She did. However, there is a little bit of on this vein here. It's missing it along kind of the inside of that vein. You can see it.
So I would have liked to see how you did with your Space Kitty, where you shaded underneath of it. Maybe shaded in the back, on the back spinal area, shaded that down a little bit, like the shadow from the wings, maybe.
Yeah. Same with the inside of it. I do think she gets extra points on the inside of the wings here. They are actually blended, except there is on this wing on the very inside. I don't think you can see it on camera. No, it's just kind of a flat black. It doesn't have any gray or any blending in. Then there's a little bit of overpaint on that wing, and it doesn't. It might be the highlight.
Weird choice of a highlight, I guess.
Yeah, because it feels a little bit close to the vein style, but it is somewhat consistent on this side as well. But it's not. It doesn't feel like the same color, because this one feels a little more pink. Flesh, and that one feels more gray. Yeah, white or gray. So. Overall, though, the model's fantastic.
Yeah,
really
she brought it in. I was super.
Oh man, it pops! About it. It just pops. It works really well on camera too. Where a lot of models, you look at them and you're like, oh man, I wish it looked, anything close to real life when I look at it on camera. And this definitely translates well between the both. So
perfect color choices.
Oh yeah, I love it.
The colors are awesome. Yeah, definitely in love with that model.
Yeah,
very cool.
All right, Kelsey. Looks good. All right, next up, we got Sylvaneth from Tyler PB. I don't know if that's peanut butter.
Tyler Peanut Butter.
Tyler Peanut Butter. Oh, man, the color choice.
I was just going to say.
It's just so
very cool.
It just pops up. I love the use of pinks, and then it goes immediately into like this teal green. It's got this really sweet vibe between them. So I definitely like that.
You're it's like a Felucia from Star Wars almost, kind of there.
The basing, it's got a lot of tufts, but it has so much variation between them that it feels good. Also,
it's a little busy.
It's a little busy, but it kind of adds into the vibe.
Like from right there, roll back a little bit. Like right there, that looks good because it's almost like tufts of grass where they're like, okay, this peachish pink one is within the blue, but then once you start going back around, it's like it's almost kind of like, well, there's just a bunch of different stuff on the base.
Yeah, I can see that.
And I mean I'm not mad about it, but it's a little busy, you know. Looks good though.
It looks good. I mean, if you had a bunch of them, and I think there's, I don't remember if they have theirs, if there's anything more that's done by Tyler. I think there is.
Oh yeah.
With the same kind of basing.
Yep. I think this.
So
he has his. He has his unit and something else. The mini looks great. The blending on there, the pink, the light pink to the little bit of purple. It's kind of cool. It goes light pink to purple to neon pink.
Yeah.
And the tips. It's a cool gradient effect. It looks really great.
Yeah.
Even the eyes look awesome. They have that like glow to them. They look great. I do like how he used the leaves.
Mm-hmm.
That looks awesome.
Yeah, the leaves definitely pop out. They could use a little bit more highlight. They feel a little bit, in a lot of ways, a little bit flat, a little bit plasticky.
They do look plasticky. So maybe some an extra highlight would probably help make them pop. Yeah. Because right now they feel kind of flat. Well, just again plasticky, which is kind of hard to. I mean, you're working off of a plastic model, so yeah.
But some chats here. It looks like a Smallish Sam for realism. I get that. Yeah.
What's Ackley flashbacks?
Actually.
Ackley. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe it's not supposed to be. I always read it as actually.
Oh. I don't know what the heck it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Tyler looks great, man. Every time you bring something in, it looks great. You have a super creative look to it.
I think you just gotta.
Yeah, we gotta follow. Almighty Bacon.
Oh, that's Danny. That's Danny coming in from up north there.
All right, you can still make it, Danny.
Yep.
Come on down. Get on your snowmobile.
You got time. You got a 5-hour drive.
It's the 6-legged monsters from Felucia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
Very cool. The model looks great.
Yeah.
The blending looks great. Tyler, you're super freaking creative, man. I like how you step outside the box, give it those neons, the greens, the blues, orange, or the pinks. I love it.
So I'm gonna pick on the skeleton that's
it's a little
that it has.
flat.
Yeah, it's a little flat. It looks like it's just been kind of base coated and it has a wash, which helps define all the bones and all the things. But man, it just needs that extra highlight to pop.
If it's on the miniature, it's got to be done.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. It feels like this feels like it was well thought of and executed well, and then it just kind of it needs a step up a bit more. So
I see the tips. Is that like a pearlescent or something on the tips of the hands and stuff?
Yeah, it kind of does. What's that?
The claws? I guess that's what it is.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's got a pearlescent kind of glow, a pearlescent kind of feel to it.
I like that.
Cool. Yeah, I like that too. It definitely pops, especially once you get closer. You can see it a lot more.
It's a very cool model.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely love
Sylvaneth are awesome too.
Yeah, they are.
Cool.
It's hard not to enjoy them. So, Tyler, thank you so much.
Awesome, man.
All right, next up. Who do we got? We got a person. It's a person. Duergar King. I hope that they're a person.
Here we go. The little guy. The wee lad.
I'm gonna put this one down here. That way.
This is Jim Sperrier.
Yeah. I love the color choice for this. Blue, white, purple. It's just it's so good.
Yeah. The rocks are gorgeous.
Yeah, the rocks are absolutely gorgeous. The blending on is really good. I love the purple. I feel like the fur needs a bit more. If it almost has like a glossy aspect to it.
It really blends in with the shoulder pads.
Yeah.
Which would have been nice to see a little contrast between the shoulder pads and the fur.
Yeah, I do. I love the. It's gonna sound weird. I really like the boots. It's got a nice worn leather vibe to it.
I'm a huge fan of those rocks.
Yeah, those rocks really make this model.
Especially the gems, I suppose they would.
Yeah, especially the one that he's holding. It's really good. This is actually good. I want to try and get this to focus a bit. Maybe, yeah. This is a good candidate for like non-metallic metal. I feel too, where it could the crown, if it was non-metallic metal, would vibe so well with the rest of this model.
Look how this camera doesn't do anything.
It gives sense of scale, right?
Yeah, it's a tiny model.
It is a tiny model. I really like that it has a nice sense of what could be had for like a non-metallic metal, but I love that the true metal kind of pops out on this model.
Yeah.
It definitely. I don't know if it was intended. It feels glossy all over. That's kind of the vibe that I get from it. But I love the purple blends. Purple blends are so good.
This camera, it ain't lying. This is a tiny model.
Yeah.
Lot of detail went into this small model. Very cool. Those rocks are beautiful. They're like pearlescent looking, but they're not metallic, are they? They're painted like that.
Yeah.
Obviously this is not the judging round, so we're just going through, picking on the models a little bit, telling each other what we like about it, what we don't like about it, and then we're gonna get much more closer to it. I'm still like 2 feet away from this model. So if I misspeak, that's why.
Well, and Danny, to your point, the beard and coat trim are different colors, but only slightly. There's not a lot of differentiation between the two tones, so you can kind of get lost in that. Though there is a separation if you look at like right here between those 2 points, you can see that there's a difference of tone. One of them's a little more gray, and then one of them's a little more white. So, but that's just a. You can solve that kind of by highlighting. I guess the fur is a little bit more highlighted than the beard is, but
but the shoulder pads, the fur, the beard, they all kind of blend together. That would be my biggest gripe about the model would be show a little bit more contrast between everything, and you could also be like, well, that's the colors that it is. Yeah, but you can also change that, by adding a little bit extra. Great model, a lot of detail, in a little tiny guy like that. It's awesome. It's awesome to see. The snow looks great. It doesn't look too grainy from here. I mean, especially on camera, it looks really good.
Yeah.
It almost looks like beach sand. But yeah, I love it. Great model.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, next up we got another Ryan Nichols special.
Yeah.
That guy. Yeah.
That guy.
Telling you. Oh man. More of his smooth blends. More of those smooth blends.
Yeah, that's a Ryan model right there.
Model. Ryan's got those those really soft transitions, those really matte transitions. I like that he actually introduced a nice decal on the shoulder pad there too.
And talking about painstaking detail, that could have that like back right there, the cloth of the cloak, that could have been dry brushed, and that is not.
Yep.
That is individually painted squares.
Yep.
Highlighted different colors. Like that is really good.
There's also that gem in the bottom on the cloak edge that's really nice.
Yep, shows a little bit of glare on it, or you know what I mean. I love the colors.
Yeah.
The mint with the white.
Yep.
Is so complimentary. It looks great. Even the red with the pink, it looks killer, man.
Yeah, the color choices that Ryan always picks, it seems, are much more.
They're not something you'd see.
No, they're much more complimentary, and they're less contrasty, if that makes sense.
Sure.
In a way. They're toned down. They're smooth and they're toned down. the freehand on the head and the chest is phenomenal.
Yeah.
It's so good.
There's certain models you see and you're like, a lot of love and passion went into this thing. It looks great.
There's nice highlight edges on the kneecap right there.
Yeah.
And then on the foot.
Yeah.
Right there. And I really think that pops.
What's that rock say? Does that rock say something?
I'm gonna pick it up and look. I'm gonna get a little closer.
Is that basing material from the?
No.
Or did he make that?
I think that might be like an included base. Oh no, I think it's a topper.
It's cool.
It is cool.
Beautiful base.
The eyes are not yellow. No. They look to be just flat white. They don't have anything extra on them. The silver needs a bit more though, I will say.
What is that? Does the rock have words on it?
It does, but it's like a runic script.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, like the silvers could use a little extra on them, just to make them pop up a bit more than just silver. Like the gears on the chest plate feel a little washed out. The red on the red splotch on the beard, I don't know if that was intentional or not. It doesn't look exactly as clean as I would expect it to if it was intentional.
Looks great. I mean, it's box art style. It looks like it's a fantastic model.
Yeah, like I would almost want to see this as one of the examples that GW would offer.
That's
up.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
like I would see that on a box.
A lot of times I find that GW stuff is just not as.
It's all blue.
Yeah,
or red,
or gold. I mean, this is Stormcast Eternal, so it's all gold all the time.
Does he have a beard?
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah,
that looks great.
Nice
with the blood, is it blood or tribal?
No, so that's what I'm wondering. Is I'm wondering if it's a splotch because it feels a little oblong. It doesn't have like it doesn't have an exact feel, and it kind of lines up with one of the lines on the chest. So that's where I'm like, ooh, that might be a. But
there's not one on the other side.
Yeah, there's not one on the other side.
The mallets look great.
Yeah,
the Warhammers look
do. The
awesome.
Warhammers look awesome. They're nice and soft.
Yeah.
As opposed to like a garish kind of bright OSL effect, they're very soft.
Well, and they look like they've been used. Mm-hmm. Like there's definitely usage from those hammers have been crushing skulls.
Yeah. Yep.
Very cool.
Yeah, awesome mini. You definitely tell that it stands alone in its style. So, and that's just Ryan's style in general. It feels like he doesn't have. There's no weathering. There's no blood effects. There's no. There's nothing that kind of affects that. So he has to have the paint job carry all that.
Yeah,
and I think he exemplifies in that way. Danny, I would agree with you, except getting closer, like from this distance, that's what I thought too. But when you get closer to it, it definitely feels like it's just kind of an oblong mark.
Yeah, it's like touched on.
Yeah,
there.
It's like a touch point, and it almost feels dragged up. Which from a distance, I'm like, dang, that looks really cool. And then you get closer, and you're like, dang it, that looks.
The scalp tribal looks great.
So
I mean, even the white where on his tunic there on his chest. He has he did the red line work down in there, and then did the highlights over him.
Yep.
Where the ribs are of the clothing where it bunches up. It's phenomenal. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah, man, this is a phenomenal model. It looks so good.
Yeah, someone and I own a bunch of Eternals, and it makes me want to paint them.
It looks so good. I want to paint them in that color scheme.
Good. Yeah, I really like the color scheme. It's a nice soft palette, especially. So
awesome.
Cool. Well, thank you, Ryan. All right, next up is Byron.
Another Byron special.
Dem boons. Look at this guy. Big heckin' boy.
Very cool.
Oh, man.
Love the ice.
Oh, all the skulls around? Yeah.
Very cool.
It's so cool.
That is a gorgeous model.
I like, so something that I'm going to pick on right away. Well, no. There's the shoulder of this of the dragon skull. Yeah, I wish there was more in it. But like on this skull over here, there's definitely painted areas.
Yep.
And I like it. It feels too. If this is gonna sound weird, it feels a little too perfect.
Oh, okay.
Like I almost feel like it needs some nice touch points where paint kind of splattered up. So small scratch paints of that color where it would feel like it's kind of uneven. Yeah, Danny, it's too clean to be an orc kind of vibe. It's a little too rounded, if that makes sense.
I would like to see some of that paint on the dragon one too, on his shoulder.
Yeah, because especially being that he has it on his face too.
Yeah,
like compliment it. This thing's just cool.
It's a very.
I
cool
just
model.
love this model. It's so cool.
I like the skulls around the base. He's obviously used the Citadel skulls pack there.
Yep,
Really
gotta love that.
used it.
The different kinds of skulls, so they're painted a little bit differently.
I like how he used the ice is like broken up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's,
Yeah, I didn't even really notice that. That's so cool.
the shield has a really nice emblem on the back too that looks good painted.
I will admit the skin tones between his hand and his head are they're different.
His skin gets lost underneath the blue there. It looks better on camera, but when you're looking at it in person,
It does get
it really gets lost.
it kind of gets lost. Yeah, man, that shield is so cool on the back.
The metal though that he wears looks great. The blue, it's killer. Looks awesome.
I like the blue. I like the blue more than the silver.
Yeah.
The silver kind of feels a little washed out. It needs an extra highlight to just kind of jump up.
The blue looks like metal.
Yeah, it does.
Looks like
it does.
that's great. But yeah, with all the skulls and having that one skull painted, I would like to see a little bit more like they're all ornate skulls that he attached and painted himself.
Yeah, I do like that the axe on this hand is nicely painted, and it's got a nice. You can tell that the edges are very sharpened.
Yeah. It's almost stony.
Yeah, it's almost got a stone look. Though on the bottom there, I kind of wish that it had more of that edge. In that the rest of the blade has it. So like the back of that blade has it. The mid of the blade between the like where the sharpened area and where the where the heft is, it has that highlight. But on the edge of the blade, it doesn't.
I like the skull here that's painted, the colors on it. I almost would have liked to see a different color for the other skulls.
I could see that.
To kind of break it up a little bit.
Yeah, I could see that.
When you look at the model from the top, it kind of drowns it out with all that wash on that. Because you can just tell it's a wash over it, which is fine.
Yeah.
But I feel like this one, the skull that has the war paint on it, looks the best.
Yeah, and a lot of times I feel like people will stop at skulls, and there's good examples on this of it, and other examples of it not being just purely washed and then left alone. Like this skull right here is nicely highlighted. It's got a lot of good tone to it. It has its crevices and its highlight points, but like this front skull where your eye is immediately drawn to it doesn't. It doesn't have any extra highlights. It just has the paint, which I like the paint as a point where I'm looking at it as a person viewing the model, but it just needs that extra little bit, you know?
It's really hard to tell what's going on. When you look at it in person, it's hard to tell what's going on with the model itself. You just look right at the top there. You're like, all right, I see the orc head now. You see the other skulls. There's, it's almost like you're looking for stuff rather than like, oh, there it is.
Yeah. Where's your focus?
Exactly.
Where's your focal point?
The other thing is the base. I do like that the ice is broken and stuff, and I see that you painted the base blue. I would have liked to see the ice kind of cracking out of the base maybe, because it seems like he's on the ice and that's broken ice maybe around it, and then there's just one footprint with snow on it.
Yeah,
which is kind of a little different.
Well, and it depends also on what the effect is, because I don't know if an orc is going to be still long enough to have a bunch of skulls circling around him.
That's
there's
absolutely
that.
true.
So there is a sense of display. There's a sense of what is the model going for.
But the thing that takes you out is that 1 foot sitting on just a snowbank.
Yeah, I can see that,
because there's no other.
I can see that.
There's no other like symmetry with other snow on the base.
Yeah, so adding in some snow would help. Like maybe plant some a small drift. The blood effect on the blade, actually, I want to point to that. It feels incomplete. It doesn't
almost like it's smashed rather than it cut.
Yeah, and it doesn't. On the other side too, it has it. It feels more like a stain, which is fine, but it feels like it just ends.
Yeah,
it doesn't have that continuation of like it passed through something. You don't have those streaks similar to the streaks on the paint on the skull up here. You want streaks of blood that are like scratching up on the blade as if it passed over something. And you can do as easy as having a sponge with some blood effects on it and dragging it along so you get that kind of chaotic pattern, or doing a dry brush, a really long dry brush, and dragging it over that too. So there's a multitude of things that you can do to kind of help with that. And he does have it on this back blade here too, where the blood effect is there.
I love how he's carrying 3.
Yeah, he's so angry he will throw one. But like this blade doesn't have it. This blade doesn't have blood on it, so
it hasn't got its kill yet.
Yeah, I guess not. No, but like, is he also a southpaw? So that's his. Is he lefty? I appreciate that. But yeah, I really like the model overall. I think that there's some areas where you can tell that there was a little more love given than others. The wrap on this axe is awesome.
Yeah.
I will say, I love the wrap. It's so well done.
The thing is I love all the bits of it. I love the blue. I love the orc's like color, the skin color, but I don't know if the blue and the green go really well together.
There's a little bit of a contrast there where you're not getting, and that's more of like building contrast, building up that tone.
Yep.
Where you're not getting you're getting too much of one side of the color wheel.
Sure.
Rather than, you're not building contrast up. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, people. Also, there is a line, like a seam line on the skull on the head there that needs to be filled in. But Danny, I agree. The coloring on the shield is awesome.
Yeah.
Like I love that.
Like palette. I said, he all the pieces separate look awesome, and then you kind of put everything together, and it starts kind of getting like lost. You know, I mean, it's kind of cool because every time you look at it, you see something new.
Yeah.
But you're also you're struggling to see all that new stuff because there's a lot of colors that there's not a lot of complementary colors. They kind of like blend in with each other.
Yeah. So yeah, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you, Byron. I hope, a lot of times too, when we're don't take that if we're picking things apart on your model that we don't like it.
We don't like you. We like your model. We just don't. No, I'm just kidding,
Byron. But it helps because you can definitely feel the.
Oh, by the way, I believe the axe is magnetized.
Yeah, I got that feeling when I picked it up.
It moved.
Yeah, it moved. I got a little scared, but then it stayed on there. Yeah. So I was like, oh, God. No, but if we're talking about your model, it honestly is a good thing because we're able to pick things apart and give advice and thoughts. And honestly, the more that we talk about a model, sometimes the more in depth we're getting.
Like I said, your model's definitely telling a story. We're figuring it out.
Yeah.
And every time I look at Byron's model there, I'm finding something new.
Yep.
It's like you look at Kelsey's model. I know what she did. I know how it worked. Model's great.
Yep.
Byron, I'm finding little intricacies in there that I didn't see that first pass around.
Yep.
And both models are awesome models. They just tell a little different story.
Yeah. And like Ryan's model definitely has it where I look at his and I'm like, oh, I'm really attracted to the matte finish, the blending, the look and feel of the freehand, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But I look at like Byron's or even Jim's with his Dugar King, and I'm like, I'm taking things apart and trying to figure out the story that it's telling. It's not immediate, and I appreciate that too, where I want to get more involved in the telling of the story rather than just having it. Sometimes a model can hit you over the head with, oh, that's obvious.
Yep.
And then sometimes you got to really dig and you're like, oh, I really like how that looks and how this looks, and okay, I can kind of get that.
Absolutely.
And then a lot of times they're like, I was not going for any of that.
I know, right? Yeah. You're like, oh, well, that told a story to me.
Yeah, it really touched my soul. And they're like, I spent 5 minutes.
Yep, that's a lot of contrast.
At the last minute, yeah. Yeah, that's a lot of times how my weathering goes.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, man, you must have spent hours. No, I slapped 5 minutes on this thing and it was done.
I mean, a lot of time.
Yeah. But that blending took me way longer.
Yeah, right. So we got Jim here, or this is
no,
Hunter?
This is Hunter B with his Saurus Sunblood Kit Bash.
Very cool.
Which, hey, any good kit bash, if I can't tell the difference, then all the better. Immediately, the kind of the white in gray is really cool. It's a little muddled.
I would have used, some washes or something like that to get in there, even a little bit. Like how, I don't mean to like kind of use somebody else, but like how Kelsey kind of like, she painted each individual scale. Same with Ryan as well with his loincloth area there. That's what I would have did with this oh my God, Seraphon, where it would have been like in each, you can see all that detail in there. I would have did, at least something else just to break up the variation between each scale, if you will. I think those are scales.
Yeah, and I like that the kind of the white ink look that goes in.
It looks almost metallic.
Yeah, it's got a vibe, and I get that. You can tell that they aren't trying to put like a black wash or a black lining in there. They're definitely doing Hunter's doing having white in there. Yeah. And they're not trying to paint it white either, because the model overall doesn't feel white. It feels more gray or more metallic. So, but accentuating that and highlighting those scales on top is definitely what I would shoot for. In trying to accentuate the white tones between the scales and then the gray tones on top of the scales is what I would shoot for.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the model's really cool. I love that you did a kit bash. I would have cleaned up the base edge definitely around the base itself.
Yeah.
Throwing in a little bit of color variation within the skin, within his like reptilian skin there. I see what you did though. You got is it apothecary white on there maybe?
Maybe. Might be.
To give it that like grayish, which is great. It looks great. But I would have added a little bit more maybe to the hoofs to break up the whiteness between the hoof, the claw, and then the skin tone. Same with the fingers, maybe a little bit different. Definitely something with the teeth. The tongue, a little bit more detail on that.
Yeah, the tongue's cool though. I mean, it differentiates from the rest of the model, and then it's got green eyes too,
which is very cool.
Which helps make it pop. And I do like that it's almost a tricolor model. It definitely focuses on the gold and then the white, gray, and green, and that definitely pops out right away.
Yep.
The green is very emerald and very cool. It needs some extra highlights, I feel, especially coming from looking at the skin and the tones. Play with the texture that you have on the model. If you don't have to add texture, you don't necessarily need a ton of texture. You just want to have something that differentiates it from other components.
I would have maybe that helps.
Ooh, hey, a stick. I like sticks.
Right here where the hoof or the foot touches the mud, there's a crack. It's like a crack there kind of thing. I probably would have added a little bit of the basing material onto the model itself.
Yeah.
To give it like it's stepping down in the mud. This might be where he's stepping out. That's fine. But maybe do some like he just walked through. I feel like a lot of people miss that step to be like they walked through the base, well, instead of just planting on top of the base. Yep. So add those little footprints behind him to give it that feel like he's on a battlefield.
Yeah, and it feels like this model was put on the base after the mud was on. Something that a lot of people don't know is that the mud effect will actually act like a glue as it dries. Yep. So you can paint all your models and paint all your bases and then push the model onto the base and it'll glue in place. And if it ever pops off, it's really easy to glue back into that point because it already created its initial initial crater point. So you can glue into that with like a white glue really easily and then let it set. So don't feel like you have to I got to put all my basing on and then I have to wait for it to dry and then I have to super glue my model on. Yeah. Unless you're going for that look, but especially with mud, you can get away with it. Maybe something like a dustier surface or like Ryan has his or Brian has his where it's not as easy. It's not an effect material. So you can't really push into that, but
yeah. I would like to see. I'm guessing that you play with the Seraphon. Yeah. I would love to see 100 of these dudes on the table.
Oh yeah,
really cool.
100 of these dudes on the table would be awesome.
Yeah,
pushing them around. Yeah, especially some of those bigger guys would be really cool. So,
but that's where I would do a little bit more detail on the teeth, just the extremities, a little bit extra, just to kind of give it more of like a little bit more of you in there. Would probably be something like a little bit more creative. Input on like I said, the teeth, the hands, maybe a little bit on the scales, and that all comes with time. I don't know how long you've been painting, or but yeah, it looks great though.
Oddly enough, I find that Age of Sigmar models, fantasy models, are a lot easier to kit bash than 40K models.
Yeah, I could see that.
In a lot of ways, they're a little bit more forgiving in what you can add on. In like a Marine, there's not much that you can do.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
like
You're not mixing Necrons with Marines.
Yeah. But like with a Stormcast Eternal, you can add a lot.
Yeah.
You know, with Seraphim, you can add a lot. Where it's, you know, you can take other kits and add something onto it because it's like, oh, they picked it up off the battlefield, but a Marine, like, well, they wouldn't pick that up off the battlefield. It doesn't make sense. So yeah, I feel that in a lot of ways, Age of Sigmar is a lot more forgiving with it, but.
Awesome.
So
good job, Hunter.
Cool. Yeah, thank you, Hunter. That was awesome. All right, that completes our mix of fantasy singles. So we'll be right back, and after that, we will do the. Let's see here, probably unit. Let's do unit.
Okay.
I think that mixes well.
Yeah.
So. If you want to put us on mute, and we'll go grab the units, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, it looks like it.
All right.
I guess if we can hear ourselves coming through this. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, cool. All right. Shoo. First up. Gotta get my computer here.
Oh, good.
That's what I gotta do. So I brought in Kelsey Eldredge. She's one of the contestants, and she doesn't have anything in squad. So if we get to monsters, she'll have to sit out for her own model.
That will happen.
That does happen. But we're gonna have to. Rob had to run to his kid's birthday party, and I said, "What kind of commitment's that? Seriously, jeez, should skip things." All right. First up, we got Tyler with his Sylvaneth, which we're gonna get more of his Sylvaneth on this thing, and it's so cool. I'm hoping that we can fit all of them on here. But what's interesting is all the complaints that we were having about the basing for his single just melt away with with the unit, I gotta say, because some of these are really, the Sylvaneth models are so cool.
It really shows, like, it almost looks like it's on a forest floor.
Yeah. Ooh. Gotta zoom out for this. Look at those. Yeah, because everything is different. It's got a bunch of different. It definitely feels like that mossy kind of forest floor where everything's different. Everything's got a different vibe,
Right.
So, the highlighting on all of the units is really cool. There's like nice freehand on this skull here that pops.
Right. You could definitely tell the edge highlighting on the rock on the back one over there, too.
Yeah. I think you're at a different angle than me to see it, but... Oh, yeah. I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's one of the back or back ones.
Yeah, and the highlighting feels more like birch. It's not like a rich like oak or some sort of wood where it's like, oh yeah, it's just typical brown, and then you have on top of brown you have whatever. It definitely feels like it's much closer to a birch or a pine or something along those lines.
I totally agree.
I'm showing my wood knowledge. It's not strong. So there you go. But yeah, I'm definitely liking it.
I agree.
Seeing who's all watching this chat.
Is the almighty Bacon here?
Yeah, it's almighty Bacon. Yeah, it's Danny. He should have been here except for snow. The snow got him.
Them dang snow.
Them dang snows. I mean, similar to the single model that he had, the skeletons that he has on the basing or in the models themselves need just a touch more to them. They're just kind of washed out.
Right. Bring up some of the brightness on the top part of the skulls and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Some of the other details, though, that he has, like the little creatures that he has on the shoulders, all pop really nicely. They're nice matte, but they pop so nicely to him. Just declared this one the winner. Yeah, exactly.
I do like there was one of these models that have almost ruins on one of the branches that are attacking that really pops a lot more, too.
Yeah.
I think it's that back one again, too.
It's always that back one with you.
I don't know what it is.
Are you talking about...
so all along the...
Oh, yeah. It's got a nice highlight to it. It definitely pops out. It feels more forested. And Danny, I agree. Forest floor armies always... It's either there's not enough clutter in forest armies.
Right.
You need so much clutter for it. So I agree where... You almost need too much clutter than less. Otherwise, you're like, it's just a open meadow, I guess.
Well, and that's kind of with my past experiences working with that tree lord from the last painting competition is you have to make it dynamic and find a way to make it dynamic without being too cluttered or too bland.
Yeah. And you're right, Danny. It does feel like a bunch of ants walking through a forest. Like this is a nice meadow feel. There's different tones and plants and trees to it. So it feels uniform without it feeling boring. With the blending on the trees, that's not what gets me. It's the blending on all the little extra bits that need to be kind of stepped up. As a unit, it works really well, but like for this one here, you can see like the skeleton needs a bit more. The leaves are fine, but they could use a little bit extra. But then like this guy up here, this little fairy, is really well done, but it needs just a tish more.
A little bit more vibrancy to it.
Yeah, because it kind of melts into the rest of the model. It doesn't stand out as I think that they wanted it to, where you're wanting, it kind of feels a little, again, I'm using the term a lot, but washed out, where it doesn't pop up beyond just the initial matte finish that you might have.
Right.
So I don't know. It's a solid squad all together. It definitely feels uniform.
Yes, I agree.
But yeah, it's got some bits here and there where I wish that wish it had more to some areas. Danny, are the leaves all the same? On like the model itself, it feels like they're all similar. There's some different green tones to it. But having some extra little leaves, like some dead leaves or some brown leaves, because in nature nothing is fully green
right
all the time. So,
but I definitely get a summer meadow kind of vibe with this.
Yeah, absolutely. They're pissed off. It's a pissed off summer meadow, all right. I don't know. I definitely like the blending on some, especially like this front. I'm gonna zoom back out. Sorry. But especially on this front guy here, like the wood blending on it just feels so good. It feels very good. And there is differentiation between them. They're not all uniform, but they're not all, there's some extra blending that could be done to kind of make it feel, some of them feel more like wood than others. So, yeah, there's nice tribal markings on it. And Kelsey pointed that out earlier that I liked. So, yeah, it's a solid unit.
Very solid unit.
Yeah. I mean, great way to start the category.
For sure.
All right. So next up, oh no. We got to talk about Rob. It's Rob Seeley stuff. It'll be a disappointment, I'm sure. I'm sorry.
You're okay. Try to help out.
Yeah, units are always the more difficult one to move on and off whatever we're judging. So bear with us, folks.
Rar.
All right. Mr. Seeley's Blood Knights. Ugh. Spindly bits.
I love the grim dark vibe.
Oh yeah. It feels very I'm gonna pull a D&D term on it. It feels very Strahd.
Very, very
It
Strahd.
just screams Strahd.
Needs tufts.
Additional tufts are needed. Disappointed. No, the blending, I'm getting everything out of the way for these Sylvanet. They just want to grab onto all my sleeves.
They're angry.
They are angry and they are in charge of my sleeves. Let go. Leave me.
Leaf me.
No, leave. Anyway. I'm not sure what models these are. They look GW. They are definitely GW. I think they're Soulblight.
Yeah, I believe they are.
As always with Rob's stuff, he definitely has his blending down with the stippling blend going on. All the bones are so well done. The bone on the shields, the bone on the back, the blue armor against the red just pops so well.
And you can tell with the guy on the far left here has the non-metallic horn on it, and it's very well done.
Yeah, it is super well done. I'm gonna pick on this, Rob. You definitely want to have, like, it needs to be in scene. They're walking through like a muddy kind of area. You need to add a little bit of mud to the hoof to make it feel like it's actually in space. Though the basing is excellent. It's not as Robert would say, as Bert would say, it's not just tufts everywhere.
Right.
But yeah, the non-metallic metal on the chain mail, on the armor,
The mace.
yeah, it's just so good. The blending on the cloak.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I love it. Just the nice creamy to brown tone. So good. Yeah, there's not a lot on these models that I'm looking at that I'm like, man, I wish you would have done something more. Like, I mean, placing them in the universe would have been a little bit more. That would have been it on the hooves.
Right.
But beyond that,
and maybe a little bit like on the bottom cloaks of like some of these.
Yeah, add some splash.
Right. Not very much, just a little bit.
Yeah. The one thing that I'm seeing, the skin tones are awesome on the faces too. They feel dead. They feel so dead.
So dead.
So dead. The glow on the eyes on the horses, they're not all uniform. Like, this one is really out there. This one's glowing.
Right.
But then the other two don't have the same vibe
Brightness.
to it. Yeah, they're not as bright. Maybe they're just not on their caffeine pill yet. But they just don't. They're different enough where it's noticeable. There's splash on. I'm gonna get it on camera on the far one up there. Ooh, wrong way. Where I wish, like, you can see right there, that one has this really bright glow to it that the other ones don't. So you can see, it's not going to focus that well, but you can see on this one right here, there's not nearly as much glow as like the back one back there.
Right.
And that kind of gets me. It gets my goat. No, it needs to be kind of uniform, or it needs to have one of the other horses has to have it on at least one of the eyes. But it feels kind of out of place where one of them has a glow effect, but the rest of them don't. And that's really my biggest gripe. The spears are really clean.
That they are.
Like this one, this far one right here is really, really clean. I gotta zoom back out after gushing. The one on the right here is really clean, while this one is kind of not as much. And the tie point actually for this one needs to be a little bit cleaner, it feels like. I'm assuming that is that textured? Yeah, that's textured on. So
I'd be curious as to knowing if this is an older set, like Almighty Bacon mentioned, and seeing if it's one of the newer ones or one of the older ones.
I don't know. It feels like plastic. It feels like plastic. It's not heavy enough to be metal. This would kill a man if it hit you if it was metal. See, now you got me curious. Now I'm gonna have to look. Games Workshop. Give me the models. Give me them sweet. Come on, load. Yeah, sure, I'll accept cookies. Why not? They're tasty and delicious.
Nom, 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 nom.
Soul Blight Duders. Although, looking at this line, it just screams Strahd. That's all I want from it. No, it's the Blood Knights.
Okay.
They're all the new Blood Knights. So this is just 3 of the set of 5.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, the blending is excellent. I like. There's not a lot on these models that I'm looking at that I'm like, man, I wish that there was more of it. Honestly, they could stand alone, just as well as they could as a unit. So.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, excellent work, Rob. It's so easy to pick apart your stuff. You make it so easy. All right. Next up, we have a person by the name of Ryan Nickel doing his unit here of Slanesh-y stuff on a very nice base. I mean, this is top-notch quality. All of these also are stuck to the bases. They're all magnetized. So I don't want to take them too far, I don't want to grab them too far out.
I like that it looks like it's telling a story.
Yeah, it's definitely telling a story. And I think this is a warband. I think this is part and parcel to a warband. So I'm gonna zoom. I wanna zoom out for a bit and like this is a really cool freehand design. Like this is a cool decal that he put on there to really accentuate that it is a Slanesh, Tzeentch. It's a Tzeentch based warband, and I really like that. I really like that he took the time to take almost like a plinth or a display plinth and put all the models on there.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it definitely pops. So it sets it apart, especially from some of the other stuff. And I know that we have, I want to say that we have a couple. No, we have one other that's like a unit set into a basing, but it's in the. You guys will have to wait. It's in the open category. So, but yeah, like all these models are really cool. The purple blends are really nice. And the gems definitely pop. Like the gem on this back piece right here is just awesome.
I agree. You can tell on the staffing there too that the gem looks really nice.
Yeah, it's not just a flat gem where you just painted like a color down and then hit it with a gloss varnish. It definitely has like some white in there, and it definitely pops up. Same with the eye that's on that staff. It feels like it should be there. It's painted in and has that detail. So I'm trying to see the glow effect that's sitting on this base here feels a little out of place. I don't know why.
There's another one. The model up front there has another glow effect as well.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
But I feel like that could be brightened up a little bit more.
Yeah.
It seems a little too desaturated.
Yeah, it could use a little bit extra glow or at least soften the glow that's around it.
Right.
Otherwise, it just the glow effect is as bright as the. I'll tilt these up a bit. It feels just as bright as the color of the glowing thing. It doesn't feel bright enough, if that makes sense. It doesn't have the same saturated glow that you would expect for something that's that dim. I'm gonna pick on it. This like flag here feels weird.
I think it's mostly because with the flag being on a ground, it doesn't wave.
Yeah.
So it should be laying completely flat against the surface. Or if you were doing the basing, try to make it look like it's draped over something.
Yeah, draped over something would be cool. Like if it had a rock or something or a pillar that it was draped over,
right,
it would look right in place. The decal work on it though is phenomenal.
No, I agree with that.
That's just amazing. It feels uniform. Like that's what I love about this warband. It feels everything has a unique flavor, but it all feels like it's in place.
I agree.
Like I can't shake that feeling of like.
And the consistency and everything with it too.
Yeah, all the painting consistency is all there. I think the thing that kind of lets me down the most on it is the golds.
Yeah.
Like the gold trim is just a hair out of place, especially with some of the extra, some of the other blends that you have on the purples and the skins. Like the golds just don't have the same vibrancy that like the purples do.
I'm guessing they were trying to go with a non-metallic metal as well.
Maybe, but it's a metallic. Paint with some wash on it.
Right.
So, the blade. I'm going to get in a little bit closer with that. The blade right there. The lines are inconsistent on the blade itself. It's a cool looking blade, but it needs just a tish more. It doesn't have the same kind of metallic feel that like the other blade does.
Right. Not quite blended enough.
Yeah. And that also just feels like it's using the tip of the brush and trying to run a line, which can be super difficult to do.
Oh yeah.
So but it's just what pops out, especially against like that staff. In that frame there, you can see the two things right there, that staff and that blade. And there's a definitive difference between the two.
Right. I agree.
Yeah. I mean, anything you're seeing that you...
There's more pink on that model there too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see what you get with that glow effect, though.
Yeah, you could just soften or brighten it up a little bit more and soften around the edges, and it should really go a little bit further.
Yeah. I think so.
But no, a lot of these look really, really good.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Having it in scene always helps because it gives the models some detail that you wouldn't have if you didn't have, like, if they were all just standing on bases.
Right.
It would tell a story, but it wouldn't tell the whole thing, as opposed to what the entirety of this basing has, where it has some extra feel to it,
Right.
gives some space. So, yeah.
Very well done.
Yeah, I really like it. It's very cool. All right. Next up. Oh, by the way, this is titled "The Eyes of the Nine." Down. It's cool.
Get some Destiny lore in here.
Yeah, I got some.
Trials of the Nine.
That's true. Next up, we got the little sacks.
Oh boy.
These things are
Look at them.
These things are annoying. Sammy, why do you do this to me? Is this even a squad, Sammy? Would you even consider this a squad?
I was chatting with him earlier, and he's like, "Oh, squads. It's a squad, right?" I guess.
Sure. We'll go with yeah. They have the same characteristics that the other ones do.
Yeah, I agree.
Tufts. It's got tufts for days.
But he also mentioned, I was chatting with him out there. He's
Okay.
like, what do you do with a small base like that to decorate it? And I'm like, well, you could figure something out, I'm sure. You could probably sculpt stuff out of green stuff and make it look like they're coming out of like little spore tubes or something like that.
Yeah, you can definitely do that. So you can, I mean, with the basing, how it is, you can, if you're looking to add things to basing, especially like that, having the texture paint is really good. The mud paint is really good, or the mud effect stuff. But adding in some extra foliage, extra leaf litter, or beyond just tufts, having skulls, having blood effects and water effects, something to bring the eye towards whatever you're looking at, or what you're wanting to point out. So there is some of that you can play into it, beyond just having like a textured paint and then tuft. Also, like the middle one there has a lot of texture. Like this one has a lot of texture on it, but this one doesn't. Right. So there's that kind of difference too.
I've noticed that with some of Citadel's texture paints, you sometimes need to go over it twice to get at least a good, decent coverage to kind of create that atmosphere. Yeah.
Vallejo's paints don't necessarily suffer from that, but they do have their drawbacks too. So they're not nearly as varied as well. So having some extra variation in the tentacles and the claws down below would probably help differentiate the blobs.
And maybe bringing up like some highlights so that you know that there's like more than just one or two.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. You can definitely add some extra layers to this. It's a good starting point, and especially with the glow on like the sacs, the bulbs, whatever you want to call these things, the spores. Earthquake. They definitely have the potential of adding in extra highlights on top, especially with some of the armoring or the spikes. Like having some extra colors on there beyond just the greens to help accentuate it. A good gray or a good cream would help kind of bring that out. I like the green color, the greens that you've picked out, but they definitely need something to accentuate, I would say.
I think layering would be pretty good in this situation, just light glazing over and layering lighter colors to bring out some of the top parts of the spore to make it look like the light's kind of showing through.
Yeah.
A little bit more would be good.
Now, I do know that the problem with these in 40K is that they last a whole 3 seconds on the table. So it's like,
and I get that.
Yeah, how much time do you want to spend in that? But it's way better than having just black models.
Hey,
So
gotta slay that gray, as Ninjon would say.
Yep, yeah, gotta slay that gray. So, but like additions on this are you can go a million different ways, and it follows through with the zone thrope that we talked about before, for sure. Just adding that extra little bit to make it pop, or the highlighting. So, but yeah, it's good. It's good stuff. Next up, we got Plague Marine. Plague Marines. Do we got Plague Marines around? Am I missing a unit?
See any more up there?
Lunas.
Or are they on that bigger, rounder base?
No, those are Blood Angels. So, I gotta go hunting. Otherwise, next up we got Storm Vermin from Luna. Yeah. If you want to swap those out, I'm gonna go look for these Plague Marines. Those ones right there.
Did he not bring him in? Is it? They look right. Yeah. Is it?
I'm gonna go with yeah.
Okay.
Go with yeah. Good eye.
Good job.
All right. Well, there we go. I'll grab those out in a second.
Yeah.
There you go. All right. So Luna has these Storm Vermin, which are really cool. Skaven are always such a fun model to work with. Instantly, the thing that pops out to me is just the metallics. There's metallics and there's a good skin tone with them.
Very nice balance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the red, the black, the the leathers, and then like the lighter skin tones definitely pop. The reds on the tails, I feel like they need a little bit of cleanup, as well as some extra highlighting. Like a lot of the models that I'm looking at right now just need that extra little bit of highlighting on them. But yeah, I mean, overall, it's a great unit. Some parts, like right in this red here, there's some chipping. It definitely looks like the models have been used a lot, especially for play. That can be difficult because you might want to varnish your models when you use them for play, because otherwise they start to degrade after you touch them a lot or play with them a lot, and that's just part of using them for play. If you plan on doing that, you can definitely use different varnishes, different effects, but be forewarned that it can sometimes pull down the effects that you're looking for, or the finishes that you're looking for from the various paints. Personally, if you're going to use it for play, a nice technique is hit it with a gloss varnish first, because gloss varnishes are technically harder than some of the matte varnishes. Can be very soft and very fragile. And so if you hit it with the gloss varnish first, it'll seal it nicely, protect it, and then you can go over that gloss varnish with a matte varnish or a satin varnish to tone it down. what helps is if you notice that gloss is starting to show through, you know that that's an area that gets worn out really quickly, and you can reapply that matte varnish. So
Learn something new every day.
well, yeah. Some people hate to varnish their models, and they just take really good care of them, and I have no idea how they keep them so nice and pristine, but apparently I'm not that person. So
I know I'm not that way.
yeah, it's just one of those. You're like, well, however you do it, I guess. There's a lot of variations in like gloss to matte from paint. There's no basing on them. So I think that you lose a fair bit of the feeling of the miniature when you don't have basing. Because you don't know where they're at. You don't know what they're doing. So
I feel like there could be a little bit more highlighting on some of these spears.
Mm-hmm.
Just light white on some of the edges would look kind of pop them out a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Or like a brighter silver, something
Right.
along those lines. Yeah, it's kind of a flat one tone on the weapons, and even the armor has it a little bit. It looks like the armor's got a little bit of a wash on it, but
They are very well painted, though.
yeah, they're a good. This is like a good first pass, I would say, at a unit.
I would agree.
It doesn't. You're definitely getting. You're definitely getting all of the pieces, but all those pieces just need a hair more to them to make them pop up to what I'd say is where you're looking at like a really nice display unit. But units are difficult because you're going to have to
Be consistent.
yeah, be consistent across a large amount of models and have them all look really good. So, but yeah, I mean it's a great unit of Skaven for sure. Or I'm sorry, Storm Vermin. Whoa,
More toward
my foot is. I apologize. My foot is just catching everything. I'm a troublemaker in all the ways. So thank you very much, Luna. That is an excellent entry. They are well on the way. There we go. All right, so next up now we have the Plague Marines. I found a box of them.
Not to bump into too much stuff here.
Yeah, don't pull a me.
Trying my best. Can't promise anything, though.
Well, it happens.
We're human. One more. There we go.
All right, so this is Connor Paulson with his unit of Plague Marines. And let's see if we get a little bit closer in there. So right away, there's a nice contrast between the basing and the armor. I really love the orange for rust and like the patina, and then you get like purples and things on the basing with the metals. So it's not just uniform. It doesn't feel, it doesn't have like a boring just plate. It's got variation. It's got style to it. The green is very, it's very much the Death Guard style. Though looking at like this gun here, I wish there was more to it. It feels like it's a little bit more of just a flat black. So having some highlights in there, if you're going for just a black, would help. Same was like this shoulder pad right here, having some highlight in there, some shadows and highlights to it beyond just it being kind of a patina.
Right.
It feels dirty. I mean, it's definitely got that dirty vibe to it for being Death Guard, for sure. So,
I feel like on the bell, you could probably put a little bit more of the brass back on top of it just to bring that shine a little bit more. But
yeah.
not much, just a little bit.
Well, and what like about the base and what I wish was a little bit more apparent on the models themselves is a lot of the models have copper. Like from this angle, you can see a ton of copper.
Right.
But there's no patina on it.
Right.
There's no weathering feel. But the bases have it. So it has an inconsistency to it where having the patina on the copper, even a little bit, just watering it down and slapping it on in some of the areas would help kind of break up the monotony of the coppers. And same with the having the green be a little bit more highlighted, where right now it's just kind of the initial base coat and then wash on top of it. So you have that, it feels dirty, but you want it to not feel washed out dirty. You want it to be dirty because you're painting it with dirt in mind or with grime in mind, which means more directional streaking and things of that nature.
Right. And you could probably get that with some stippling in some areas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, stippling with the original base color and then like a little bit of a highlight tone, it would help set that apart really fast. But yeah, I mean, other than weathering some of or having that extra little bit of weathering on the coppers and the, just painting some of the metallics in and some of the, it doesn't feel like it's fully complete, which is kind of, even with this is really glossy. And I'm guessing it's just from the wash.
I feel you could probably also try to get a little bit of blue on some of the heel, like the bottom parts of the boots, to bring that light up too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, having some extra contrast where it's building up from the base, so
to at least sell it like they are actually in that area.
Yeah, and you can have like a patina get kicked up off of flakes of copper, or having some rust effects get kicked up on them. So don't be afraid to add that to the Mini itself to kind of sell where they sit. This is definitely one of those units that I feel like it's a great start to a unit. It has a lot of character to it where you can build up from. And I want to say there's some light conversion work in there, because I don't remember this Marine guy right here having a stance where he's holding on to a grenade like that. So some conversion work definitely helps with Death Guard, because they are very static posed, which is a big bummer because they're such a beautiful army to work with and work from. Again, this is where my gripe comes in of 40K not having enough conversion work areas that you can easily do, and why AOS really shines in that way.
Right.
So, yeah, I think it's great. It's a great starting point for me. I don't know if you have any other thoughts, Kelsey.
No, I think you were kind of hitting all the high notes there. Maybe just, again, light highlights on some of the top points, like the horn there, with a little bit of either like a bone color or something like that to kind of bring up that highlight, but still make it dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing extra little bits of dry brushing here and there really can, even with the initial color over a wash, can really separate.
Yeah.
And really make it pop without a lot of extra work. So that, yeah, I'd agree. I would agree.
Cool.
That's where it goes. All right, next up, we have our last unit for today, which is the, let's see here, the Saurus Knights from Hunter. Yeah, those guys. Dim guys.
Dino Riders. Oh. Video stopped.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Probably bumped it.
I probably bumped it. I'm sorry, folks.
I bumped it. Or is the battery dead?
I'm hoping the battery's not dead. Oh, battery's dead.
Uh-oh.
All right, we're gonna have to take a break. Looks like to let this battery charge here, and then we'll be back to complete the unit. But we'll probably take a light lunch break here and be back, say, in a half an hour at about 2:20 or so.
Sounds good to me.
Go about that. Cool. All right, guys, we'll see you in a bit. We'll stop the stream and we'll kick this thing back off soon. Take care. maybe? Well, the camera's still. All right. Hey, we're back. Yeah, it sounds like. All right. Welcome back to today's stream. Sorry about the sudden and rapid departure of our battery for the camera. But we got a bit of more of a charge, and we were able to get things kind of hashed out. So we're going to finish off our unit here with the... Oh, where was it? They were the Sark Knights or Saras Knights.
If so.
Yeah. So starting back off, they are, it's definitely like a good starting spot for these models. And again, with the single guy before, it does feel like they are kind of well planned. And the execution is starting to get there, but they need more work, and especially when there's no basing on it. So they're kind of unfinished in that way. I kind of want to treat this like an amateur category one, just because it's not quite finished, but they're most of the way there.
Yeah, they're getting the basics down.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like the blue tones are really cool. And I like that there's multiple different blues. Like there's a different blue between this and this and this. And you can tell from like this one, or where was it? Yeah, like a few of these are nicely dry brushed, but then like this one has the base coat of skin that's just getting going.
Right.
And that, there's a beginning to the process that I like for that.
Well, and you can see that they're paying attention to detail on the actual writable characters too, where they're bringing out more of the scales on the top layer rather than the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do like that, where, highlighting and building up those tones, those colors. Like this guy's a two-tone even between the scales and the actual skin tones.
Giving them a uniqueness to them.
Yeah, and I like that. It's definitely the beginnings of an army, beginnings of a force, rather than it being a finished product.
Right.
So, yeah, I really like where this is going, but more work is needed on these. I think this was Connor, if I remember correctly.
I think
this
so.
was Connor, yeah. So a great start to this, Connor. But just some more work and some more effort, especially matching to the other guy that you have. It'll be a fantastic looking army.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna move into probably the more the biggins one, and we'll probably have to zoom out for this because it'll be crazy for the Titanics. So we have 5 entries into Titanic, and they get big. So. Let's get this show on the road. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, it's a big heckin' boy. Oof. There we go.
Big.
Big baby. Look at that. All right. So this is Sammy's. So this is Sammy's Hordon, Behemothon, something or other. He named it all funky weird, just to be silly. But it is a big chunk, for sure. Yeah, Danny, right? The Forge World Nid models are so cool. He's also got a Biotitan here too, so we get to look at that later in the open category. So something to look forward to. Yeah, the base is actually just got tufts, and this actually, so it's funny. Sammy did more with the base here. I'm gonna zoom in, hopefully. He did more with the base to give it more foliage. So if we wrong direction, if we zoom in there, you can see that there's a nice amount of foliage on the base itself that really sells scale nicely. So there's not like this lack of just having tufts and then trying to have the texture paint kind of carry it the way through. So I mean that's really cool. So nice job on that, Sammy. So you just got to add some leaf litter to everything else.
What would even be cool is if you could figure out a way to make leaves kind of fall up, like it's being gusted away from wings.
Yeah, and you see that brings up an interesting point of like, how do you do that?
Right.
And you can, I mean, you could do it with like grass. You could try and like link together some grass or like have some, I don't know.
You could do UV resin too.
You could do UV resin, yeah. Yeah, absolutely could. So feels more full while using really only 4 contrasts of it. Yeah, I would agree. And it keeps with the same kind of vibe of the greens. The same standard greens that he uses across all those other nids, but this one just feels that much more full, especially with some of the details like the teeth.
Right.
The teeth especially have a lot of detail around them. That's really awesome. So I kind of wish that there was more on the blades and more on the teeth, because it's you know, it's several greens for sure, but there's also like you can just add so much more to it. I do like the gray green in this way. That just adds so much more tone to it. So, and he didn't skip any of the little pocks or little marks that could be missed by just hitting it with a brush and being like, oh, it's good. No need to do anything more with it. So there's definitely that aspect as well.
For sure.
Let's see about dropping this. There we go. Hey, look. Let there be light. So, it's just a big model. It really is. Similar to the rest of his things that he has for his nids, yeah, you can straight up ruin brushes just by touching things with trying to get into all the crevices. That's where the benefit of like an airbrush helps. But again, that's an airbrush versus a brush, and sometimes you just got to have crappy brushes that you can just sacrifice to the cause.
Right. I know I sacrificed quite a few with my monster category that we'll see later.
Yeah, that always helps. The one thing that I like is that you did do the green stuff work and like to merge in here. You can smooth it out a bit more, and something that I learned off of a pro, like a person that actually does a lot of sculpt work, Peter Soderbergh. He actually said that doing green stuff work is a lot of removal. Add a lot and then remove, and then add a lot and then remove. And so it was interesting to note that, because it kind of changed my ideal on how do I approach green stuff. And it's always like, oh, I need it to be perfect. But he was like, no, just have a lot and then take it back pack off. And so like on these little sections where you have the the joint points, smoothing them out and adding texture to them, cutting into them, cutting back a lot of that too, can help sell the model as being part of the model without it being distracting from the paint job, which I actually like that you painted it correctly. You actually have it where the armor piece matches up with the green here, and then the kind of gray green down below matches that color too. So it's not like you skimped on that. You really did put in the effort and time into making that work. So, and then there is a nice amount of dry brushing of like the yellow on top of the weapon.
Yeah, you can see the texture of the weapon on
you
the
can.
arm.
Yeah.
Which is very nice.
Yeah, no, it's excellent work. I would say, if you want to bring this up to kind of the next level kind of stuff, you definitely want to paint in the little vents, add in the little bits of detail on the vents that are all over. You can make the venom sac a little bit of a different color so that you have some variation, something pops out. Green works well with like something contrasting like a purple or a yellow. You can really easily make it pop. With those kind of contrasting colors, but also just maybe a blue, accentuate more on these on the kind of gray green that you have up here and the gray blue, and kind of go towards a blue spectrum as well could help. Mm-hmm. So yeah, just some things that you could add.
A little bit of edge highlighting too wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, a little.
But there's there's also a lot of edge highlighting.
There's a lot of edge highlighting. Yeah. You can probably get away with a lot of dry brushing on this actually.
I agree.
And you probably already have, to be honest. But there are. I noticed there's like no eyes on this thing.
Yeah, it's like a blind dragon.
That's creepy. I love it. That's such a cool model. But yeah, I mean, just those little bits of like on the vent work. Really could do a lot. Could have done one with white underneath it. Yeah, toxic sex. Yeah, and adding a glow effect could do a lot. But I will applaud you for taking. There's eyes on it.
Find them.
Kind of creepy thing is this? Freaking magic, man. Maybe it doesn't look like it. I don't know. That's the best I can say. Yeah, that's the best I can say it is. Like adding some eyes on it would be really cool. Otherwise, leave it as not, because that's kind of creepy. Otherwise, I'd say. But yeah, being that you've been, and I will applaud you for using like 4 different kinds of green and having them not all clash and not all feel the same.
Right.
Like props to that, because using the same palette. This is a good exercise in like using the same color palette across the board and making it work, which is very difficult to do, I would say. I don't risk that. I'm not crazy like that. No, but this is a great model.
Yeah.
So I love it. It's very cool.
Always fun to see big models like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my bread and butter is knights, so I love a big model, but yeah, so it's also dangerous because you can hide a lot of detail in it, but it also requires a lot of detail on it. So there's that. So I'm gonna put this one away because it's just that freaking big, and then Kelsey can move up with a different model.
Yeah. Do the Marble Knight. See how this goes.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right. So Bobby is up, and it's a nice Castellan. Now, what I don't know if Bobby actually knows is that my bread and butter is knights. So my like professional eye is towards knights. I've painted like 50 of these things, and it terrifies me every time. So as I've mentioned to Bobby before, the marble is so good, and he described it to me exactly how I would describe it to him, and that's taking like a dryer sheet or I think he used a baby wipe that he dried out, and then you kind of tear at it, and then you airbrush over it when you put it over the surface. So you put the dark color down initially, and then you airbrush the lighter color on top of it. Now, as I described to him too, you need to really sell the marble look, you need to add veins to it, and that's something that you do via brush afterwards. But like on this knee pad up here, this shin guard or whatever you want to call it, has a lot of that, and it has that that extra vibe that really sells that marble look, because you can tell on here it's got those little extra bits. So, and that really sells the marble rather than just feeling like it's kind of a soft blend. So adding some extra lines there. I'm hard to hear. That's a terrifying thought. I can't believe that. Y'all are crazy. Raise up the microphone here. Or did my volume get jacked up?
I don't think you did.
Yeah, well. Oof. All right. Well, I hope that's better. So looking at the model overall, there are seam lines that pop up that need to be filled in and cleaned up. So like on the gun itself, it has seam lines that really need to be cleaned up. The gold needs to be tightened up. So there's a lot of edges on the armor paneling for the trim that just don't. They're really easy to miss, especially with gold, especially with the metallic. And sometimes you have to go back and clean them up. A tip that you can do to try and get around that is using like a black lining to go around the inside of the armor panel. So something like this for over, some over brushing. But I love that the details on this thing are actually well done. Like there's a little cabling in here that he actually painted and worked off of.
And they got the glow effect on there too.
Yeah, the glow effect is really nice. It's not overblown either, which is nice. Though, so here's the thing about OSL. So OSL, if you have this glow effect going on and you have the brightest points on there, that's where the glow is coming from. Is the glow coming from the coils or inside the coils? So there's a question for that.
Right.
But we'll say that it's on top of the coils. There's no, to really give a nice OSL effect where it's just beyond the gun, because you want to have it beyond the gun. It's supposed to be an effect.
Right.
It's like you should have glow up here. You should have a soft glow over here. You should have a soft glow like here. And like along some of these barrels and some of this area where it should be reflecting some light, even on the face a little bit. You want to have a little bit of soft glow. Right. And that doesn't need to be a lot. It can be a glaze or a soft dry brush or something along those lines of a dimmer blue, in this case, a blue. But that sells the effect of it glowing and exuding light. Right. Because, you need to have that. Now, that's a really advanced technique for that, for OSL, because this is awesome. Like, this looks really good. But having that extra layer, that extra set, really sells that feeling. When you look at it, you don't get that, oh, it's just painted. You want it to look at it and you go, oh, it's glowing. Right. That should be the initial thought process, because it looks more natural that way. Well,
and good tricks and tips to learn how to do lighting with that would be just even turning the lights off in your own house and having a special light, and then trying to put another light on where you want your glow effect to be, so you can see where everything hits, and then take a picture of that.
Yeah. I'm going to stand because sitting's getting weird.
They are big bottles too.
Yeah. Let's see if that works. Okay. So, like I said, there's seam lines and things where you need to fill in, which can be just trimming some extra sprue bits off, sanding, making sure that everything works, kind of comes together, especially after you glue something together. Sanding it afterwards, especially if it's a barrel, helps kind of get rid of that seam line. It'll even out the plastic and kind of have the plastic fill in that area. Drilling out gun barrels is important on these. Drilling out's important. I will say I love the base. The base is really good. Cork is a very flexible material when it comes to its capabilities on a model. I will say that you'll probably want to try and, especially with like the walls or something, make it feel less cork-like. And sometimes you can get away by gap filling or using some PVA glue or something like that to fill in some of the cracks so it doesn't feel just like cork. But I do love the multiple flocking on it and the different colors. It feels natural.
Right.
It feels more like it's been worn in. So, yeah. Yeah, and you're right. I think that's Sammy, Toaster Toucher. I think that you're right. His paint jobs always feel like his paint jobs. Like having that overbrushed feel is definitely his style. And that's not necessarily a bad thing either. It's a stylistic choice. I know that everyone has their own stylistic choice when it comes to their own style of paint. And having that is not a bad thing. It's a really good thing, actually. So it shocked me the first time that I had someone go, "Oh, is that an Alex Hunt Knight?" to someone else. And I was like, "Oh, geez." Because, "Oh, I'd recognize that anywhere. That's an Alex Hunt Knight." I'm like, since when? I just paint things.
Right.
I don't know. You don't necessarily know that you have a style until someone points it out either. So don't take that as a bad thing, Bobby.
I also like the burn marks on top here too.
Though I will say, if you're going to continue that on, make sure that you do it on top of the points
Right.
where you're spewing smoke out of. So be cognizant of where things are going, coming from and going to. There is like a seam line right here that he filled in, and I want to say on the other side he didn't fill it in.
Yeah, you can tell right there.
Yeah. So evening that out. And I don't even remember, see, it's been a while since I built my Castellan, whether or not it actually has a, if it's supposed to be a separation of a seam line or not. Yeah, and on the front he doesn't fill in those seam lines because they're more like divots.
Right.
Yeah. That's an interesting choice for it, though.
Yeah, sure.
But, yeah, I love the color tones.
Yes.
So good.
Agree.
So good. So, I don't know. Do you have anything else?
The only
With
other
it?
thing that I could probably point out is it looks like this one wasn't as blended as well as the rest of the model.
Yeah.
But
It's a little, get in there. It's a little more like sharp, a little less soft.
Right.
It doesn't have those nice transition lines for it. So,
it's the only big thing that I've really noticed.
yeah. And so I will say for Bobby, this is a nice point to be at because it solves a lot of the big problems, and now it's all small detail work.
Right.
So you can either do it, if you want to have that extra level of detail to really make it set it apart, or you can leave it here and just have it be a very nice tabletop quality model.
Right.
So
I agree.
yeah. Well, thank you, Bobby. Let's see here. Next up, I'll put this back in the case, I suppose. Who do we got on the docket today?
Ooh. Some tough choices here. Nurglin.
They see your Nurglin.
Yeah. Nurgle.
Ooh. The Chonkers.
Yep.
A big heckin' boy. So this is Jacob
Yep.
with his greater unclean one, which is definitely great and unclean. Okay. Hey, Jacob. All right, so from the start, the base is just top notch. Super cool.
Screams Nurgle.
Oh, yeah, just screams disgustingly oozy. The bubbles really are solid. I love the bubbles. They definitely give a nice amount of like 3D feel to the base. If you wanted to kind of exemplify with the selling that 3D kind of slime look too. You can add some particulates inside of it, having some tufts, or I'm going to say tufts, but like reeds.
Right.
You know, a disgusting tree limb that's poking out of it to feel like it's how much depth does it have with it?
Or a floating skull would be pretty cool too.
Yeah, or a floating skeleton, some dude floating in there being gross and
Right.
being eaten alive by this gross slime. So there is that. But the base itself is really cool. I also like that it actually has a drip.
Yeah.
That's a nice touch. The skin is really uniform, and it feels like it's just got an initial base color and then wash on top of it. And I'm guessing that's kind of with the rest of the yellows and reds, which is a good space to be in because it allows for you to do highlighting. And
Right.
highlighting on this guy is
It's going to take a time.
It's going to take a time, but man, it's going to be fun. There's so much good detail on this, on the Greater Unclean ones, that you can just add in.
And look at him. Look at how he has that nice smile.
Mm-hmm. He's a friendly guy. He just loves everyone. But like, you know, the horns are well started, and then you can add some highlighting in. A lot of the model that I just look at says it just needs some extra highlighting. It doesn't necessarily need any sort of extra work on cleanup of the model itself.
I agree.
But like with Nurgle, the pustules are really cool because you can add a nice purple. You can add like purple around it and red to indicate like a sore,
Right.
You know, it's soreness, and then having the yellow pustule and then adding a little bit of white on top of it to like make it look very 3D and popping out. With the reds, the same thing. You can add, you know, it's got a nice blood effect on this, but you can have oozing off of it. And actually, what would be really cool is if it had you're dripping blood into the slime.
That would be pretty cool.
And having it sit there would be really awesome. But like highlighting on the metals and adding like rust, you know, patina on them, especially in the copper bits on the sword, like having a nice patina on there,
Right.
would be really awesome. And you kind of started that with I'm guessing it's some Agrix Earthshade on the blade itself.
Kind of looks like
So,
that.
Yeah, but it's a excellent start. Oh, something that I will say about the patina, less is more, because that stuff can be really strong.
Right.
And so a lot of times what I'll do is I'll water mine down like half and half, and then I'll have a paper towel nearby. I'll apply it, wait like 3 seconds, and then dab it all off, and try and get it to be almost clean. So
Not perfectly clean, but
no,
almost clean.
no, and there it's funny. I watched a video from Adam Savage, who is in a previous lifetime, part of his job was working at ILM building minis.
Right.
And listening to him talk about how to build and paint and weather minis is extraordinarily interesting. I would encourage any of us to actually go and watch him talk about it. But what I learned was take something, if it's new, take something and you want to make it look weathered. He goes, take it, put a bunch of gunk on it, just dirty it up, and then clean it off. You'll never get something perfectly clean ever again. Dirty it, clean it. Dirty it, clean. And do that as many times as you want until it has a nice effect on it, but you will always have some residual amount of dirtiness on that thing. And in his case, he was dirtying up and like an airsoft gun that he was using for a prop. And it was really interesting because I did that the next time that I worked on a model, was I dirtied it up and then I tried and clean it off. And it just worked. It looked natural, looked real, and I was like, wow, this is amazing piece of advice. So yeah, put a ton of dirt on something and then clean it off. It'll work every time. So same thing with patina. You don't want to, less is more. You don't necessarily want to go wild on it.
Right.
So, but yeah, that's where I'd sit on this. I think it's a great starting point. It's a nice middle point right now. Just needs a good amount of highlights on it to really sell it nicely.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Jacob. We'll move on to, what do we want to do? I got two people that really want to see this, and that's Seeley, because I love to pick apart his Atropos, and then Obi, John Obi has his Archeon. So 1 second. All right. This is Rob Seeley's Atropos, which is it's ultimately my favorite Imperial Knight sculpt. This is my absolute favorite one. I love the model. I love the rules. I love playing it. It's horrible for efficiency right now in the game, but I love playing it just because it looks damn cool. Yeah, right away, Rob tells a story with the base. He really sells a midst of a battle, because the Atropos, for those that don't know, is like a Titan killer. It's a vehicle hunter. And so it goes around and just runs around and just murders vehicles. And so he did a good job of kind of selling the inside of this Chimera tank, and like dudes laying on the ground and having a bunch of, I'll get in there, and
People hiding out.
People hiding out in the middle of it, yeah, trying to avoid getting caught with this thing. So, I mean, it's such a... I'm just going to move it for the base, because the base is so dynamic and getting washed out to no tomorrow. Holy crap. Balance. There we go. But it's got a lot of... It's got so much interesting detail on just the base. Though, to pick on it... it needs extra details on the tank. And I know that this isn't the focus point of the model itself, but like this little bit right here needs some color. The bit back here could use some color too, where, while it's in the field, and it's not the focus point of this model, because the focus point should be the model itself. It's definitely a focus of the basing, where it's in world. So you want it to be
just
part of
as
that world.
dynamic.
Yeah, you want it to be just as dynamic. You want to sell it just as part of the model, because the basing is only half the model. So there's that.
I get such a Titanfall vibe from looking at this.
Yeah, you definitely do. So I'm going to widen it out. Widen it out a bit more. So there's a lot of little details on this thing too that really sell it as a cool model. If I can move this flipping camera, there we go. So like he's got a ton of good freehand on it, all over the place. Decals all over this thing that are really, really well done. And I will bring it in, because I think you lose a bit of it on camera. So you get a lot of these little decals all over the place on this thing. So it's a really cool feeling model that has a lot of freehand and a lot of decals.
And with all the weathering on it too.
Yeah, and it's not overdone weathering, which I appreciate. There's like little streaks of things and then scratches that he's accentuated, but nothing that is overdone. And I'll be the first to admit that I've well overdone weathering, and it's easy to add more. It's really hard to take back. So
one thing that I'd notice is it seems like there's a lot of OSL on here on this gun barrel, but there's not much in the inside of this either.
Yeah, and then on the inside of these like pedals, there's no OSL, but there is OSL like on this gun area.
Right
there. Also, I will point out, this dude is all custom.
Yeah.
He's a AdMech guy that's ripped apart and then chained to the top of the shoulder pad. There's all these little spikes all over the place on it. There's little spike things down here that he's got extra on the chest plate. There's all these little spikes in there. So it's really well done to add those little details. So I just wanted to add that before we moved on.
I agree.
Yeah, it's cool. But yeah, I see what you mean, where it's like the OSL is just missing. It on the other side, and even on this area right here, there's OSL.
Right.
But there's not on the actual inside of this.
Right.
The same with like this energy thing back here, the reactor. It has like an OSL effect to it, which is awesome. It really sells it.
Right.
But it doesn't have it on that one gun. We're just gonna come back to that one gun that we're just gonna pick on the entire time. Just gonna give it, yeah. So you can kind of see where he's got that glow effect for that blue. And then there's a nice amount of like weathering on the actual metal. So there's like dripping decay over here and on the piping and whatever.
Rust and all that stuff.
Yeah. I will say he didn't paint these tubes on there, and these tubes too, tubles. So, but I mean, and having some differentiation between the metal right here and like the toe beans, the toes, and like the actual metal on the rest of the model itself, it needs a little bit more differentiation, I think, between, even if you did like a rust effect to kind of indicate that it's been worn or used, or having like a shine to it as well, for it being well worn would help sell it. But
I agree.
yeah.
Overall, a really wonderful piece.
Oh no, it's awesome. It looks fantastic. Seeing this on the battlefield is really fun. So, but yeah, there's just some small things where it needs that extra little push to be, that just gets a little bit picked apart. But overall, it's such a cool looking model that has such a dynamic feel to it. Oh yeah, there's even like little glows up here, and then in the eyes that are a different color. I'm gonna see if I can capture that. Yeah, so you can see how it has like different eyes, different colored eyes, and different vibrancies in there too that help. So, yeah, amazing model.
Very good.
So, yeah, cool. Next up, we got Obi, which I think. Okay. Obi, your name threw me off, man. Your name threw me off.
Trust you with that.
Ooh.
Better than I trust myself with it.
So I don't know if Kelsey you followed John painting this model in the Discord channel that we have, but he has been bragging about this thing for a while.
I can understand why.
Yeah, it's so cool. I love this sculpt. It's probably one of the better ones that GW has ever come out with. It's so dynamic, so moving. It's so well built. And John does it justice for sure. So this is the first time that I've gotten to see this model too. Like it's
in
finished
person?
product. Yeah, in person, and I think in its finished product. I know that I've painted one of these in the past, and I want to paint another one for myself because it's so good. I will let chat know that initially I thought there was no base, but there is basing. It's a very, very faint kind of like
lava magma flow kind of thing
with like crackly paint on it. So it definitely has that going for it. So
can see if I can get a little bit better of a view with this camera.
That one's just hard to manage with it.
Try not to get in the other camera.
Yeah. Hopefully you guys can see that. But it's such a fun model. There's so many good details that play in it. Yeah, there's no tufts on this thing. It's tier trash. I can't even believe that you would submit this, John. I just can't believe it. No tufts.
It's so well done, though. Just she show the depth and vibrancy in all the different colors of each and every individual head, and you make the black not look black.
Yep. For sure. There's like some points I would point out is like the blending between the lighter of the tan color. I think other than this one spot, is super well done.
Yes.
It blends so well and so nicely, like up here and into the gray black. On the chest area it does it too. The legs and whatever. I will say the one thing that caught my eye was this hoof. So like the tonal difference between the hoof and on this too, it looks really good on the claws, but like on the hooves, it really does kind of pop out in that way.
I know I got popped out on this one too.
Yeah, these two. So these larger claws have it where it if you had the kind of this less stepped blend, or you'd have more blending on the steps between rather than just kind of a stark suddenness. I think it would be better, but that's a minor nitpick as opposed to the rest of the model itself. You have all of the gods. I don't know, you can see it really well on this.
Try to do this too.
Yeah, so he has all of the god colors on the shield that are all separated. So they're all really like nice and defined, and there's a nice glow to them. The hair and weapon and like the bottom of it are glow. They really feel like they're on fire. So that's super cool.
You can definitely tell that it was meant to be a centerpiece.
Oh yeah.
So well done.
Yeah. If it's going to be a centerpiece though, John, I would definitely say and encourage you to add more to the base. So
I would agree.
I'm going to pick on the base a little bit. You got to add more to the base to really sell this as like, holy shit, you dropped this on us. Wow, this looks awesome. So, just something to think about there. So
good.
But there are some. So on this wing, it's nicely blended between the wash and then like the initial color and then the highlight. And then on this wing, it's less so. So it needs just a hair more of like cleanup on those little ridge lines in there. But like then you get into over here on the back with the black gray, and it's just so well built. It's so well done. All the little muscular areas definitely have the highlights that I would want to see. It pop out.
So good.
So, yeah. I mean, just such a pleasure to look at.
I know another thing that might just be me being a little like additional thing. Maybe do a little bit of burnt singe on the edge of the cape.
That could be really difficult, though.
I agree.
Actually making it look selling instead of just looking dirty would be really hard to do. But if you could pull it off, ooh, that'd look so cool. Yeah, that's. And additionally with the highlighting that's on the cloak, you could make it look a little more worn. Like add some texture to it, have some spare worn lines near the edge of the cloak, so it looks more frayed, looks more pulled away. And you can do that with a lighter color, even blending up from your darker color. So, yeah, John, I'm nitpicking you. It's good. It's good stuff.
It is very good.
It's horrible. How dare you? So yeah, I mean, overall the golds look really excellent. The skin tone on the actual mount itself looks awesome. All the flames feel really cool, though there is a departure from the flames down here, the flames in kind of these areas, and then his sword. Mm-hmm. Because I want his sword to have some of that black tinge to it to look like it's molten, because it feels like it's everywhere else on the model.
Right.
Excuse me. So if you have it on everywhere else on the model, I kind of want it to be on that sword as well. That'd be the biggest thing that I'm looking at. Like, yeah, it could add some extra flavor to it. But
yeah, it's a gorgeous model.
Yeah, but then no tufts. You just don't got any tufts on it. Just jeez.
Put some scorched tufts on there,
Scorched tufts. Have some class, John. Come on. No, John's a good guy. He's a good friend, and I love to pick on him. So, all right, that ends it for the Titanic category. So we will. I think that I removed a picture that we were supposed to use. So this is all going to be. You guys are going to see all the behind the scenes picturing. So give us just a moment, and we will be back with the vehicle and monster category. So 1 second. What was the? What's the? All right. Well,
All right.
America.
America.
We couldn't find the other picture, so I apologize. We're horrible people. All right.
We're back.
This is the vehicle monster category, and it's starting off strong
Very cool.
with some Sammy action.
All right.
So these are kind of between a
We like to say betwixt.
betwixt. Okay, I'm sorry. But it's between kind of sizes there. So yeah, 4 out of 5. Thank you, thank you, Sammy. We're just gonna review his whole damn army. That's how it's gonna go. We'll just do the whole thing. I really want to be able to stand up.
I know.
Come on. Maybe this time will be I really hope the screeching can't be heard.
It definitely can.
Oh, of course it can. That's awesome. I love it.
That was the identical paint job the 4th time around.
And next.
Looking great.
You know though, consistency is key, and you're crushing the consistency. So, like I've been saying that throughout all the rest of these models. Like, you're very consistent with the models, the paint jobs, how they're painted. In what way that they're painted. They're all consistent. Though I will say, keeping from the Hero Duel, your leaf litter is back, and I love the leaf litter.
Yeah.
You really oh, by the way, just want to mention, Kelsey had to step out because she actually has a model in this category, and Rob got back in, so that was a really good time.
We had a battle to the death. I won.
Yeah. Kelsey is no more. Long live Bert.
Let's just say we have a couple pots of blood for the blood god now.
In stores now.
That was the American flag before. We're at half mast for Kelsey.
Yeah, there you go. Ooh, dang.
Oh, thanks, Jake.
Getting thrown off.
Did you guys already, you already took care of Jake's?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
voting hasn't happened yet, Jake.
Oof. You're voting?
I'm gonna.
Oh, shit.
All right. You're in trouble now, Jake.
Yeah. I mean,
Just Jake's, though.
yeah, just Jake's. I'm gonna repeat exactly what I said last time. It looks awesome.
Yeah.
It needs some extra little details in the vents and whatnot. Having 4 different greens is very difficult to do, and actually crushing it is awesome.
The base looks great, though.
Yeah, the base looks great, and having the rocks on here really helps sell it, along
Yeah.
with the leaf litter. Tufts are the point of contention for today, and if you don't have tufts, you don't win.
That's true.
That's true.
Yeah,
100%
yeah.
of the time.
So if you have
of the
any icy bases or
Yeah,
anything like
yeah,
that,
not
like
even-
you're out.
No, that lava base, not even close. But overall, I think, Sammy, if you went back to the rest of your army and just had some extra little PVA glue and added the leaf litter, I think it would really set up the model to, all the models to feel very uniform in that way, and add an extra characteristic that you don't have without it.
You know what you don't see that often is base material on the miniatures. You know what I mean? Like
And-
snow on top of a miniature that's on a snow base.
So
or
I
leaf
can-
litter on top of those guys.
Yeah, and I can say that it's very difficult to do without it feeling just placed on there. To make it actually feel natural is very difficult to do.
Yeah.
Like doing snow on a cloak, it seems like it should be easy.
Yeah.
It's nothing close to that. So it takes practice and time. Same with actually, so something that we didn't get with the Hero Duel, but Herodon. There's so many names for
These names
kids.
are ridiculous.
Yeah.
I like the Maraca. That was the only one.
The Maraca zoanthrope, it doesn't feel like it's part of the basing because it's standing on top of it. It's not sunk into it, and it does feel like mud. So having mud and making it feel like it's part of the actual model itself, you might want to actually step it in or take some of the mud and apply it with a brush. You can water, like if this is the Vallejo stuff, you can actually water it down with a little bit of water and actually slap it on really nicely. They also sell bottles of like splash mud that you can put on there too. So,
Looks great. I think that's the best base for Sammy so far.
and it's amusing. This is just becoming Sammy gets to show off his army.
Yeah.
The stream. So thank you, Sammy.
But it's the same stuff as the other miniatures. It's like there's a little bit more that could go into some of it. But other than that, I love the paint scheme because it's refreshing.
Yeah, and I will say that overall, it all of these models feel uniform, but they all have their own style and feel to them, and it doesn't get lost on to see that. So as much as we're making fun of that, it's also really cool to see. You've definitely stepped up from like when we were looking at the zoanthrope and the spores. There's a definite difference between those and this. That there's a definite organic growth that's definitely happened. So I can see that and appreciate that. So, all right, you want to set us up with the next one? I'll take this back to the case and smash it.
Yeah. Smash or pass. All right. So the next one we're gonna do is the oh my god, I can't remember what. No. Oh, whoops. Where's the
Leave them off.
Where's the ticket?
It is Rob Seeley's. We've been leaving it off because it just gets in the way.
Oh yeah. What the heck? Creature Caster.
No, it's
Yeah.
okay.
It's Creature
So
Caster.
okay.
I have that model. It's super cool model.
Yeah.
I love this. I love because it's Creature Caster's version of the Nurgle Demon Prince.
And again, this is Rob's, so you can definitely tell like his style. His style is written all over this thing.
Yeah.
The blade being really gross and non-metallic metal on it. You can see that the basing is well done. He's got an entire Death Guard army that has this basing that's like in a swamp, and it feels like it's in a swamp. It's not just it's got like plant matter in it and
the moss on the
little glowing lights underneath of it, and it's super cool. But I love the tones that he goes for with the model here. They feel still Nurgle-y, but not like in your face Nurgle.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I love the blade. It's got that rusty kind of like NMM on there. The guts are great. I love the glowing eyes.
yeah, the glowing eyes are really nice.
And and it is part of the competition to pick a model that stands out, and this model stands out.
It does.
You don't see it that often, and it's just so brutal.
It is a model that doesn't show up often, and that definitely helps kind of set it apart in that way. Not that it's going to win.
It's got that.
Just remember that if it's not going to win.
It's got that weird like old GW wings.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Those like thick, heavy.
Yeah.
Not obviously never going to go anywhere wings.
Well, and I was actually going to point this out. The wings need some extra. The wings have like this nice cream tone to them, but they're lacking in their coloring, because this is just a brown, and then it looks like over here he added the brown and then added like a dry brush on top of it, or a layer and then a wash and then left it alone. There's no real highlighting. There's no real addition to it. It's just kind of washed out, and it's kind of a bummer, because that's what. When I turn the model around, what I see. When I see it on the front, it doesn't look nearly as bad. But when I look around on the backside, that's what I see a lot of. You see a lot of wings, and wings are a big focal point on this model.
They're very flat.
Yeah, they're very flat.
I have a special place in my heart for those wings, because I painted my wings. I have the same model, and I painted my wings about 7 different colors, different times. They're a nightmare. They're a nightmare set of wings.
Yeah.
Because they don't have that leathery texture.
Yep.
So it's really hard to nail those wings good.
So yeah, you kind of have to make your own texture on it to actually sell it. Yeah, that's the bummer part.
It's really tough.
I will say the bones in here,
Looks
like
great.
bleached, worn bones. I love them. They're so well done.
You can see the gradient from bottom of bone to top of bone to center. Looks awesome.
Yeah, and it's got all of that in between that it doesn't. It almost is non-metallic metal in a way, but it's using creams. It's really well done without. It feels that bleach kind of gross boneness to it.
Mm-hmm.
Something that he could have done was added some like irritation along the outside, so that you have because that's really key on Nurgle that I've learned is on the
rot, the pus.
the rot, the pus.
Infection.
Yeah, make it feel like add some blues and purples for washes and really work it in there, some glazes to make it feel like it's gross, and it's painful.
Yeah.
Well, painful to everyone else, not painful to anyone following Nurgle.
Yeah.
So, I mean, excellent model. Like anything that Rob has put out here, it's always been just phenomenally well done.
Yeah.
And well built.
The rocks look superb.
Oh yeah, the rocks look superb.
It's a very cool model.
I will say, like some of the guts, I wish I had a little bit more to them.
Yep.
And just the pink. They definitely have that going for them, but adding some of that extra little bit of irritation,
Maybe a little bit of gloss on there.
yeah,
so
some
the wetness.
gloss, adding some drip
Yeah.
to it, some slime, where it feels like it's in place, but it's oozing out of there. So, like this area has it, where it's got a little bit more of the gloss on it.
And you don't need Nurgle rot, but something
No,
like
no,
that.
something
You know
like
what I
that.
mean? Like,
Yeah.
just to give, like, because it's the pustules are open sores and they just look like dry wounds, kind of.
Yeah. There is, oddly enough, there is non-metallic metal other than his blade, which is NMM, but his shoulder pads are also NMM, because there's a shoulder blade over here. There's a shoulder blade over on the other side.
His skin tones are really nice.
Oh yeah, the skin tones are awesome.
Dark,
So,
bloated. But I would definitely like to see like some of these bloat marks down here. It's just like, it's like almost like it's under the skin. And I feel like it looks like it's supposed to be above the skin, like their pustules about to pop kind of thing. And it's normal skin color from his thigh to that is the same colors.
yeah, and that could be a stylistic choice. It could be something that's lost, or he thought it might have been too much, because there's not a lot of burst pustules on this. There's not a lot.
And the ones that
stands out.
are really like,
Yeah, they're really subtle.
yeah.
They're really subtle. up
And
there.
nothing like coming out of them. There's
Yeah.
nothing really like.
Yeah, I do like the blue around the face and then the eye.
The eyes are so
Yeah,
cool.
because that really makes it stand out.
That
It really makes it pop. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
obviously another great paint job.
yeah, another great paint job by Rob Seeley. Like, we haven't heard that before.
Yeah.
I like to pick on again. For those that are in stream, I love to pick on Rob because he's such a great painter. He's a great guy, and he is an amazing painter. At the end of the day,
say lover.
I don't kiss and tell.
No, Jake, your Morty's coming soon. All right. So we got the next one. We got the Tiger Rex. Jim Spurrier again with the Tiger Rex.
Oh, yeah.
Very cool model.
Yeah. I love that the arms are like out.
Yep.
It just makes it for me.
I love the tiger stripes. I love the
tiger
base.
stripes are super cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely like that.
I'd like to see a little bit of coloration on the teeth, not just the bright white teeth. Did he just eat something? You know, like, is there some rot in there? Is there old flesh, or is there, you know, just something that's going on in there? Maybe some different variations of reds, purples, and stuff inside the mouth.
Yep. Same with the teeth. Like, having a couple variations on the teeth would help.
Yep. You know, again, with the you have the model's so great because it gives you so much detail on there to paint, like all those scales and, you know, rough spots in the hide, and it seems like it's kind of lost with just orange and a wash, I think it looks like.
Yeah, adding some highlight to it, or even the original color on top of it, and it would be painstaking. Yeah. Don't get me wrong,
but it's worth it.
Yeah, it'll definitely be worth it. Or even just dry brushing the initial color over top of it very lightly in the upper spots. So you have that area in the upper spots that would give you some of the highlight, so that you can leave that wash down below in the low spots without losing it. Great
choice of the stripes, though. Yeah. I don't know if that's how the model's supposed to be. I'm guessing not.
But,
I mean, around the face and the mouth, it's not too many. It's not too little. It looks great.
Yeah,
great placement.
It feels oddly enough, very natural.
It does.
It doesn't feel like it's overdone or underdone. I like that there's breaks in it.
Yep. Some are thicker, some are thinner.
Yep. As you get with a tiger, so it feels very organic, very natural in that way.
That's really well done.
The base has tufts, so I mean we're all for tufts here.
We're a tuft family.
We're a tuft kind of family.
American flags and tufts.
The eyes are really well done. It adds, it has a nice amount for the eye. Yep. Eyes can be really difficult, and you can do a lot with eyes. I've been learning a lot with how to paint eyes and how to work with them so that it feels more natural rather than it feeling kind of flat.
Yeah.
And that's like giving the adding a darker shade of color over the top of the eye.
Sure.
Because the eyelid casts the shadow on the rest of the eye. The under part of the eye having a bit more of a red, or in this case like an orange tone, to indicate that it's got blood, or it has a blood effect, or has blood vessels running in it. And that helps kind of
is the eye yellow, it looks like?
Yeah, it's very yellow.
Yep, I like that. It's not just white and black.
Yep, it's not just white and black, but it's some tips to move forward. But I think adding some extra texture and some extra highlights. Actually, you know what? There's a good spot for it. As an example, is back on this tail part right here.
Yeah.
That's the kind of tone and color that would be really cool, is that. Because it has the tone that you're kind of looking for.
Yeah.
That isn't washed and then left out. It definitely is fallen in the cracks, and then has the highlight tone. So.
Yep, absolutely.
So.
Yeah, you got the moss on the base too. You got.
Mm-hmm.
Is that painted? Is this painted?
I think that's painted, or is that textured?
Feels a little bit of texture, but it looks painted.
It might be both.
I like it. I like the base. And obviously you have to have your circle, ovals, all that kind of stuff. But I love the broken up base. I'm guessing it came with the model, but a lot of people could have put it on a circle base. It's nice. You got lucky with this one because a lot of those don't hold up themselves usually. Yeah. But looks great.
Oh, there is. Okay. Let me take a look. Thank you, Sam, for pointing that out. Let me pick it up.
I like how Sam's like, is this going to better my chances?
It looks like the gap filled. I actually they put a very nice stripe.
Oh, smart.
So that you couldn't really tell the difference, because it's like right there. So yeah, Sam's just trying to butter up. This isn't even her category.
No,
what is she doing?
Sam, she knows something.
Throwing everyone under the bus so you can try and win.
What's going on there?
So yeah, excellent model. I think These are normally for like D&D, right?
I think so. Yeah,
Because
I think it's a D&D model.
That would be if my DM threw that in front of me.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'd be talking about that for days. Oh, that'd be so awesome.
No. I thought it was cool. And I couldn't see well. Sure. Oh wait, it's a D&D model. It's probably somebody in her party then.
Oh, she has it. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool model. Awesome. It's refreshing to see something like that too.
Yeah. Excellent model. All right. Who do we got next on the docket?
Let's do Cthulhu. This one might be.
I think it's Youngbloods, isn't it?
I think it might be.
Yeah, it feels like it. It looks like Jim Spurs. Someone.
Yeah. Somebody related,
kid.
maybe.
Yeah.
Nairi. This is Nairi's model.
Nairi.
It's Cthulhu, or Steven in quotes.
Steven.
Or Stefan. El Monstar.
El Monster.
Awesome. It looks great.
It's Cthulhu, man.
It looks great.
I'm sorry. Stefan. So I will say the one nitpick that I have is the water that it's coming out of is just kind of this metallic gloss kind of feel, but it's consistent throughout the rest of the model, so it kind of just adds to it.
It looks like molten mercury or something.
Yeah, it does. It feels like molten lead. Mercury.
I love the gloss though of the whole thing. Same basic little stuff like fingernails give them a little bit of more variation in color.
Yep.
Cthulhu's got those darks and lights and gloss. He looks wet and creepy and gross. Great eyes. The reds look awesome. He looks disgusting and awesome all at the same time.
Yeah, some extra highlighting wouldn't go amiss here.
Yeah.
Especially on the
pustules
nails
and stuff.
Yeah, some tufts.
Yeah, you get some tufts in there.
Yeah, Sam, you're right. The gloss really adds a nice wet feel. And you have to be careful though, because gloss can sometimes be overpowering. It doesn't quite convey the wet that you're after. It just looks like gloss.
Yeah.
But you can get around that by either leaving some areas less wet or using like something like a water effect and having it just collect in the crevices, and then on the flat surfaces you have it where it just kind of rolled off. Because at this distance, I mean, you're thinking, Cthulhu is, unless this is a really small Cthulhu, Cthulhu is massive.
Yeah,
so he's
skyscraper
he's rolling out of the ocean. Water would roll off him really quick.
Yeah.
So in some areas, well, at least at that scale, water wouldn't be apparent as wet at that scale.
Sure.
So, and thinking about scale is sometimes, and this goes broader than there's just this. Thinking about the size and scale of something is really important when it comes to a model, because you don't, you can sometimes lose some of the details that you're trying to add in because they don't feel accurate to scale.
Yeah.
Like if you have a big monstrous model, you add a big chip of paint off of it. I mean, that chip of paint's like, 8 by 8.
Yeah.
It's a huge area of paint that just chipped off.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look realistic, especially at scale.
Yeah.
But so you have to kind of give the idea of where your model sits in reality. But it's Cthulhu, man.
It's great.
It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, you even got inside the wings in the back there. Nice big chunky model too. Feels good when you hold it. You don't feel like you're gonna break it.
No. If it pops down on the table for your DM to roll out to you, you're gonna be scared either way.
It's very cool. Very cool model. Very well done. But keep painting. You're obviously on your way. So
I will say, on camera, it looks better for the glossiness, for it to look wet than it does in person. Yeah. In person, it just kind of looks glossy, but on camera, it just looks freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
And I actually, when you turned it around, there is some of the like pustules on the back of the head. Those do have some highlights on them.
They do.
You can tell immediately that looks good.
Yep.
Because it breaks up the monotony of the dark and the dark green, brings up that nice little light there, and it's awesome. Yep. Even a little bit more probably would have helped.
Yep.
But you're definitely on the right track.
Yeah, absolutely. Love it. It's
Very
awesome.
Cool.
Awesome job. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You're Welcome. Oh, Sam, does Sam want to add anything about gaps or anything on that?
Yeah, Sam, could you relay any information?
All right, next up we're doing Ryan Nichols' Redemptor.
You missed his squad.
Ryan?
Yeah,
There was some sweet units, man.
Yeah.
I'm bummed that I missed the units.
Thanks, Sam. I appreciate your.
Definitely was chef's kiss.
Oh yeah.
This, once again, the white.
I mean,
looks
yeah,
so
it's
good.
like Sammy submitting a ton of stuff and us saying the same things. Rob Seeley submitting stuff and saying we're saying the same things. I'd say the same things here. The decal works phenomenal. The white is so good.
Yeah.
It has shadow. It has depth.
Base looks great.
The base looks great. I think this is probably his best model, and I think it's because the large surfaces kind of get to show off the white more than some of the other ones, and he gets to really shine with the details on this model. So,
You know what my favorite part about that is? Byron, I don't mean to throw you under the bus. Your model was great too, but I'm going to use yours as an example. How that one footprint was just sitting in the snow, and then you have Ryan's, how it looks like the snow was blown in. Like it looks like it's blown in off the lake. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
And I think Ryan really nailed that. And Byron, yours looks great too. But this is what I was talking about, to use that example when I was talking about Byron's, was that one little bit of snow. Ryan used a little bit different application, and it makes a world of a difference.
Yep.
So it just gives it more of that lived-in space.
Just to clarify, not on the foot itself, but on like the ice that it kicked up on. That's on the surface.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Because that was. I mean, Byron, I'm not throwing you under the bus or anything. That was just to give you that example. That's what I was talking about earlier. But yeah, I mean, Ryan knows what he's doing here. He did a great job. It seems like he's been painting for a while, I'm sure.
Yep.
More pipe work. He's adding all those little bits and pieces. Is there a tuft in there? A couple hidden tufts, I see.
No. Oh yeah, there is. Look at that.
Oh yeah, I can spot a tuft a mile away.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same kind of critiques that we've had on the previous ones, but less so for this guy. Some of the cabling work could use some more detail. I love the details on the base. It looks like he's stepping
Those
on a
decals
panel.
are so good.
It looks like he's stepping on a panel of a.
Oh, I thought it was a rock.
No, he's stepping on a panel of like a
like a rhino or something.
Yeah,
or like a
there's
titan.
there's a Black Templar symbol there.
Very cool.
So, adding in some extra detail on the piping up top to give it kind of a feel more than just it just being steel and like a wash on top of it would help. The OSL glow on this is so subtle.
Yeah.
And as opposed to say Bobby's Night or to Rob's Night, this OSL is really soft and subtle, so it doesn't feel like it needs that extra step of OSL. I'm trying to have it focus. Come on, because it is. Let me pick it up. Sorry, it is really subtle.
There you go. Yeah.
It's not super overtly bright.
Yeah.
Like a lot of OSLs, it's really subtle, and I think that's a nice touch on his side. It doesn't feel overdone, and it's universal throughout most of his models, where the OSL is that subtle kind of feel. He didn't submit any of his other plasma guys, but that's how it feels overall.
It's kind of the same way with the base. How you see the ice has like dark patches and highlight and like light patches. He's so good with that. Like his OSL, his like blending. I mean, everything. So even Sammy on here, he's had some intensely crisp white. It's true. Like you have such a crispy look to your stuff, and it's smooth at the same time, man.
Yep.
Very impressive.
It's got such a good look.
I gotta say, by the way, pretty much throughout the whole competition, all the rocks look great. Like everybody's nailing their rocks, man. They look like real ass rocks on these bases. It's really cool.
As funny as that sounds, it's kind of difficult to do rocks sometimes. So
especially meeting the exterior of what it is. Like that looks like a cold rock.
It does.
And then some other bases, they look like warm rocks. And it's like exactly what you were talking about earlier. We're like add that cold, add that warm with those little yellows, with those little blues. And it's crazy to see how many people that are in this competition have grown over the year.
Yeah.
Just learning from Alex.
Yeah. Not just me. Please, not just me. I will say, I kind of wish there was more snow along the foot, so it's like that wind-blown feel. So having the model feel in world.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I think out of all the models that Ryan has submitted to this competition, I think this is his best.
Yeah.
And it definitely shines in that way. So.
So Sam likes to eat rocks. Just
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Cool. Gotta love that.
Yeah. Very cool, Ryan.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Awesome job, Ryan. All right. Who's next?
Oh, well, I'm hoping Neil's at home and he's watching because we're about to
Uh-oh.
see this massive dragon.
Oh man. I don't know. I think this should have been in Titanic. I'll be honest. It should have been in Titanic. I need to give a lesson in what category he fits in.
What did he have anything else, or was it just? I think this is just.
I think this is just his. Yeah.
I probably should have steered him in the right direction there. I might have accidentally put monsters in.
And just ruined everything for him.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. No.
It's such a cool model. Again, if my
model.
DM threw this on the table,
I'd
be terrified.
So
this would be.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
ugh.
So it's a 3D modeled miniature.
Okay. All right.
And I know a little bit. Neil and I watched him. Paint this thing from the beginning.
I mean, give us the history. Might as well.
It's
nothing but time.
It's pieces, and they were put together. The person who put them together, his name's Phil. He's one of the DMs here.
Okay. As most models are put together from pieces.
Yep, they're put together with pieces.
Got it. Cool.
But you can see the seams. So it was his first time doing green stuff, and did not nail the seams. Neil and I were talking about if he wanted to kind of mess with the seams a little bit. Mm-hmm. It's a massively daunting task to do green stuff and then rebuild up all that texture and all that stuff. So he kind of skipped on that. But I mean, he worked his butt off on this thing, and the trials and tribulations that guy goes, he just kicks himself in the butt every time he paints a mini. It's so funny to see because he's such a good painter. But
I see what you mean, like right there. Yeah. Now, if you would have told me that if you wouldn't have told me that this was 3D printed,
you never would have known.
I would have never known.
No. I was blown away. No. When you were like, 3D print. I was like, holy cow.
No, that's an amazing print. Yeah. But yeah, you can definitely, I mean, in person, you can definitely see it right there and right there. And that would be something that I would point out as like,
he knows it.
Yeah. Which is, I don't think you should kick yourself because if you're, depending on what your goal is with it too, like if you're trying to impress your table full of D&D nerds, speaking as a D&D nerd, I would cry over seeing this hit the table and be like, oh my god, my character's dead. Oh yeah, and this is awesome. And like anytime that your DM throws down an actual,
Neil's on there now. There you go, Neil.
Yeah, see, and now speaking as someone that whenever I DM, I'm like, here's this cardboard cutout of something. Here you go.
Imagine what it looks like.
Yeah, just imagine what it looks like. Or here's an M&M, and here's a D4. Yeah, that's a skeleton. Don't worry about it. Right. If my DM's like, okay, and then this, ancient green dragon, boom, it's like, oh shit, oh my god, and then this is where we're gonna end our session. No, please, no, my god.
It hit the table, Neil. I didn't know that.
Oh, that's cool. Nice. Oh man, I pray that your party lived.
Yeah, right.
Because.
Yeah.
That's freaking sweet.
I mean, like most miniature painters, Neil is his toughest.
Oh man, yeah. If there's one thing I've learned, I'm like, I'm no good at painting. Like I think I'm terrible at painting. I look at something that's like 3 years old. I'm like, man.
Oh god, yeah. I hate looking back on my old stuff. Yeah.
Why do I run anything? Yeah. I'm terrible at this. So
I hate looking back at my old stuff.
Yeah, right. Its wingspan is so large. It's hitting the back of this thing. It's ridiculous. So getting down to the paint, definitely like we're just gonna come along front because I think you get pretty much the entirety of the model right here. The blending and the tones are really solid. Having some of the tones between the highlight and what feels like shadow, you could really circumvent by doing like the base tone over top of the washed color. So bringing that back up from the wash tone to a kind of a mid-tone, and then leaving the shadows to be this kind of darker tone, and then having the highlight. And that goes for the greens as well as the claws and the horns, and the yellows. I feel like the basing is really good.
Yeah.
Your skulls are a little flat with it being kind of just a flat white, but it gets the point across as it's being skulls. I mean, but
Yeah, I mean, he was going to be working on some of the leathering texturing on the wings, and it got, I mean, obviously it's massively tedious. That's like the word of the day is tedious. It is tedious, man. But it pays off. Even the little bit that he was doing here, there's some, highlights right here on the wing, and it just changes it. It changes it from a green, like spindly arm wing to like, oh, there's life on that wing. There's is that a scar? Is that sun damage? Like, what is that? Same with the tail. You can see the tail has those highlights, and like you said, there probably could be used a little bit more blending in there, but it gets the point across. It looks way better than if there was no highlight.
Yeah, and again, this comes back to the original point that I was making a couple models ago or whatever. I'm waxing eternal on this, but it's it depends on what you want to get out of it or what you're trying to get out of it.
Sure.
Because if this was a D&D model that you were just wanting to put down in front of your players for an end boss or a reoccurring boss character or something along those lines, right? It's going to be different because this is going to get the point across really, really well. Yeah. Or is it, display quality? I'm putting this in my collection because, I want it and it's a really cool model and, I want to try and win a competition with it.
Yeah.
There's a different level of, I mean, they could be one and the same, but there's different levels between that.
Yeah.
Where you're going to take are your players going to care about that seam line that's on the back? No, they don't care.
No,
they're looking at the dragon being
big
terrified.
Ass dragon
yeah,
that's
it's
about
like,
to kill, total party kill everybody.
Yeah, right.
It's very impressive.
Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of my encouragement is decide what you want to get out of the model that you're putting on and be proud of it in that way.
Yeah.
Because if you're beating yourself up because you're like, well, it's not perfect. It's like, yes, but nothing is perfect ever.
Yeah.
What is the goal of it?
Yeah. What is it? What's the intention?
Yeah. What's the intention?
Is the DM just looking to wipe the whole party? They make it menacing and badass and just get it out there and do it.
Yep.
But is it going to be sticking around for a long period of time? Then put a little bit more time into some certain stuff on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is it going to change? Are they going to be? Let's say it takes an arrow to the knee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pop that arrow on there. You know what I mean? Like show the damage that it's gone through. I think to nitpick it a little bit, the horns are a little too bright white for me.
Yep.
I feel like it should be more of like a calcified, like almost like bone-ish look. There's a couple things that I would change about it if I personally painted it, and that's kind of how I look at things. Like how would I go about this? How would I tackle this monstrosity of a friggin' miniature? It's such a daunting task. If anybody's painted, a lot of miniature painters here. If anybody's painted like something like this, it's like where do you start? You know what I mean? It's a lot.
Oh, you missed it, but were you here when I brought in that big old dragon for Nate Williams? Oh, I brought in that big, huge corn dragon, and it took me weeks to even get up to the point where I'm like, okay, I'm ready.
Really?
Like, I had it sitting next to me, and I'm like, I have to build it. And it took me like a couple weeks just to get through building it and making sure that it was. I was happy with where it was, and then it was like, okay, I can move on. And then putting down colors, okay, and wait a little bit, and then
it's daunting.
So it is daunting. You have to kind of build yourself up to it. Now, if I were the DM, I would be sticking this on the shelf nearby and always having it within reach because you can always be like, hey, there's that dragon up there. Be a shame. Man, having this around as a DM, speaking as a DM that has not painted their own models. So Neil, this is amazing.
Yeah.
Like I love this. So keep up the hard work. It definitely shows. It's definitely passion that's driving this thing. So keep it up. Keep your chin up. Don't get bogged down.
This will go behind me in my work meetings. Oh, smaller Sammy.
Remind your workers where their place is. All right, who's up next? What do we got?
Looks like, I think we might have to do a Morty.
Ooh, a Morty.
Morty coming.
Man,
This is just like a mosquito. Yeah. Here comes the Morty. I'm a little biased with Morty. It's probably my favorite GW model. I just love this thing. So gross. His wings are so phenomenal. Him and Be'lakor have the two best GW wings, I think.
Be'lakor is one of the single greatest models ever sculpted.
Oh man, it's so good.
So I will say that my favorite GW model ever created is the Keeper of Secrets. There's a reason behind it. It's not because of all the detail work, it's because it assembles so beautifully.
Okay.
And in such a way that having it's like all of its seams are inside of it, and everything like twists to be inside so that you don't ever see a mold line or a seam line. You don't have to gap fill that thing. And you can sub-assemble it to an extent where you don't have to worry about when you put it together, like things are going to be all off and whatever.
Yeah.
It's so well built.
Yeah.
It's such a pleasure to work with.
Yeah.
Not my favorite model to paint, but it's definitely one that I love to assemble.
Flesh,
It's so
flesh in there.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
So Mortarion.
If it isn't the crab that released recently, it's objectively not your favorite.
Let's see if we can brighten up Morty here.
Don't have to gap fill, but what I have to comment on.
Yep, that's fair. Okay, so Mortarion. I mean, what's not to love about Morty? It's such a dynamic model. From the offset of the greater and clean one that you had before, Jacob, I can say it carries a lot of the same tone and a lot of the same
very
advice.
dark.
Yeah, is you definitely have like the initial start to having a fantastically painted model. You're at the point now where it's like all highlighting, all details, all extra little things that you can add to it. Adding patina to things, adding a nice extra bit of layering on top of the steels. You might want to be careful with some of the overbrushing, but yeah, just that initial. It's very dark because it's after the wash pass, so don't feel like you have to stop at that point. It's definitely a place where you can stop and be like, okay, I'm satisfied that I can put this on the table and feel good about it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, I'd be proud to have that.
Yeah.
I'd be proud to play that in my army.
Yeah, but don't feel like you have to stop here just because you have the base done. So a lot of this is going to echo the other one. The base is amazing. It's really well done for your resin drop.
Yeah.
You've gotten a lot better with it. So
I would add a little bit to the smoke there, or like the noxious fumes.
yeah, like this.
Yep. Add some like highlights, maybe like a smoke to it. It almost seems like it's too heavy to even be floating.
Yep. A little bit of off white mixed in with the initial color that you had down would help kind of.
The wings look like they just kind of have
wisps.
only a wash on them. Mm-hmm. Which is fine.
I do like that there's like Nurgle rot around the edges. Like I
A
love
little
this
wet.
effect. This is great. But you need to add a little bit more on the wings to make them. I get kind of the idea that you're going for leathery, and they give that feeling, but it needs more to it to really stand out and be that extra. That extra step.
The thing we were talking about with Rob Seeley's Demon Prince is that infection, that red. Around the ripped tears of the wings or something like that. You can add a little bit of something like that around those. Wings are hard, man.
Yeah, wings are
so
hard.
difficult to do because they're such a prominent piece on the model.
Mm-hmm.
And you want them to stand out but not be too contrasty to be like, what the hell is that?
Yep.
The other thing, the rocks. I would have added a little bit more color to them just because you're so heavy on the green that they kind of get lost in the green with it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, man, you really nailed your epoxy. You're doing really, really well with that.
Yep.
The balls look great for the bubbles in there.
This effect is really awesome.
So good,
it's
man.
so good. This to me drew my eye instantly.
Yeah.
I was like, oh man, Nurgle.
Yeah.
I'm looking at rotting everything.
And all this stuff that I'm saying, I don't mean like go nuts and highlight everything.
No,
it's little bits. Just like add something to those rocks to break them apart. Like even like a line work around it where it touches the resin to give it like it's breaking the water almost, rather than it's like just sitting there and stagnant.
You can add some like Mod Podge.
Yeah.
Too.
Yep. Just like a little wave or something like that. And then, like Alex is saying, just a little bit of patina in the copper, a little bit, of like the lighter colors and the noxious fumes, maybe some edge highlighting on his like cape around his head there. But I mean, yeah, man, you nailed the disgusting grossness of Nurgle. You've definitely got that down.
This is a disgusting model.
It really is.
Absolutely disgusting.
Looks great.
No, but yeah, and similar to your Gritter and Clean one, just like the red's a great start. Highlight it. Add some extra steps up. Yep. And that'll really sell it. But I would be proud to put this on the table. Yeah. Like I'd be happy to put this on the table. Yep. So yeah. I mean, we're getting near a lot of echoing a lot of previous people's work. So it's kind of it's nice to actually go back and go, okay, I see that this is your style. Yep. You just need to improve on these small areas, and you are going to do great.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah. Awesome. Next up, we're gonna do Luna.
Oh, Luna. Come here, Morty.
Come on, Morty. Do you highlight with lighter color? Yeah. For I mean, God, this is so many spindly bits on this wagon. Oh man, yeah, Luna, this awesome model. Good choice. Do you highlight with a lighter color? Yep, that's the. For the most part, that's the highlight process. Is you would highlight with a lighter color or like a contrasting color or something than what you're using it for. So like let's say on wood you have a brown, use a lighter brown to highlight. So you're getting like where the light would be shining down on like an edge. That's why they call it edge highlighting. So it's like if you look from, let's say the sun is shining straight down and you have a shield or something that has a lot of contour or like sharp edges, those edges would have the light shining down on that the most. So then you'd basically a lot of folks will take a photo of let's say you put a bright light down on the top, and you take a grayscale photo of your miniature before you start painting. And then you're able to see exactly where all the highlights would hit depending on where that light is. That gives you a great idea on how to, go forward with it. And then let's say you put a base coat on. You're like, all right, let's try it again. Take another photo, do it in color if you want, or grayscale. Grayscale helps a lot to kind of just like mute everything out and you just see where the light's hitting. Yep. Lets you show just the shadows and just the highlights and just the edge highlighting and all that kind of stuff. And it gives you kind of a better idea on where the model's headed. So.
Also, don't be afraid to take a initial color that you used as your mid-tone. Like say you have a mid-tone, which is like your normal kind of neutral color. I don't want to say neutral. Mid-tone brightness color of like say red. You have a mid-tone red, and then you have a darker red, and that's your shadow color. And you're kind of blending into that, and you can have that sitting there. Maybe it's a wash instead, but maybe it's like agar shade or something like that. And that's your wash color. That's your shadow. Your highlight, you can always add something to it. So red might be a bad color to pick, but you could add white or yellow, a touch of yellow to help that. Orange. That becomes your highlight color, and it doesn't have to be a lot. It just has to be enough where it stands out above the mid-tone. So there's plenty of videos on there on YouTube that can really help you push into looking at highlighting. And you can do highlighting a million different ways. You can do it with the edge of the brush. You
dry
can do
brushing.
Dry brushing. You can do stippling. I mean,
wet blending. Our other Alex here, he wet blends only, and that's how he highlights and dry brushes is with wet blending.
And honestly, or stippling. Stippling's a good one too. I mean, there's a million different ways to do it, and none of them are wrong. None of them are incorrect.
They're all techniques for you to break. You know what I mean? Exactly. You don't have to. There's protocol to do things. But nothing is set in stone. Yeah. Everybody does things different. That's why it's so refreshing to see a new painter.
Yeah.
How the hell did you think of that?
Yeah, right? Yeah. So. I mean, to pick on Smaller Sam, she did like an awesome job with some of her non-metallic metal that we'll see in the open category. And I have yet to tackle NMM. It's just not. It's not something that I'm comfortable with, and I haven't really had the time to experiment with. And it's like anytime I see someone doing it and they're brand new, I'm like, how did you do it? Like, teach me your ways. you know. So, and it's always impressive to see someone come up with something new, but don't feel like you are beyond a technique. Like a lot of times, you know, I'm getting on my soapbox here, but that's the point. You guys put me up here. Dry brushing. A lot of people say dry brushing is a beginner technique. No, it's a useful technique to use when you want to highlight something and get a certain texture.
Yeah.
There's a place for.
If it's such a beginner technique, you know how many freaking people ask me that are new? I don't know how to dry brush.
Yeah.
That's not a beginner technique if you don't know how to do it.
Blew me away when I came in here and I just blanked on her name. She was like, I don't know how to dry brush. And I taught her how to dry brush. She was like, oh, that's super easy.
Yeah.
Like, why? Oh, man, this just made everything so much easier. It's like, yeah, you just need to know how to do the technique.
Yep.
And if dry brushing is such a simple technique, why are there so many pro painters that use it as a bread and butter technique to use on professionally painted models?
I think it's just, I think it really breaks down to jealousy. You see a lot of people that are like you have the Kelseys and you have the Alexes over here, different Alex, obviously you too, but you have these people that have not been painting for very long. Neils, these guys have not been painting for very long and they're excelling so fast. People are like, oh, they dry brush, it's cheating. No, it's not, like, man. Yeah, they use contrast paints. Yes, they dry brush. That's just tools of the trade.
Yep.
I'm gonna
ruffle,
at your disposal too.
I'm gonna ruffle some feathers and say that airbrushing is not cheating; it's a tool.
Absolutely, it is 100%.
Because it adds to your arsenal. It doesn't replace anything. It makes things simpler. But man, let me tell you, or I think it's Kenny Boucher says like airbrushing only lets you skip phases so that you can get the detailing and then put all of the effort, all the time that you just skipped and spent easing your way into it into detail.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I can't disagree with that. That's a great mentality. Like if it's going to take you 3 hours to paint a model, paint for 3 hours. If it takes you 10 minutes to blend up, use the rest of that time for all detail work.
Yeah,
because then it'll just make it better.
Just because you have an airbrush doesn't make you a good painter.
No.
You still got to know how to use the thing.
Yeah.
And you have to know what colors to put on to apply to be like, all right, this color is going to be perfect with this other color.
Yep.
You know, it's just like, that'd be like priming's cheating. You know what I mean? It's no, priming's, that's, a lot of people use a primer and that's a base coat. You know what I mean? That's part of your 3 coats, you know, like.
And I would argue, that's not allowed until I watch someone like what is it, Engel, starts with G. I can never pronounce his name. He's Spanish.
Okay.
And there's
a lot of good Spanish.
Yeah, he does an amazing job, but he does his base coat, his like black base coat is where he starts, and he'll leave his primer, his Vallejo black primer, as his initial like shadows.
Yep.
And he'll only deal with or only change it if he has to.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why?
Why add more steps?
Why add more steps? And you know, so I can't argue with that as a technique. I'll go on a soapbox for hours about 3 color minimum and that kind of thing too.
Exactly. Using and applying tools from your toolbox. It's absolutely.
Yep. Yeah, there you go, John. Yeah.
All right, so here's Luna's.
Oh, sorry, Luna. We're getting there. I promise.
Luna is a new painter.
Oh man, this is so cool. The Screaming Bell is such a sweet model too. Yes. It's so cool.
So Luna started painting when we were doing the painting streams back here.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so Luna started 4 or 5 months ago, and this is what they're tackling now.
Man.
This is it.
This is awesome.
This is what I'm talking about. These painters these days are just, it's crazy.
The one thing that I'm going to say is like, for assembly, having like gap fill is about it, but you're not, you haven't skimped on like trimming out and making sure that all your, you have some mold lines, so be careful on mold lines. Mm-hmm. If there's something that I would say take away from that is make sure that whenever you're assembling, your mold lines and your points of like sanding down need to be clean.
Yeah.
And Joe Fields, thank you. That's exactly it. I can never pronounce it, and I don't want to butcher his name because he deserves a lot better than that. So, and Sam.
Oh, Heraldez.
Yeah, Heraldez, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, just expert painter. But yeah, I love the warpstone glow. Like the glow on this bell is so well done.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Is this model called the Screaming Bell?
It is called the Screaming
Bell. That's where they got the paint from. I love that. That's like one of my favorite things, the little hidden lure of GW's like models to paint matches. I love that. The things I would probably add some more color to the wood. Mm-hmm. Give it something a little bit more to pop.
Give it more texture.
Yep.
Give it more color. Adding in some, don't be afraid of whenever you're dealing with wood to add in reds and tans and blacks and purples and things, because wood is such a organic and changing color. Even doing different colors on each plank.
Yep.
where you have one plank is this kind of
Rotten.
shade, rotten, and one of them's like a black brown, and another one's a green brown, another one's a red brown, and then you move back to a black brown. You give it all sorts of different textures.
And use the story from the model. This is Skaven model. This is like gross, Skaven, disgusting, bubonic plague stuff. So it's like utilize what you have too. And not only that, like that could help you hide some of those gaps too. You know what I mean? Use some different techniques to like the tiger stripe.
Yep.
That helps with kind of disguising certain things if you don't feel comfortable using green stuff or something like that.
Absolutely.
Love the stones. The green stones are phenomenal.
The warp stone.
Those look awesome.
Yeah,
man.
they're super cool. I will say something for skin tone that I learned recently. This is a tip that I just recently learned. Get yourself a bottle of Plague Bearer Flesh contrast paint.
Yeah.
So it's a greenish kind of zombie looking, gross looking color.
Yep.
It is an excellent base tone for skin.
Really? I use it on all my poxwalkers.
Amazing for skin. So the bust that I showed you.
Yeah.
Did I show you?
No.
Okay, I'll have to show you. All of it
I
is
disagree with you. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, no, that one. The base tone for that model is Plague Bearer Flesh.
Oh.
Over like a white base. Over a like a black white base.
Okay.
So the Plague Bearer Flesh though, skin has a lot of green in it. It has a lot of purples in it too.
Yeah.
And a lot of blues. But something that you can skip over by using is most of it is green. So a lot of the skin tone is green. So what I did was, and I found out about, was I painted the entire surface with a little bit of a watered down version of that Plague Bearer Flesh. So it looked very sickly, very gross. But then you slowly add up skin tones to it. You add like a more of a ruddy brown and then like a mid-tone skin tone flesh, and then you can add like Caribou Crimson or just really water down some red.
Yeah.
And you can wash over that. And what it does is it makes it look so natural.
Yeah.
Like within 10 minutes, I felt like I was like, this is the best face I've ever painted in my entire life. I've never done better than this. This is amazing.
Nice.
And I felt super proud because I was like, damn, all that I changed was I added the Plague Bearer Flesh underneath.
Yeah.
That's
Broke
all I
the mold.
changed.
You're like, I'm going to change things up a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try something.
And it was off of a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Marco, I think it's Marco, just doesn't paint Mecca or something like that. Anyway, he suggested it, and it was a fantastic idea. And Andrew the Taco, hey. So he suggested it as for part of the paint. Now I bring that up because like this Skaven has a lot of flesh tone to him, and you can probably pretty easily add Plague Bearer Flesh as a tone underneath of it, and then paint that skin tone on top of it, and you'll get much the same kind of effect, where you'll get this more natural feel to the skin tone, rather than it kind of just being a little bit glossy and then a little bit just it feels a little flat. Feels just tan, you know.
There's some.
So-
I mean, they're working with some OSLs on here too, which is I remember coming out of a stream and going out there. It was a Tuesday night, and Luna and a couple other folks, I think Byron might have been here. They're all sitting there talking, and Luna was like, "How do you do OSL?" And I'm like, "Okay, how long you been painting?" She's like, "Tonight's my first night." And I was like, all right, well, let me explain this.
right.
And literally, Luna just like picked up brushes, started going, and has not turned back. I mean,
Nice.
Yeah, they all paint.
If OSL is what got you
Very
into this,
impressive.
I'm so sorry. But I mean, like, it shows because this warp stone is awesome, especially the warp stone around with the ropes around. Now, if you really want to do, if you learned OSL as your bread and butter, these ropes should have some OSL.
That's true.
Because I really love. I will say this: the ropes have depth over top of the warp stone. They feel like they are there,
Yep,
and
they do.
they exist as a rope holding on to warp stone.
Yeah.
Love that. But you should have a light glow because warp stones glow. Having a light glow on some of the areas around it, and that can be a really dark green or just a tinge of green that you've watered down and you like glaze over it, and that might be a little bit advanced, but it will help sell that feel.
Yeah. Just give it a little bit extra. Even
Yeah.
like you're talking about, even down in the wood a little bit. Just kind of, because you did it up here. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you're not afraid of
the
doing
bell.
warpstone.
Yeah.
I also like that this is different than this.
Yeah.
Like the tonal difference. You could say, well, it should be the same, but they're
you
different.
notice it too.
Yeah.
Like, that's not something that's just going to blend in.
I will say, like, this this small, whatever you call it, smoke dispenser, and like this one, they need a little bit more because like this one up here is way more detailed and way more colored.
I like the lighters in there. There's not a lot of light in those.
Yeah, I like how. Yeah, I agree. I like how light this is.
What is this?
I don't know. I think it's where they sacrifice things, or who knows.
So I would work on that.
Yeah,
that's it. If you look at a model and I'm like, what the hell is that? That probably needs a little bit of work.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, now it's
also
probably something from the game itself. Where it's like, oh,
it's also Skaven, so who knows?
Exactly. Yeah, but it would be nice to like give you that kind of like, oh, that's a catapult, or oh, that's where the ashes drop, or something, whatever it is.
Something like that.
But it looks great. Is the bell painted inside there? Can we see?
Ooh,
I just noticed that from the screen.
Though it has some
Luna.
Sorry, I'm gonna pick it up. It does. It is painted, but it does have some overdone there.
Yeah,
but it is painted.
It is painted.
So
nice job.
Nice work. And Heavy Metal Queen, thank you for commenting. Yes, it is an excellent paint job.
Yeah,
this is a really cool job. I'm loving it. Luna, keep up the good work.
Yeah,
like this is sweet. So
very cool.
Yeah, awesome. You can give it away. And I'm running away with it. Haha.
Bye. Now, let's do...
Hold Kelsey's till the end.
I was going to say, yep. We got Tyler up next. Tyler, always freaking creative, man. Very cool. Very impressive. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's got very Futurama vibes to it. Hypnotoad style. Wah, 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 wah. The colors are awesome, man. You just nail it on those colors. The vibrant neons, and then you break it completely up and do white and black. It's shocking as all hell, and I love it. I love it.
Yeah, this definitely feels just super unique.
Super bracing to see that white on the back.
Is this a 3D print or is this a sculpt somewhere?
I have no idea what this thing is.
Like, can anyone let us know? Because this is freaking sweet.
WizKids. Nice. Yeah.
What are they doing over there?
Yeah, Sam's crazy.
Sam just knows.
And I'm guessing all the spots and everything like that. Those are all painted on. That's not a texture.
No, it's definitely painted on.
That's another super impressive addition.
This is a D&D monster?
Oh, wow.
Another thing that if my DM plopped down, I'd be like, well, that's cool.
They look
I
great.
guess
I
guess I'm rolling new characters.
His blending from green to blue. Yeah, right. Yeah, as soon as I see this thing come out, his tongue's got teeth. I'm out. His blending looks great. The more I look at the white, the less I am like, hold on a second. What? Yeah, we got it. Ryan came and told us it's a Froghemoth. A little late to the party. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan.
They're a little. The more I look at the white, the more I'm trying to figure out what it is. And I don't think it's bad, but now that I'm looking at it more, I almost wish it was the same color as the other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I like it. I kind of wish it was different colors as well.
Looks a little dirty.
Yeah, it looks a little dirty. I kind of wish it was like if you were doing white with it, like blending it up into the black.
Yeah.
Like it looked like it was bubbles that were popping up into the black, you know.
But it looks like almost unfinished.
Yeah. That's kind of how I feel about it.
I think it needs, like you're talking about, maybe spread it around the miniature a little bit more.
Yeah. I do like it though.
I love you taking chances for it. You know what I mean? Like that's awesome. Taking a chance like that is huge.
Don't ever feel like it's feeling, you know.
Oh, the white looks like it has eggs in its back.
Yeah, I can kind of jam with that. That's kind of
the only thing I would say then is I would, there's it's a little like muddled in here.
Mm-hmm.
You could see that some paint got smeared, didn't go back over with the white. But other than that, I mean, yeah, it's definitely a ballsy move, man.
Whoa. Sorry.
My God.
Oh, hey. Sorry, everyone got taken for a ride.
His head banged really hard.
Sam, you need to take a picture of all the models that your partner makes you paint because that just sounds awesome. So you got to do that. But yeah, the white feels like it's a little like it's just missed in some areas. Like right here, you can see the thanks, Sam. like the white is just a single layer, and it didn't get a second layer over top of it.
Yeah.
You know, and it might be a little bit difficult to see just with the light.
It's a very bold move.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I wish it was elsewhere, like along,
I do too.
you know, along the leg and like up on the shoulder and like on the face. It would be really cool to have a little section of like. I almost feel like this is static.
Yeah.
Like a physical representation of static, if that makes sense.
The hard part is you had to paint all that, so it's not like you were like, oh, I'm just going to paint part of the model and be done.
right.
No, you put a lot of time and effort into painting
put
that.
time and effort into that.
That's the only reason I'm not like, I don't know. It definitely has, because it's, you look at the front and then you look at the back and it's two different models.
Yeah.
And I think that's the part that kind of confuses me. Even having some like you're saying down on the thigh here, just so I see it from the front too, and then I'm not like, whoa, what the heck?
Yeah, I can see it as, I can see what you mean by it. It looks kind of slimy.
Yeah.
I can kind of get that jam. So I can jam with that.
Such a cool model.
It is such a unique model.
The blends are phenomenal with the green and the blue. Those two colors right there are just so complementary.
Yeah,
too.
they are.
Every time I see that neon green and that like real like marine blue,
Yeah,
it's
the blending
just beautiful.
the blending is just top notch. I will say,
I'd like to know if you used an airbrush. I'm guessing.
maybe. It's tough to say. I'd have to get a really good look at
Cheater.
it. Yeah, cheating. Yeah, spoken by someone that teaches an airbrush class.
All right. I got two behind me right here.
Yeah. Talk to me about cheating. Is like up on the face, up here. This is all like really cool detail, and it's all spread out, and it feels
then it
chaotic.
disappears on the eyes.
Yeah, but it disappears on the eyes, which is awesome. That's cool. That's
I'd like to see more up there.
I wouldn't mind. I don't mind it not being there. It doesn't feel absent to me. Down
Okay.
here, though, it feels like I'm missing some of the more chaotic patterns down here.
Sure.
This just feels blocked in. This feels more chaotic. This feels more natural, while this feels kind of just blocked in, you know?
Yeah.
So.
You can, I guess it's funny because what we're picking apart the most is the creative aspect of it, and which is what's going to happen. If you put things that are on your miniature that are, you know, different, that's the thing that we're going to focus on more, I suppose.
Well, and I think what gets to me is that we're picking apart those things and not anything that's wrong with it.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, there's you know, I can see like right here, there's a mist blending area where it's mist blended, and there's like there's a touch of white.
Yeah. But you see all these little tiny freckle blacks, and then there's nothing down here, like you're saying. Same. It even has it back here, but not on this whole thing.
On the chest, it feels a little lacking, just because it feels like it's just a wash or a contrast that's over top of it. It doesn't really have a lot else on it, which I didn't. From where I'm standing, I'm looking down at it, and it's looking up at me, which is a little weird. But I had to get down, and on camera you can see it really well, where kind of the chest doesn't have as much detail. The basing is awesome.
Yeah,
and
that's where he really nailed it.
Yep. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's the same basing that's on the Sylvaneth.
Yep.
Which you missed the unit. The unit sells it. So what issues we had on the single model, the unit just exemplifies it out, where it feels like it's through a meadow. So having that one single model with the rest of the army feels so much more
That's
complete.
exactly what I was saying too. I was like, I want to see 100 of these guys on the battlefield.
Oh, I know.
Because you knew it would tie it all together.
Yeah, as soon as I pulled out those 10, it was like, wow, these are awesome. So
I'm kind of stuck on the whole, like,
you're just stuck.
This part right here. Like the eyes and the non-black on the head, it kind of pulls me out. Because, I mean, imagine, like, look at the screen right there.
That's creepy.
And then you look like that. It looks almost like toyish.
Yeah.
The head.
Yeah, actually,
the rest of it looks really realistic-ish.
When you covered up the rest of the body and I just looked at the eyes, it looked like the Toy Story.
That's what I was gonna say.
The Toy Story eyes from the alien. Oh, yeah. I get what you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Thanks, man.
No, this is awesome.
It
is great.
Cool. The Claw.
The Claw chooses who will go and who will stay. All right. Without much further ado,
all right.
I think we should let Kelsey be able to play.
I think we should be done for the day.
Yeah, we should probably quit.
Good job, Tyler. Awesome model, man.
Yeah, Tyler, this is awesome. As Kelsey runs in here and tackles us
Yep.
both, takes us both out. Judge me.
Judge me. The beast. I'm gonna probably put the tentacles around Mr.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Mr. or Mrs. Kraken here.
If it didn't have the tentacles, it would look like help.
I know.
I'm coming for you.
Here I come.
Here I come. I'm gonna take you out. Let's go. You got to get the boat in there. I'm not gonna put the oars out because I completely ruined them. Like I took them out and they all fell on the floor, and she was like, "No," and she was like, "Don't worry about it." I'm like, but.
Now you have another person with "Don't touch my model."
Yeah, don't touch my model. Yeah, by the way, Sam, thank you for that model. I will make sure not to touch it.
Yeah, right.
And I believe this is the beast with a billion backs. I think that's the
Yeah.
love the tentacle.
Another Futurama.
It's coming back.
Yep. I saw.
So Matt Groening said so we can once again be canceled.
Yes.
We can once again have the pleasure of being canceled by Fox or something like that.
I'm so bummed that they're not doing Bender's voice. But,
I know.
which is weird.
They just got to give who is it, Joe DiMaggio, more money.
Yep.
Because it's Bender.
Awesome model. This is the first model I saw from Kelsey.
Yep,
months and months ago. It's been sitting in a box, and it's a shame that it's never been put out, and I'm glad it is. So,
I'd be terrified if this hit the D&D table.
oh my God, yeah.
And this comes swimming up next to your boat. Roll
like,
for initiative.
You
Fuck
see Neil's big green dragon hit, and they're like, swim to the ocean, and then this pops up. Get out!
Head to the mountains. Oh man, it's so cool.
It is. It's great. You got all the striations on the tentacles themselves. The colors you chose for this, Kelsey, is just top notch, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the blues with the purples and the reds and the greens. It's just so well done. It's so well done.
Yeah, and I really think that having the tentacles be
Don't
don't even bother with initiative. You've awakened the gazebo. I love that the color tone on the tentacles is included in the main body, but it's not the same. And so it feels cohesive without it being overpowering. And I love that. Like, she didn't force it onto the tentacles to be like this deeper purple, this reddish purple on it. It's definitely different. And all these little dots are freehand, which just goes to show adding in the extra little mile on things really does separate it. So,
I mean,
just awesome.
What's wrong with it? Minor things. I would say some little bit of highlighting some areas. I've noticed the backs of these have like a ridge on them. I'd like to see a little bit something on there.
Yep, a little bit cleaner on that. And she pointed this out, and I have to agree with Kelsey that like the wave on this doesn't match the wave on the tentacles themselves. So
I never would have noticed that.
You know, they don't have the same kind of almost texture, which is really easily fixed. Yeah, because I think this is more like a snow. Might be a snow texture or something like that, but that can be really easily fixed. It's just adding on. Yep. So,
it's awesome.
Yeah, it's awesome. Adding some more detail into the teeth.
Slime. Always
oh,
awesome.
Uhu glue. This thing would benefit from Uhu glue so much. Do you know what?
Is it the one that like creates
the slime effect? So Uhu glue, for those that don't know, is a little tube of glue that comes from Germany, I want to say. You can buy it online and whatever, but it's just glue. But you can put some on your, like on a piece of plastic or something like that. Grab a toothpick and you just like
hot glue.
Yeah, it's almost like hot glue. And you just touch it to a point on the model, like say touch it onto the mouth right here, and then you drag it and touch on here and touch on here and touch on there. And what it'll happen is it'll like spider web its way out, and each point that you touch, it adheres to it.
You just did it on...
I did it on the Chaos Dragon.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep, you brought it in the other day.
And it's so cool.
So good. It looks great for spider webs.
Yep.
It looks great for like spit and saliva and slime.
Yep.
It's so awesome.
Yep. No, it's super, super well done. So, yeah, this model would benefit from something like that.
Yeah.
Because it would shine, especially Nurgle models too.
Yep.
Like that extra little bit of goo. This is one of them that would that would shine with it.
I would have liked to see a little bit of maybe some gloss, some like wetness on him, him or her, and just somewhere around the creature itself. I mean, it's such a fun model. It's such a fun model. It reminds me of like War Machine or like Hordes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's got a very Hordes vibe to it.
Just
It
big,
does.
chonky, you know,
Big chonky boy.
creature. I love it.
Girl.
Very cool.
The honk. Yeah. Are
Just use real spit. Yeah, you guys. Yeah.
are these white dots on it?
Yeah.
Is
I
that,
think so.
okay.
No.
Because they kind of look like gloss from different angles.
Yeah. Kelsey said there's something going on with them. I can't remember what it was. I think you mean the hunk.
A hubba hubba.
There's something Kelsey did on there. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But they do have like a glossy like dab on them.
Yeah.
You're making me thirsty.
It's getting weird in here, man.
Yeah.
Just the wrong kind of stream.
There's too many D&D players in chat.
Right.
Things are getting weird.
Things are getting weird. I love it. Also, before we end, the face tentacles. The face tentacles are just so cool.
Yeah.
And they're all individually painted, individually blended.
I love how dark they are.
Yeah, they are really dark. And I think it has a nice contrast between this lighter teal kind of color and then this darker blue.
Yep.
And this is a more green blue and this is a more true blue. And I love that.
Yep. It's such a perfect contrast to the face.
Yep.
Because if you would have went too light with them and kept the same color as the skin, they'd get lost so quickly.
It would feel like an extension of the face and not just like an extra bit that has, it's jutting out of and grows out of the face. This feels like it grows out of the face rather than just being more flesh.
It's crazy. There's like so much freehand coloration in here that you wouldn't even see right away. That's how well done it is.
It feels like Kelsey, if you've never looked it up, the coconut crab technique for Tyranids. There's a guy that Catgut, I think is what his name is. He had been posting on Reddit forever, and people begged him to make a video on how he did his coconut crab technique, and it's awesome.
Yeah,
it looks like a coconut crab on these nids.
It sounds.
And
I'm hungry.
Yeah, right. I want some. As Heavy Metal Queen pointed out, I want some sushi.
Yeah, sushi.
But yeah, like it screams that vibe of style, and I love it.
Yeah,
it's so unique and it feels so sea-worthy.
Yeah,
like it feels like it came from the ocean. That's what I love about it.
It's awesome.
So, yeah,
very well done.
Yeah, well done. All right, we got one more category here, which is the open category. So bear with us while we put America back on the screen, and we'll mute ourselves, and we'll catch you in a little bit. All right.
We're back.
We're back. Everybody missed us.
Oh.
Okay. So, there's going to be, we'll start. So this is the open category. And it's pretty cool. We got a lot of unique looking models in here. We're going to start off with Youngblood.
All right.
I didn't know where to stick, but this is Rob Seeley's daughter. She painted this beautiful Funko Pop.
Very cool.
And just fantastic.
Love it.
Apparently, she had already picked out the winner of this competition, and she said that because it was pink. I think it was one of Tyler's Sylvan because it has pink on it.
Yep.
And she turned to her dad and was like, "You lose because yours don't have pink."
You lose.
So, or his wife said that after. Yeah, it's like, ooh, savage. So, I mean,
this looks great.
What's not to love?
Yeah.
This is great.
It's an awesome little model.
Yep. I mean, you gotta have young painters get into it, right?
Yep.
And I love these Funko Pops. A lot of people hate Funko Pops just because it's Funko Pop, and I understand. But these ones specifically are really fun for kids to paint. Because they're chunky enough, they're big enough where they can kind of get.
How old's his daughter?
I want to say 3 or 4.
Yeah,
I think
my daughter's
4
4.
or 5.
She would
something
love
like
to
that.
paint something like this.
My daughter would too, except this would be pink and have purple
here.
polka dots and be unicorn.
That's same exact here. Yeah.
It'd be a unicorn.
Yeah. It was her birthday
Marine.
today, and she got 3 of the same card. The unicorn card.
Nice.
Yep.
Oh, she's 4.
She is 4.
Hey, it's Mr. Seeley.
My
She's
daughter's
4.
4
All
too,
right.
man.
I got a 6-year-old now as of yesterday.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you.
My daughter turned 4 on the 16th.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
Have a big birthday party next time.
I'm terrified. Help me. 4-year-old did this, so this is fantastic. So she did an awesome job. I love this.
Yep. I love the yellow eyes,
Yeah.
the red stripe on the top.
Yeah, good contrast, good coverage, you know.
And then this here, doing the Aquila, she could have did the whole gun just like either lead belcher or just black.
Yeah.
I like changing it up and putting that little bit of extra on there.
Now, Rob, did you help her with this?
This is definitely a Rob job.
This is definitely a Rob job. You can tell with the stippling effects and all the weathering that's in this.
It looks great. I've never seen a purple Space Marine, and I love it.
Hey, man.
Purple's my favorite color.
There you go. You weren't around for Sherry. That's right. She had a full Space Wolf army that was purple and yellow and green.
What happened to her?
She passed away from cancer.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. I did not know that.
She played 40K for a great number of years.
I think meant she was here today. You were like,
no,
here for her.
No,
she
just passed away today. Oh. No, Sherry passed away 2 years ago. But yeah, she was a great person in the community. She loved playing 40K.
That sucks.
Loved painting. Loved playing. She's a great person. So
well, awesome.
But this is so. Anytime that I see a purple Marine, I always think of her. So this is like a great homage.
That's cool.
So, yeah, Rob, make sure that this little girl exceeds you as a painter because she's gonna crush it.
Plus, it gives you a reason to buy more paints.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you helped get brushes full of paint, but it's all her brushwork and color choices. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. You directed it, but you held the brushes too, didn't you? Okay, now paint this.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, for a 4-year-old, this is really good control. Yeah. My daughter would have been all over the place with this, so this is great.
Did she paint it purple too, Rob? Or did it come purple?
No,
what color do these things come as?
I don't know.
Do they come already painted?
Most of them do.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's awesome. I love the metallic jetpack in the back.
This overbrushing is really unacceptable. To be honest. Like right here, you can really tell.
It looks awesome.
This is great.
What's her name? Regan.
Well,
Very good, Regan.
Regan, if you ever see this in the future, fantastic job. Yep. Nice job.
I actually started pre-painting as an ultramarine.
Well, I mean, it's a step up from there. Well, thank you, Rob, for letting us see your daughter's handiwork because this is fantastic. So
awesome job, Regan.
It's awesome.
All right, next up.
I'm not going to touch that one.
Yep, we're going to wait for that one at the end. Right, yep, Sam's got to squirm on that one. All right, next up, I want to see this one. Joe Fields, he's got the, I love this thing. A lot of passion and love went into this thing. It's awesome. Very cool. Get this out of the way.
Yeah, I mean this is just awesome. The basing work itself is fantastic. Just it has so much fantastic feeling. We're watching with a party. Oh God.
All right.
Oh, sweet. We're popular.
It's a party of one.
Hey, Danny's back. Welcome back, Danny.
All right.
Yeah, the base is awesome. It has so many tufts, but it's got a lot of character. So many tufts. It really does tell a story, though.
It does.
It tells a story. It tells a moment in time, and it really sells it.
Yep. I love the wooden like disc that you used.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yep.
Super smart idea to do that.
So what's funny is that these discs. So I know how they did this, and I'll share the secret because I can see it because I did it too. The disc is something that you get from like Michael's or Joann's or something like that, or Hobby Lobby, where it's just a plain wood disc, and they're like a couple bucks. Yeah. And then what you do is you cover it with a layer of foam core, and then you cut out the slots for the foam core for the sizes of the bases, and you get the then you can glue it down, and then you have where the bases fit in, you can then cover up with the same material and then have it feel universal. So cool. That's how I did my display board for my Knights, was the exact same way. So all the Knight bases are, all sitting on top of or inset into foam core.
That's changes everything when you do that. It looks so good.
It makes it feel super unique. It makes it feel in place, and it allows for you to expand the base out from just the base of the model to an entire display item.
You're not just looking at miniatures on another base. You're looking at a whole base entirety.
Now, I will say that the models themselves, the base itself is amazing. Like, the bases give a lot of texture and a lot of feeling. It definitely tells a story. The models themselves need some work. So the reds aren't universally the same. The blacks are a little bit flat. They're just flat black. The bone color that's on them is just kind of washed out.
A little bit right here, Joe. You can see, I'm guessing it looks like that's a spine.
Yeah, it's a spine.
Too much red on there, I would say. I see what you're going for. It's like a bloody spine he's holding for. That's awesome. But I would probably either add some like gloss to it, or Blood for the Blood God is an awesome paint to use.
Oohoo glue for that too.
Oohoo glue for that, awesome, yeah. The little bit of highlights, little bit of you got flat black and flat red with some washes on it. Yep. It looks like, and you look at this thing, it looks badass, dude. Yep. And then you start looking at each miniature individually, and like Alex is saying, you can kind of start picking it apart a little bit. As a whole, beautiful individual models. Table ready for sure, 100%. I mean, you're proud to play these things, but I would definitely put a little bit extra in there on just details.
Yeah, you can definitely add a lot to this and have it be really step up. So that
you're talking about right here, Danny.
There's pink poking. Yeah, it's a hand. It's like a knit or a Gene Stealer hand. So it's part of the. You might be able to get in a little bit closer. Maybe. No.
Yeah, it's like this. It looks like it's coming out.
No, along the base, the foam edge. Yeah, there's a little. This is mostly it's wood.
Yeah,
it's wood rather than paint.
Which is something you should have caught. Entering into the competition. Definitely finish that base right there, because that does pop through that white.
Yep.
Whatever it is. I mean, it sounds like we're being rough, but I've been eyeballing the hell out of this thing. I love it. I love this thing as a whole. It's such a cool diorama.
Yeah, it's such a cool diorama.
You definitely have passion for like a scene. Very cool.
With these metallic bits here too, more than the stonework, because I actually like the highlighting on the stonework, but you can add in a ton more detail. With this, it's hard to tell or hard to say when you should stop doing detail. Yeah. Because there's so much more that you can do. Yeah. There's always a bit more that you can add on.
More on the sandbags, mud up the sandbags a little bit, blood up the sandbags a little bit.
Yep.
You have the drab, dead, area. There's been this isn't a freshly bombed area. This has been bombed. They're walking through years after. Things are overgrowing. I love it.
Yeah, actually, what really sells me for the overgrown, and this is a good example of like good use of tufts, is you have tufts growing. You have this grass growing along the back of this, and then on this side too.
Is there highlighting right here? Because that looks awesome.
Yeah, so this is a nice amount of highlighting.
Yeah.
So that's good.
But then the rest of the wall is too flat.
It's too flat.
So you have it. You have all the skills necessary to do it because you're highlighting some of this stuff. You have all the skills necessary to do it, Joe. So, I mean, you show it. I would just implement it a little bit more on some of your miniatures and some of the scenery as well.
Yeah, and like it's not to say that the miniatures are bad in any way. Like the bone on the bits that have the bone color are awesomely painted.
Yep.
Like they're really well done. They're nicely highlighted, but it's like I just want more from it.
Yeah.
Sam, if for the diorama category, that's more in the open. The open category spans from anything that you want to enter in all the way up to a diorama that's 2 feet by 2 feet, I believe, is the actual requirement. So you could enter an entire 40K
That's exactly
display.
how tall and wide I am. 2 feet by 2 feet.
You are but 2 feet tall. You're a flat plane.
Just a big square.
Yeah, I believe it's 2 by 2 by 2. Or it might be 20 inches by 20 inches by 20 inches, I believe, is the category. But yeah, feel free to enter in dioramas. I love dioramas. They have a special place in my heart for something that is very passionate because you can tell more of a story. And a lot of times with miniature painting, you want to tell a story and have something that has meaning. See, but Sam, you could have entered that into the single model category or the monster. You had options. See how that goes?
Use your head, Sam.
Oh, Sam.
Damn it. Yeah, I mean,
we love you, Sam.
Absolutely. The whole diorama hobby aspect of it, you're nailing it, man.
Yeah.
It's so good.
The thought that went into I think the most difficult thing for this is the I'm glad you're laughing and not crying. That would be really bad if she was like she's actually crying right now. It's tears of joy, I promise. I think the most difficult aspect to this this kind of miniature for a diorama is getting your head into the game for a diorama.
Yeah.
Like getting your head out of, okay, a single miniature at a time, do a block of dudes at a time. It's you have a scene, a moment in time, and you're trying to convey that in building a miniature or building a diorama. And having that as a whole is really, it's more complicated than just painting a single mini or a single large mini too.
These guys are on a mission. They're on a scout mission, or they're sweeping an area. They're doing their job to get through, and it's backbreaking work, and you can feel it. You can see it.
Yep.
But definitely, like I said, you have all the tools. You have all the tricks. I would just implement it a little bit more. Take a little bit more time because it looks like it would have taken a really long time to do all this.
Yep.
So maybe it got to a rushing, like towards the end, you're rushing a little bit more. Whatever it is, I would take my time a little bit, go through, get all that nitty gritty detail. Add those like streaky, oily washes and stuff like that to like really give it that like this here has been sitting here for this. Obviously, this has been here for years, so it's like this should have more grime and grit and that kind of stuff. And we're picking it apart, Joe. This is nothing, you know what I mean? Like, obviously we pick it apart because we love it. So,
and Joe, I think again we've mentioned this before too, that going through and picking apart a model is not necessarily a bad thing. It's good critiques, and we are spending the time on this because we think it's amazing. Yeah, like I wouldn't, it'd be easy enough to be like, oh, this is really cool. Next,
exactly.
But giving it the time and energy that we're trying to give each model,
like Sam's model.
Yeah.
Next, let's keep going here. Robert's harsh. I'm not harsh. Am I? Oh, Robert has love. Robert.
That's a very harsh love. Okay.
Oh,
I got it.
Okay.
I was really trying to break that down.
I was like, damn, man, am I really that brutal?
I don't think so.
Not what I'm trying to do.
But yeah, like I think that where you're sitting right now is a good place. It's a great middle point. You have the skills and the
blame the nagging wife.
Whoa.
I think it's pregnant nagging wife. All right, she has every right to.
I am out. I am not. Oof.
Oh, come on, you guys. Everybody calm down.
Everybody's got their feelings. Apparently we made Sam cry already, so.
Yeah, she cries all the time. I'm just kidding.
No, I think this is a great place to be because you could submit this again as a in the future as like another diorama based model, and if you just work on the guys a little bit and add some more detail to the background, it's gonna sing.
Oh yeah.
The idea
I'd be proud to
behind it
put
is
this on my
awesome.
mantle like today.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just I'd love
absolutely.
to take a look at it every day. I'd also
Yeah.
love to add to it. So it's you definitely have it.
Yeah.
Ryan is the mean one.
Ryan is the
yeah,
mean one.
he is. He's also the better kisser too.
Oh, Sam, that's why you're never here.
I cry
That's
every
why
time I
never-
go to
that-
the forge.
That's why I never
Because
see
you're
you
so
here.
happy.
Oh, okay.
You're so happy to be here.
It's the prices.
My wallet cries.
It's the prices.
Yeah.
All right. Well, all right. Who's next?
All right.
We'll stop kibitzing.
Yeah. Good job, Joe. Why don't we do? Oh, let's do another Jim model. Jim Spurrier. He's got the Frost Giant Charge. I love it.
So this, it was originally not in that category.
Okay.
So
Oh, it was in the Titanic.
it was in the Titanic.
It's a little too small for Titanic.
Yeah, it was a little too small for a Titanic model. And I get where it's like I want to enter in more than one model. And actually on the screen it looks like it's glitched.
Oh, it does right at the legs there.
Man, that's bizarre. Hold
Yeah.
on, it's freaking me out. All right, cool. It definitely it's too small to be a Titanic model.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a big D&D model. It's one of the WizKids models. It's actually one of the ones that I like to use for painting classes because they're so cheap and they're really big and they're super fun to work with. So, other than mold lines, because good God, mold lines everywhere.
His kids in mold lines.
Yuck. I think it's an excellent. Jim, I'm sorry if I moved it. I did it on purpose because it was out of the kindness of my heart. I promise.
Moved what?
This from Titanic to open.
Oh,
He's a little small to play in the Titanic category. Ooh, we got someone.
Chuchadino.
I think someone subscribed.
Followed.
Chuchadino. Okay, that's cool.
I have done 4 of those scale models. The bases on them run smaller than I like. Great sculpts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
And I mean, you got the blues there for the skin colors. I love that.
Yep. The leather actually on this back. So this leather doublet or whatever,
Yeah.
it feels different than this tone up here, but I think this tone shows too much of the primer underneath of it.
Sure.
The black primer.
Yeah.
It needs to be a little bit more than what it is right now. Same with the metallics. The metallics are good. I think that the blade here actually really shines for
I love the gold. Love the gold.
for it. Yeah, the gold. Whoa. I'm sorry. I blame
You just
Kelsey.
want to break my camera.
I blame Kelsey. She
You know
distracted me.
You know what really bums me out about this model? Not anything you've done, Jim, but that friggin' axe handle is a little warped.
Yeah.
Now that's a fix you can do. You can like heat it up, and like with hot water. Sometimes you can morph it that way, or you can do like a heat gun, and you can do it. But you got to be real careful not to melt your model. But yeah, that right there, I would fix before entering into a competition. I know that's a pain in the butt, especially with WizKids stuff.
Yep.
They have that weird plastic that's just super bendy. It's hard to clean. But you also entered it, so you knew what you were doing that. So I would definitely take my time and kind of fix the model to the point where you're comfortable, where it looks more realistic. I know it's a Frost Giant.
Yeah.
But
Well, and Danny was asking about this wash. It looks like it was just the watered down version of the wash, or watered down version of the paint. So I would like to see. I like this as a tone.
yeah,
I would love to have it be a bit more like filled in.
I don't think it's damaged, Danny.
No.
I think it just needs a little. It's like cleanup.
Yeah.
You just need to clean your model a little bit. Maybe help it, give it a little TLC.
Yeah.
I agree with you. The leather's lacking a little bit there. You can definitely do some you can do some leather with some stippling, like we were talking about. It's missing edge highlighting.
Yep.
It really, when you look at the backside, it really all kind of blends together with like a really monotonous color scheme. I think utilizing the rope around his edging and all that stuff really lets that little bit of edge highlighting makes the model just friggin' pop, man.
Yep.
It's like putting a wash on. All of a sudden you're like, whoa, there's all the gaps, there's everything. And you nailed it on the axe heads are awesome.
Yep. Like this handle, amazing.
Yeah.
Love it.
I would have probably steered away from the yellowish on the bone on the helm.
Well, and if you're going to do like a yellowish bone on the helmet, I think that's okay. It's you need to crush it with the smoothness in it.
Yeah.
Because everything else is a really cold tone. So if you're going to have a really warm bone, it needs to be a different, you need to be able to smooth it out or to have it be this very unique kind of feel. Beyond just, it needs to be universal because it feels like the yellow is in spots rather than it being
it looks spotty.
Kind of universal throughout.
The same thing with the chainmail skirt here. It looks a little spotty. Yep. So I would have cleaned up those edges. If you want it to look oily and kind of like messed up, that's fine. But I think it looks more like less like you did not as good of a cleanup job when you're coming back through after your washes and stuff. Now, which washes are easy.
Yeah, washes are easy, but having, extra highlighting, you really do have to tidy up after them. They make things easier, but like an airbrush, like other techniques, it's a technique, and you need to be able to move beyond just having it. Now, having like pin washes can really make a nice difference, or having a watered down wash so you don't get some of the spottiness. Yeah,
absolutely, Danny. That's in the sculpt for the gold or a silver trim on the shoulder pads. That's what I would have done. Either did like a roping with highlighting with gold or something like that, just to give it something a little bit more of a pop. I see what you did with you have the beautiful blue for the skin color. Awesome choice. That's such a good choice because it gives you that like cold icy feel, and then you hit it with the dark blue wash, which is great. But I would have came back in and cleaned it up with your. You got to clean up after your wash. I think that's your biggest downfall, which is a common thing. You put the wash on and you think you're done.
We saw a lot of that actually. That's been a repeated theme today.
People always think there's a step where it's like, okay, so when am I done? Before the wash or after the wash? It's like, nope, you're done when you're done. When the model's done is when you're done. Yep. So you can wash your whole model, and then you need to clean it up. You don't need to wash your whole model either. You can spot wash.
Exactly.
So you can get in those crevices with the wash so it doesn't kill your whole model down. Or you plan for that. Yep. Plan for a bright model, wash it down so it brings it to that level you want, and then clean up afterwards with the highlight.
Yep. Now, I will say something like the small details on the fingernails, because the fingernails are very apparent on this model. Yeah. Doing that will help.
Yeah, I would have did like more of a white on the fingernails, so like they're like ice cold fingernails.
Cold. Yeah, having like a nice gray.
You're losing so much detail in this blue here. Blue. There's so much sculpt in there that's missing because there's no dry brushing, no edge highlighting, nothing like that.
Now, I will say for like Danny was mentioning that, asking if the model had spots for like metallic on the shoulders, and not really a lot. It feels more like it's cloth based.
It looks like rope.
Yeah, it looks like rope and like leather leather or cloth or something like that. So I'm turning down some of the light here to see if we can get a little bit more of the. No, it's a little bit too. I was just trying to see if I could play with some of the light to get it, because I feel like the color on the screen is a bit different than the color that we're seeing in person, and it's mostly because of the white background with the helmet. Yeah, that works. Yeah, giving a nice, so you can kind of see the
yellow in the skull.
Yeah. And then the blue, how the blue really pops. So
you definitely have it. You have it's like the same with Joe. You have all the talent, you have all the tricks. Yep. Now it's just implementing them. Definitely clean up after your washes.
Yep.
Don't forget to hop in here and grab more detail where it needs it, because you're only doing an injustice to the model, because there is more detail there for you.
I'm wondering if this is skin. That I'm trying to figure out what that is. Like, it's not a shirt because their head is on the other side of this. So like this has been bothering me, as like I don't know what that is. It's not
chainmail.
No, it feels like that's skin.
It might be.
And I think if you did blue there, the blue like you did here on here, I think it'd feel a lot better. It'd feel a lot more.
There's a weird indentation.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, it's got tufts.
It does have tufts, and it's the thing you're talking about. He took the time to put some snow on top of the tufts.
Now, that being said, they do sell tufts that have snow on them.
Yeah. And this is great. That's great, because all the tufts we've seen so far didn't have that extra on the tuft.
I will say, for everyone that's entered in the competition, we are separating between tuft and tuftless.
Yes.
And then we're judging based on tufts. So. But yeah, this is great, Jim. I think this is a great start. Again, with any D&D model that's just hit the hit this.
There is snow on his,
there is snow on his foot. Yep.
tootsie.
Yep. Not on here, but on there. But I do think that you could add snow throughout this, and it'd feel more natural. And you can kind of sprinkle it on too, which helps.
Jim, it's an awesome model.
Yeah.
Great submission.
Yeah. If anyone dropped this on any of the D&D models that we've run across, if they drop it on the table in front of their players, just.
Yeah, I would just clean up my washes a little bit. Make sure you grab the detail from some certain areas, just so it'll benefit you to make your model look much cooler.
Yeah, absolutely,
great,
absolutely, great job. All right, who is next?
Let's do that, Luna. Luna, you're back up. This is one of the most disgusting models, and I love it.
I love how we can say that.
Yeah. It's funny because every time I touch a Luna model, I feel like I'm going to get tetanus. You know, these things are so disgusting. I love it. What is it? It's a Skaven Hell Pit Abomination. So apparently, Luna was saying that there's a really cool ability where when it dies, you know, when like a rhino dies or something, it can explode. Yeah. Well, in this one, you roll a d6. On a 6, it like explodes and a bunch of rats come out of it. 4 and 5, it explodes and kills something next to it, and then like a 1, it gives itself like it just regens. So it's a really cool model.
I like that. It's like a rat king.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just a bag of rats.
That is so gross. That's so cool on so many levels.
I love this sculpt. This is such a cool sculpt.
All the Skaven sculpts are just so good.
It's like Nurgle and rats mixed. And
yeah,
it's such a cool
that's
thing.
what. Sometimes I wish that. So this is going to upset some people, but I wish that some of the like Death Guard and Nurgle sculpts were closer to Skaven, because I feel like Skaven has that Black Plague, pestilence vibe to it more than Nurgle does.
You know what I hate? Poxwalkers. I wish. So I was talking to actually Jake, the guy that did Mortarion.
Yeah.
He was. I think it was Jake that was going to do this. He was going to take all the Skaven and use them as Poxwalkers.
Oh, I like that.
That's a great idea because they're super creepy with the hoods and all that stuff. I don't need a guy walking around with a pipe wrench. You know, like I don't like that.
Sam, you don't even play 40K. What are you getting upset about?
This looks gross in the absolute coolest way.
No. She's so upset now because I upset the audience. So
over your
my
harsh,
opinion, my harsh opinion,
your harsh
of Nurgle.
opinion of Nurgle.
Get out of here! Get out of here! All right,
Luna, awesome. Mom.
Yeah, Luna, this is great. I'm disgusted in the best kind of way. With the transition of like you're trying to do a blood effect, it feels like on this.
Yep.
Of like stitched together, and it's like a bloated monster that's all kind of stitched together, but then there's like this weird transition between, it almost feels like a shirt. Be careful with what you're, kind of get an idea of what you want to do for the tone or for the texture or the material that you're making this out of, because the stitching makes me feel like, oh, it's skin, but then there's no real blended transition between the two skin tones. So you might want to be careful with that.
It looks like an old dirty pillow.
Yeah.
And
in the
like,
worst way.
Like you're talking about right here with that. I see what you're doing there, but it looks like ripped cloth dipped in blood, which doesn't make a lot of sense in the reality of the scene.
Yep.
I get where you're going with it. You definitely have some gross stuff on there. I love the skin with the gloss on it. Makes it look wet and taut. It looks like Freddy Krueger kind of skin where it's all wet and slimy. But yeah, the color, that color's not doing it any favors. The like the gray white color.
Yep.
I don't know where skin is supposed to start and that color is supposed to end.
Yep.
And I feel like it's supposed to all be skin, but you took a creative feel there, which is fine. That's great.
Vibe. If you were
Moist.
Danny, something feels off with the skin. It is glossy, so most of the model is glossy, so that's kind of what you're getting. I think if you were to, so here's my take, if you were to do the transitions at the of color at the point of the seams, it would feel more natural, because then it would feel like it's stitched together, and then you can have different skin tones going throughout. Like right here, have this be a different skin tone than over here, and then you can like separate it over here, and then you can have one be like gray and this one be brown, and this one would be tan, and this one, you can
Yeah.
you can get real gross.
I
With
see
it.
what you're saying. It's like, is this stitched to the skin underneath?
Yeah,
And it's like that's the whole, weird part about it. I mean, it's supposed to be weird. You know what I mean? It's a weird ass model.
It's such a unique looking model.
It's cool.
There's no other model in a line that I can think of that comes close to what Skaven feel like. Because when you look at a Skaven model, you're like, this is a Skaven model.
It's so disgusting.
It's so gross.
It's even got like a little barrel on its back there.
Oh man.
I mean, it's like steam powered.
I will say, I really like, this is a nice example on this arm of that feeling of infection.
Yep.
It feels like it's
Red,
right there.
inflamed.
Yep. And
I get lost up here though.
yeah, I do
Black.
too.
There's a lot of black on the head that feels like an oil slick almost, rather than rats coming out. I guess that's maybe what it's supposed to be, is like a slick of rats coming out.
I can see that.
But I would love to have seen some other colors in there to kind of break it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Still a terrifying model.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you have blood in all the places where I would want blood to be. In a lot of the places, it feels like there's blood where it should be.
I like the tail.
Yep.
Tail is great.
I think a lot of what my not complaint, but my critique would be that the skin tones just don't match, or they don't feel natural to the model. It doesn't feel like they match up to where
They're
the
like
model
a
should be.
tan, like a tanned skin.
Yeah.
But it's like almost the color is like a tanned tot skin.
Yep.
But you have the glossy slime of like a rotten skin. So they're kind of contradicting themselves in your own head.
Yep. Yeah. And a lot of times it's like, does this feel right? Does this feel accurate to the model that I'm painting? And if the answer is no or not quite, then come back and try doing something else. And don't be afraid. So here's the thing. Don't be afraid when you're painting a model. And this is sunken cost fallacy all over the place. And I have to remind myself of this too. Don't be afraid to repaint a model.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid to prime it over again and try again. Because not having the ability to go back limits you. And sometimes that can be good, because I'm going to contradict myself here. Sometimes it can be good to go, okay, I've made this commitment. I'm going to commit with this. I'm going to go for it, but I'm going to try and add something else.
Yeah.
Or I'm going to try and do something different.
Unless it's like your first model.
Yeah.
Paint that first model, put that away, and never touch it again. And look at how better you've gotten within weeks of that first model.
I have a model. I have an old Avatar of Cain model, the pewter one, and I painted it, finished it up. And I remember looking at it, just this vivid memory of me looking at it and going, I will never paint something better than this.
Jeez.
And I was like, this is the pinnacle of who I am.
This is like 2 weeks ago.
This is like last week. Yeah. And it's been like 10, 12 years since I painted that. And I have it as a reminder to myself that you will always be better than what you came from. Never stop learning. Never think that you've exceeded.
And you've never gotten better than that.
I've never gotten better than that. No, never once. Everybody always looks at that and goes, man, how can you do better than that?
How did you come down from that?
Why did you stop? So it's to keep me humble. That's honestly it. Just to keep that model around so that I can feel like I'm amongst the plebs.
Yep. Yeah.
No, that model honestly keeps me humble in the way that I know that I don't ever have to stop learning, and I should never stop experimenting and trying new techniques and new ways of working with the model. So.
All right.
Yeah. But hey, I wanted to say, Luna, this is excellent. I love it. Keep up the hard work. Like, keep on painting, keep on learning, keep on growing, because getting better from here, oh man, it's going to be so cool. Hey, Luna. Hey, we're judging your model and we love it.
Yeah.
So, yes, thank you so much for submitting this model. This is awesome.
The other thing too, people are asking me if this is being recorded. I don't think it was. Maybe
I thought it was recorded on Twitch. Twitch records it.
I think it does. Yeah. I don't know. Some people are saying they can't find it on there right now.
Probably because the stream hasn't ended.
That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
But I have it set on Twitch to record when we record, but I have not been recording in OBS, our stream platform, which is, I haven't streamed in months.
Yeah, I have to redo everything.
Yeah, we literally just hopped onto this. Yeah, you have to redo everything. Yeah. It's only like a 10-hour stream today, so.
6.5 hours.
There's a VOD. Okay, cool.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome. Would you link that VOD somewhere for us on Facebook or there?
Oh, there it is.
Thank
Look
you
at that.
very much.
Yeah, right in our minds. I was going to say, Luna, the critiques on the skin are more the locations at which the transition of color happens is a little off. It feels a little weird, at least to our eyes. Now, that's not to say that that's necessarily bad. It's just a stylistic choice.
Yeah.
And we're viewing it from the only way that we have it, which is we don't know anything about it. So I'm picking it up going, okay, where does it make sense for the transition of skin to happen? And that was where...
That's a great way to look at it, too, while you're painting.
Yeah.
What the hell is the person that's going to be judging this looking at? Are they going to understand?
Now, if that makes total sense to you, then rock on. That's exactly what it should be.
Yep.
I'm just coming at it from the angle of I don't necessarily... It feels disjointed to me. But that's not to say that it's necessarily bad. It was just... okay, it was keeping so she says it was keeping completely intentional with the initial model.
Cool.
And I would say absolutely, if that's where you want it to be, then awesome. If I may make a suggestion, then I would say paint some lines for the stitching. So you have examples
green
of stitching,
stuff in some stuff too,
or green stuff in some stitching, but you have examples of stitching. Another panel of judges may have a different opinion on it as well, and that's absolutely true. Like, I am not infallible.
Come on. Stop.
Like I said, I got to keep myself humble for the pubs.
Right.
But like, if I might make like a suggestion on that in the future, add in another seam line where this is stitched. That way it feels like, hey, this is stitched from a whole different creature onto this thing, which is then stitched onto a different creature that is this thing.
Yep,
And
that's
paint
exactly
in
what
new
he's saying.
stitches. Yep. Don't be afraid to add in small details like that. Get out of here, Obi. Don't be afraid to add in extra little details like that to really sell the model or to sell what you're trying to accomplish. Because having these transition periods, if that makes sense in your head, absolutely. Tell me as the viewer of the model, this is where something ends and something begins. This is where it was slapped together and it should be gross.
Imagine that was your leg or your arm. Would it be flesh to just all of a sudden out of nowhere cloth?
Yeah.
Where's the break point? Is there, green stuff a little collar or like green stuff a little, anything to give it the show of like, oh, this is where the skin is underneath this.
Yep.
You're there. I think you just need those little bit of segues into each other.
Absolutely. No, Luna, this is great. Thank you for jumping on and talking. I should be here tomorrow to give feedback and comments, and if everyone wants
come on
to,
in.
If anyone in chat that we've been talking to wants to talk shop, ask questions, I'm more than happy to sit down with you and have you scream at me if I'm wrong. But have a good conversation about critiques and thoughts and ideas, and hopefully grow from this experience. So next up,
maybe we'll get him here on a Tuesday night for a paint.
Oh man, yeah. I need to plan. Actually, my Tuesdays have kind of freed up, for a little while, so I might be able to make one or two. My wife even told me to get out to here and do some paint nights. So
awesome,
that's good.
It'll be fun.
Yes, Sam, you can come scream at me. If you can scream at me.
I am one.
I couldn't actually picture that. It'd be so mean, I would cry.
Good job, Luna.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, let's.
Tyler's up, and then we can throw
Tyler. And then we threw Sam's away, so let's see here. Let's do something like this.
The box of drywall screws really makes it. It really sells it to me. Yeah.
There. Cool. I mean, this is awesome, man.
See, you did one of these last time, and I will be the first to admit that I am wholly unqualified to judge this kind of thing. That's the worst part. Like, I should.
I think at this point he just does it just to mess with you.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, probably. I'm gonna show up to Renegade, and it's gonna be like, hey, here's a box of magic cards. Now, please judge every single one individually.
It looks great, man.
Danny, it's a modified card. So I you know what? I'm gonna pull up the original. What is it? Void Slime.
Yeah.
First off, that's an amazing card name.
So a lot of Tyler will do a lot of like comic book art. Well, he'll chop out comic book pictures, put them over the original art, and then he'll draw on top of them. Sometimes he'll just take the original art, extend it out of the borders. Sometimes like this one, he modifies the whole card, but it's still the original card itself. There's a lot of modifications with Magic cards, which is really cool.
You ruined a $7 card. Some people.
Crazy. Some people are just made of money. He also has an Instagram.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's cool. That's
so you can
cool.
see the extension out here of the vine. It's cool. It's a cool card.
So to give everyone an idea, that's what the original model looks like.
And then, so Tyler does these, and I'm pretty sure he does commission work. So if anybody's ever interested in doing this stuff, you can go on his Instagram. I'll try and find a link to it and post it if I remember. That's the so that's the secret layer. There's show them this one. That one's cool. So there's a Void Slime secret layer version, and that's a super cool one. That was like the Wizard's secret
that's
layer.
That's amazing. I love it.
But yeah, so and he can do. I think he does Pokemon too. So. But yeah,
awesome.
Very cool job, Tyler. You really nailed it with the extension of the vine coming out, or the Void Slime coming out of her, or going in, or coming out. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
And then all the
it's terrifying.
Nasty details.
Oh yeah, and all the like drips.
Yeah.
And then it's like splashing down here.
It's pretty cool.
That's so cool.
A lot of extra.
Yeah, like good ink work. Yeah. I love a good ink work.
Well, and you can see it really translates. You see his miniatures, and it translates over. So it's like, there's just two different mediums, but you're still implementing the same stuff. You have highlights, you have lowlights. You're just painting on a 2D rather than a 3D.
Yeah, it's amazing how using like color theory and model painting has helped me go into an artistic point of view and give critiques on paintings or someone's drawing, and be like, oh, you need to brighten up this area, or you need to add shadow here, or add these colors here because of miniature painting. And it translates in so many different areas where you can just look at something and go, oh, that's not right. Yeah. You should correct with these things, or even working with anything with color, you're like, that doesn't feel right.
Exactly. Yeah. You start noticing what contrast is like doing on a painting, and you're like, that doesn't look right. Your eye starts seeing it. You're like, why does that look weird? And they're like, oh, because that green does not belong there. Like, why is that there?
The worst is when you start translating to miniature paint colors, like named bottles.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, this is awesome. I love that the ooze is just oozing down the card. It's a shame that it's an instant where you wouldn't be able to look at this more than 3 seconds.
Yeah, right.
On the table.
It ain't sitting on the table for long.
Yeah. So I really love how you've modified the card to have the extra drips and the extra little effects to give it that sense of what the card's purpose is. Yeah. And so it adds just so much to it.
It seamlessly bridges out past the borders, which is really cool.
Yep. Yeah, and as opposed that he submitted one last time as well. Yeah.
I can't remember which one it was.
It was a blue card, but it had like a weird
filthy blue card.
It was like a cool freehand on it, and it was a unique feel, but it felt oddly bordered in, if that makes sense. Okay. It felt just an odd sense of the space was used in the card, and I think that this does a better job of giving me that more accurate feeling of what the card is about. Yeah. And just really fits in. Because if you had a whole deck that was similar to this in design and feel, that would be really
Feels
cool.
like a Nurgle deck.
Yeah, real gross.
Very cool, man.
Awesome job. All right. Well, we don't have anything more.
Last one there was Void Slime. See
well, I can't touch it. I'm not allowed to touch this model at all.
All right, watch me break it. I mean, to be fair, the dog is like only. So we got to put the card up with this one because that's part of the art.
It is. It truly is. 3 exclamation points, really? Did you have to go that hard in the paint, Sam?
Don't let Alex touch us.
Jeez.
This is super cool.
I didn't realize that I kicked your dog, too. I'm so sorry.
I've been waiting to see this model.
So cool.
All or nothing.
And I remember mentioning when you posted this on the Discord, like, by the way, if anyone here is not in the Discord, there is a hobby channel, like a hobby work in progress, finished works, general questions. So please jump in and ask questions.
We have over 300
comment.
members in there. Every one of them will answer a question if they can. Everybody's awesome. Hop in that Discord. If you don't, if somebody could link it into this chat here, that'd be awesome. That'd be really cool, but
that'd be really awesome.
Yeah, the NMM, she's
so this is what's amazing about it, because the NMM is just phenomenal.
Yeah.
This gold is amazing. Top notch.
If you don't know how hard NMM is, try it.
You jumped
hard.
You jumped way into the deep end, Sam.
Yeah.
You went hard in the paint for this.
You did a great job.
Figuratively and literally. Yeah. So I mean you did it on the chains, you did it on the armor. I love it. It feels blocked in. It feels very cartoonish in the best kind of way.
Yep.
So I will say
she even did it on the daggers or whatever those are.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep, on the chainmail. Like, you went really hard into this one. This is awesome. The critique that I would give is, beyond the metal, you have some points that need that are a little scuffed.
And that's a varnish. It's as easy as putting a varnish on there, you know.
But the other thing is, did you prime this? I hope you primed it.
Like it's got prime. Doesn't look like it's got a primer on it.
No. It might be a gray primer. That's what we're seeing, is a gray primer. The skin tone and the mostly the skin tone really hits me, but the dog with its black.
I forgot to clean it up.
Yeah, it's all right. The black on the dog feels like it's a little lacking, and that's a lot of the model, other than the metallic bits on it, is the skin, and
it looks a little dry.
Yeah, and it doesn't have a terrible amount of depth either, and I'm wondering if that's just mostly because of the color palette that I was working with, because it kind of melts into the reds.
I like the blackish reddish skin, but I'd like to see a little bit more highlightish.
Yeah.
And not highlights as in like pink or bright red.
Yeah.
Just like a little bit lighter red than the darkest red, because the low lights, it's like there's two sets of low lights. Yeah. They're just two different colors.
Yeah, they're two different colors of low lights. Which, like the blue on this hand here could use it as well. So, but like I
don't want to hear excuses.
Yeah. That's a lot of excuses. But like the blue on this model though is really cool. Yeah. I really love how the blue offsets to the red and gold.
Yeah.
But then like this blue hand right here, it doesn't feel like it has much depth beyond that. Yeah. So just adding a little bit more detail on it, similar to the non-metallic
you just did
metal.
So much on the non-metallic metal.
Yeah, I mean,
to not do any detail on the hand is weird.
Like I'm looking at the non-metallic metal and just being like, God, I just can't. What am I doing with my life? You know, the lack of gap filling. You can beat yourself up on that lack of gap filling. That's not my job.
I love how you put a base on that dog, on the dog's foot, 1 foot, not even both feet.
It cracks me up. It's just so good. They make oblong bases. Like, get a flyer base, a night base. Like, you could. Oh, you know what you could do is to really make this into a cool diorama with a night base. A big oval.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have some poor sap groveling right here. Oh, that'd be so cool. But like, just the chain on this is fantastic, and like everything that builds up to it, but then the dog needs some extra work, I would say.
Even the belt, like the belt buckle area there, where's my stick? Even the belt buckle area here, that's like you did NMM on there. Like you did it. You did it. The plating on his over it like that, it looks that looks so good. That looks so good. That looks metallic.
Sam,
you did it.
Sam, that's when you make the party fight on the base, because he is better than the party.
Yeah.
Letting some plebeians push him around, telling him he has to use a round base. Get out of here.
I would I would definitely do a little bit to the face, add a little bit of highlights, maybe some like red glowing eyes or something to kind of make it pop, because you have the orange. The orange is great for the contrast, but then it really like the face gets lost in there.
The dark ruddy reds do more brick. So think of like I could see more of like a brick tone to it, where it has that kind of I don't want to say you want it to be ruddy because you want the orange hair to contrast against the red, the dark red.
Yeah.
But you can have like a nice ruddy tone, and I would just add some highlights to this.
Yep.
So that's really it. And so I'm going to assume. So here's where I get back on my soapbox. I'm going to assume, Sam, I'm going to speak, Sam, as if you didn't prime this. So I'm just going to use it as an example for priming and why priming is important. So priming a model gives a base layer of some paint that paint can adhere to, and that will adhere to the plastic, metal, or resin that's below it. Primer is important because it helps lessen chipping. You can always paint over a surface, but if you don't have a primer, it's more prone to chip. And primer has like a chemical bond to the surface in which it is going onto.
Look at that weird NMMing there.
Okay, all right. Reaper models require priming.
Oh yeah, just because it says it has primer on it doesn't mean it's got primer
lie.
on it.
They lie so bad. The WizKids ones are always like, it's pre-primed. I'm like, that's great. You guys lie to me.
Yeah, that's definitely not a primed model.
They require priming.
What's going on there?
Yeah, the lighting's kind of weird. I like how there's just one square.
It's
upside
down
and
to the right.
Yeah. She was tired.
Yeah, it looks. The thing is you did it. You unlocked the NMM.
You've unlocked it.
Now it's just practice, and keep getting better at it. And you're going to be blowing people away with models like that.
So, anytime that priming is kind of brought up, I always bring up that while those models say that you don't have to prime a model to paint it. You don't have to prime a model to have it.
But varnish it.
To paint it. No, even with varnish, you can still chip it. But as long as you're not using it regularly, if it sits in a case, you don't need to prime it. Realistically. Now, would I prime every model? Yes. Because the chemical bond that happens between the primer and the surface in which you are painting or having it painted onto, it creates a... You would, Sam. She's just arguing with me to argue. Do it to my face, okay?
Just the way they're made.
Do it to my face. They're not born this way. So I would say that with the chemical reaction that happens whenever you prime a model and it adheres to the surface in which you're trying to paint on, it actually bonds to it and creates like a plastic on top of it, like a sort of plastic. Anytime that you prime a model as well, you want to give it some time to breathe and actually cure. Yeah. So I always say between 12 and 24 hours whenever you lay it down before you start painting. Now, can you paint on top of it? Absolutely. But the best results happen after priming it and letting it sit for 12 hours.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Cool.
I'll get off my soapbox. Sam, I'll stop attacking you, I promise.
Sam, the model looks great.
Yeah, this
great
job. I can't get over how awesome this non-metallic metal is because it's just amazing. So you crushed it. Did so good.
Everybody did a great job.
I can't put this back up because I can't touch his model.
I got it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So that wraps up the judging. I love your base. This base is so cool.
Love it a base.
I love it a base. It's really cool. Actually, it's really hot.
Oh yeah, we didn't say anything about the base.
No, nothing about the base.
But the lava texture does look really great.
It does. The lava texture is awesome.
Like rust almost.
Yeah.
It looks like you tried to do crackle paint, but I don't know if you tried that or not.
I don't know.
Kind of like crackle paint was on there, and you just painted it, but it didn't crackle, and you just kind of smeared it around.
I love it.
I like it. It looks very. I would do that again, and then dry brush it red. That would be my rust.
Yeah, that'd be a cool rust effect. Doing that again, and then dry brushing it with like a red brown. That'd be awesome. Fantastic job, Sam. All right, that is the rest of the Dwarven Axe painting competition for the stream here. We are going to go off air and judge the models based on category. He was basically saying that the base looked fantastic.
It did. It actually really did. What I liked about the base is it looked great, but I would use that technique for rust because I think it looked really awesome. Did you really not hear what I said, or are you just messing with me?
The self-assurance is just phenomenal. Hey, we got kids on this
sorry,
channel.
man. Sorry about that. Wait, did you guys get the fire
no,
thing?
I didn't.
Oh,
Thank
and
you,
we
Sammy.
forgot another one too.
What?
Yeah.
Is it the plague rings? Yeah. We already got those.
Oh, you did? Okay, awesome. Oh, you didn't do this one?
Nope.
Perfect. Don't zoom out at all. Why'd you skip this one?
It's in the open category. Oh, so this is the literal last one.
Right. Looks great. All right, let's have a good one.
Yep,
We'll
this
see you
was
guys there.
I will repeat everything that I've said before, Sam.
What is that?
This is the Hierophant Biotitan. This is the NIDS Titan. So it is
Alien Hive Queen.
It is a beast.
Starship Troopers.
It is huge. This is my hand. This
No,
is
it's
this
not.
thing.
Believe it. That's my hand.
I'm making a it's a Hive Queen. In this case, for this model specifically too, I would say having the extra details on a lot of the little things, like these little pustule marks in the vents, it just screams for detail work. It just demands it.
Oh my god, you can't even zoom back.
No, you can't zoom back anymore. It's that big.
It's so huge.
Look at that. It's a big boy. So, it's one of those, like, I just want so much more detail on it. And I know that you ran out of time, and just, it's such a big model.
That is.
I am happy that you pinned it. I'm pleased. More pleased than I would be.
It's just
huge.
so massive. It's awesome. And it's a model I've never seen before.
No, you probably never will.
Yeah.
They're expensive and no one plays them.
Yeah.
So, it's cool though.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of things to like say beyond Sammy. This is the 5 out of 5. Like,
it's cute.
Copy and paste everything that I've said before and apply it to the next model.
Yep. It's all the same stuff. I mean, I think it's more of this is bragging rights at this point, right, Sammy?
Yeah. I entered into 5 out of the 6 categories.
He said I pinned it though.
Yeah.
Oh, you said
Yeah.
I pinned it though.
I'm happier.
I did do one thing differently on its
You did.
tail.
You did. It like has this kind of cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like
Right.
gross.
Right there.
gross
That looks
effect.
great.
Yeah.
See
That looks cool.
That's awesome. That
Yeah.
gives it like a toxic-y looking,
Yeah.
almost like a green rust effect.
Yep.
Very
Absolutely.
cool. Yeah, I love it, man.
I love it. It's great. It's great work.
I can't wait. I'd like to see some photos of the entire board. He said he had 3,500 points of NIDS.
So many.
I mean,
points.
what's this guy? 1,000 points on his own?
Probably.
I would love to see the whole table full of these things in a picture put in Discord. That'd be awesome.
I would love that too.
Yeah.
All right. This is literally the last model.
Yes.
This is the last model that we're talking about today. So we're going to go off stream.
Oh yeah. By the way, I hope you guys liked the. I mean, 10 hours of streaming this time?
7. It's got a live counter.
But didn't we shut it down once or twice?
No.
Oh, you didn't?
No, we didn't. Let it run.
Okay.
Recorded the film.
Nice. So almost, 7 hours of streaming. The last one was like 3 hours, I think it was.
Yeah,
So I hope
like
you
that.
guys enjoyed the extra time that we kind of put into it.
Yeah.
Danny, it was a shame that you weren't here, man.
Yeah. Thank you
hopefully
for.
I was able to fill in for you.
Yeah. Thank you
good enough.
for jumping in and making commentary though, Danny.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah, it's good to see you at least active in the chat.
Yep. Yeah, and that was the biggest takeaway that we had last time, was that people wanted more. They wanted more discussion, more talking, more, like, I want to hear more. I have questions. How do I get answers? That kind of thing. So we did that.
There is one of the golden axes for
The coveted golden axe.
coveted golden axes for first placers. So everyone who gets a first place gets some store credit and a golden axe, and then we're doing mini golden axes for everybody who gets second and third. We were going to paint them up, but I think I think we should have them paint them up.
I like that.
Because then you guys you put it in Discord and show everybody what your axe looks like, but you have to paint it to the color that you want. So if it's silver or bronze, don't mess it up.
I do, Sam. Sam, it does look kind of coppery.
It's just the way the light is.
It does look coppery.
Well, you know what? I painted all those in about 4 hours yesterday. So made them and painted them in 4 hours.
Sam, next time you can paint them NMM.
Yeah.
And then we'll give them out. How's that sound? Yes, you need to prime it first, I promise.
Yes, you want to prime
those. Those are resin. You need
These
to
ain't
prime
no
those.
whiz kids, okay?
Yeah. We will be sending out a follow-up form after this, sometime probably this week. So if you have any questions or comments on the stream, as well as the judging and the competition overall, we welcome any feedback that you might have as well. The results will be posted tomorrow, and detail work on the gems. I agree.
I know. I honestly was going to, but because they're supposed to be 3D printed, and I was going to 3D print all of them, and then the guy who 3D modeled them for us left that spot blank, so we can remove that gem and 3D print clear gems to put in there, so we can dye them and make them colors. Yeah, so might do that in the future.
So the we'll be sending out some information tomorrow. We'll be giving out the awards, as well as if you want to come in and pick up your model, feel free to, as well as any prizes that you may collect on. We will be posting the pictures of the models next to their shiny dwarven axes.
Yes.
Online, and we will have a website. The website is dwarvenaxe.com, and that's where we'll be posting any additional information, kind of linking everyone to. So feel free to head on over there and see a under construction page. It will be going live sometime this next week here with the new information and new winners.
And then everybody else's minis that didn't win, the garbage cans in the back, they'll all be... No, I'm just kidding.
For anyone that wants to come in, I'm going to try and be in tomorrow by 10 a.m. or 11, so you can come scream at me then.
And if you come to collect your miniatures, I want a photo with you and your minis.
Yeah.
So we can post it on the website. Everyone, win or lose, you guys, I want to get photos of everyone. If I'm not here or Alex isn't here, Trent or Ryan, one of us three, Trent, me, or Ryan, are going to be giving you your minis. Make sure, just be like, hey, did you get a picture of me? Ask them, and we'll get photos of everybody, and we'll be able to put them up, and everybody can be proud of their minis. And you guys all kicked ass today. It's awesome.
That was great. Thank you, everyone, for making a Q1 Dwarven Axe amazing, and we will see you for Q2, which will be May 21st, I believe, of this year. So we'll see you then.
Hasta luego.
Bye. Okay. Nope, not muted. You're not muted.
No, are we not muted?
Nope, you're not.